that is what the Moto3 lads will want.
Yeah, exactly that. Some Park Friday, it was a little bit iffy weather-wise as well, wasn't it? But Saturday and Sunday in Hungary was pretty nice. But yeah, good for these riders. Forecast to hardly believe, because we can't absolutely guarantee it. But great for the riders to have a full weekend of dry running on this fabulous circuit. Even going into this weekend, a lot of the riders were saying how much they were really excited to, get from a circuit at Balaton Park, which a lot of the riders do like, it's got to be said. I know Max Piles was one of them, of course, went on to win the race a few weekends ago. He likes Balaton Park, but it's very tight, very technical, and a Moto3 bike, it feels a little bit go-kart track. Moto2 and MotoGP, a completely different ballgame. But getting to a circuit like this, you can just see from the pictures, and you guys will know at home from tuning in and knowing the Brno circuit like we all do. It's such a different sort of place. And we go to Assen next week, which again is not quite the same as Brno, but fast and flowing again. So really looking forward to the upcoming weekends, and 2 weekends where Piles will head into Dorna's favourite. Once again, it was another phenomenal ride, a phenomenal weekend really from Piles. Just done out, he took it on pole position. That went to David Almanza, of course. Shout out to Almanza, we'll speak about him in due course. But Piles was once again the star of the show, and he's just continuing to grind out these results after a disappointing weekend over in Mugello. He bounced back superbly with the weekend off. Go back home, train, keep your feet on the ground, and Piles was on the podium here last year, of course, too. That famous battle with Dennis Foggia. Always remember coming out of turn 4, I think it was, after a couple of laps where the wise old Italian of Foggia, of course, teammates to Piles last year, was just ripping him up a little bit as Jose Antonio Rueda was leading, and then gradually got a little bit further ahead, and ultimately that's where Rueda went on to win the race by a comfortable margin over 3 seconds in the end, was the reigning Moto3 World Champions win here. But Piles was right in the mix, and obviously goes without saying really, fully expecting the 2018 last again this week.
We just had a quick look at Veda Batama, of course, here for the first time. Last time out was his worst result, 16th place in the Grand Prix back in Hungary, so really looking to try and put that to one side. It was his first finish outside the top 10, obviously DNF overcoached it as far as finishes are concerned. Veda Batama down there in 16th place last time out. Obviously had the long lap penalty to serve as well, so that wouldn't have helped. But Batama didn't really have it when we got down on Sunday. And likewise for the rider on the screen, Eddie O'Shea. Mugello, brilliant, led for the first time, top 6 finish. And then not really where we wanted to be at last time for Eddie, down in 18th place come the Grand Prix on Sunday. But again, Eddie O'Shea probably going to be back in the main group this time around. Brno and Mugello, very, very similar circuit-wise. Last year, we did have a breakaway at the front. We did have Jose Antonio Rueda doing the business, but got to say that's not the norm around here. In the Moto3 Grand Prix going back through the years, we do normally get a humdinger and a big front train at the front.
Yeah, 100%. Lends itself well, doesn't it, to a circuit. Victory really important. This is Horsepower Hill that Keso Gorman's powering up now, the famously named Horsepower Hill, before you get into turn 13 and turn 14, the final 2 corners here at the Automobile on Brno. It's a phenomenal circuit, and yet, I mean, we saw this from the Rueda last year, didn't we? We've seen it from Piles again this year. David Alonso, of course, in 2024 as well. Sometimes in Moto3, you get riders who are just able to get into a rhythm. They've got such a rhythm that it's hard for the riders behind to keep with them. And as soon as you get a second, maybe 3/4 of a second in your pocket, like Rueda did here last year, and the riders behind the back end, very easy. If you nail all the braking markers, all the corners, as Rueda did last year, it is easy to then pull the pin and really hard to reel in the riders. So hopefully for the spectacle, we don't get a runaway victor like we did last year, but of course you've got to sit back and sometimes enjoy riders that are just at the peak of their powers, and that is pretty much what Piles has been all season long. But he had the battle on his hands here last year. He's going to have a battle on his hands again this year, I think, because there's a lot of riders who have got to make amends for unfolded over in Hungary, I'd say not make amends is probably a bit too hard, but a lot of riders who need to begin chipping away at the championship standings. 59 points, you might rightly mention, against Alvaro Carpe, although Carpe is on a run of 3 straight podiums. Carpe ain't in bad form, but 59 points is a lot to make up at this stage of the season. Marco Morelli, of course, now Gilles' teammate. But his debut here last year, did Marco Morelli, was an impressive one as well on the grid Honda. So first time here on a KTM, a CF Moto. So yeah, watch out for those sorts of riders, but yeah, Gilles is definitely heading in up the favourite this weekend.
This is the number 88 of Marcos Uriarte. Worth noting, David Munoz is not here this weekend after his massive crash on the final lap over at Balaton Park. The number 88 in use this weekend for Marcos Uriarte. The crash helmet will say 89. So just keep an eye on that one. Marcos Uriarte, of course, the cousin of Prix Uriarte, who last time out did actually take the finish. He was fourth at the flag, even though he didn't really get there due to that red flag. But Prix Uriarte likewise in good form. Winner in the Jello, of course, and fourth last time out. Rico Salmela, let's talk about him if we can, because it was a career best finish last time out. 5th place at the checkered flag. And by my reckoning, 5th place at the Balaton circuit was the best for a Finn since Nicky Io's 5th at the Jello in 2014. Last back-to-back finish, top 5. We've got going all the way back to Micakawa, 2006. Talking about the lightweight class before, 125, Estoril and Valencia, 3rd and 2nd. So the Finns are coming back in the shape of Rico Salmela. Strong ride last time.
Yeah, it was. It was a great battle for the final podium stages. Valentin Brony, Salmela's teammate, was right in the mix. Of course, David Munoz was in the mix. Carpe as well. It was Munoz firstly, but it looked like a mini record. Lucas Cook goes for the 2 Tech 3s and the 2 higher bikes with the Uriarte in there as well. Just touching on Munoz quickly, a real shame for Munoz to pick up another big injury, fractured pelvis, and he's undergone a couple of surgeries to try and fix that. Turn 7 and 8. This is the section that Carpe is coming through now. This is turn 7.
Oh, Guido Pini already down on the floor. Well, it's not even been 10 minutes yet. Guido Pini has found the gravel and looks like he has been down to the right-hand side of his legs and all scuffed. But Guido Pini is our first crasher this year at the Czech GP, and I'm not sure you would have got massive odds on that one, but Guido Pini unfortunately finding the kitty lift that once again. The yellow flag's now in. Anyone who came through that zone would have had their lap time cancelled at the moment.
Yeah, shame for Pini then. It seems all okay. Hopefully he can get that bike restarted. Not sure whether that was 7 or 8. We had the yellow flags at turn 7 and 8 as we saw, but they're two completely different corners. Close together-ish, but not really. So that's why they turn 7 and 8 for yellow flags. But yeah, Pini didn't get round far in the Hungarian Grand Prix, but not his fault though. Of course, was contact with all of the level of NCA riders. John Esteban then went into the gravel and Telly up the inside to sort of turn 2, very obviously, as you know, difficult opening quickly corners, especially on the opening lap, but everyone's trying to fight because he was putting into contact with riders over at Balaton Park. Telly was just too pushed Pini. Pini went down and that was the gravel as well. So yeah, not a good start to the weekend for Pini, but back to the topic we were talking about, Rico Salmela. Fantastic from the Finn, be in that group and fighting for a podium. Of course, he got red flag with the Munoz crash, sending our best wishes to Munoz. Of course, hopefully we see the 64 back on track as soon as possible. Had a rotten run of luck with injuries and big crashes in the last few months for Munoz. So fingers crossed he's going to be back. I imagine it will be post-summer break now, but fingers crossed whenever he does come back, he's fully fit and can be challenging for victories again. But yeah, kudos to Salmela. Great to see the rookie on the number 27 machine fighting back in the podium fight, the first top 5 since the United States Grand Prix for Salmela. It's a little bit of a different form, that's understandable. He is a rookie, still learning his trade in the class, but he's been an impressive rider so far this year and a really exciting talent, I want to say. I'm really intrigued to see how he goes for the rest of the season and of course into the sophomore season next year as well.
Obviously it was his first proper top five, because the other one is courtesy of Admiral Fernando getting qualified. The top five is top five. It's the first one he's done on his own, it's got to be said, for Rico Salmela. And also qualifying was pretty strong as well, up there in 6th place on the grid on Saturday in Hungary, so that was his best qualifying as well. So he really got on with the track. Might be a little bit of a bonus that not everyone as well is quite up to speed there. They're still trying to work it out. It was only our second visit there, whereas somewhere like Renault, there will be riders who know this place well. It's an easier track to learn. It's got a lot more natural flow to it. So it might be a bit more difficult this weekend. But Salmela in good form at the moment, 6th place in this session as well at the moment. You see Cormac McCanny flip through. This is Ryusuke Yamanaka. Ryusuke Yamanaka's season is just not getting much better at all. Missed the point on the last GP 60 and 17th. He has missed qualifying 2 last time out as well. He was plumb last on the practice time sheets over in Hungary. So Ryusuke Yamanaka, whatever's going on down there, he definitely needs to step it up a gear. Someone who doesn't need to step it up a gear as much though is David Almanza. He's had back-to-back pole positions. He's on for 3 in a row. That would be something rather spectacular. It is worth noting though that really Almanza's pace last time out, I think that was as close as we've seen him in the first 2 rounds. It's obviously been a bit of an injury hit season for him, following on from that Boyania crash, but I think last time out at Balaton Park when he was giving Max Kilos a bit of a headache in the opening half of the race, it was the first time where we can say, yep, that's the David Almanza that we saw back in Durham and back in Boyania pre-injury.
Yeah, safe performance the weekend, to be honest, for David Almanza. Last time out in Hungary, Kilos went on to win the race, but that was sort of to be expected going into the weekend. Almanza didn't do any training at all, was in hospital for 3 days leading up to the Hungarian Grand Prix. Of course, after sticking it on pole position over at Mugello, didn't have any time on the bike, but then went out in practice and was quick out of the block straight away. First time at Balaton Park on the KTM as well. As Pico mentioned, of course, sticking on pole position and was the only rider really to get within touching distance of Kiles. Kiles ran away with it in the end, but Almanza was again well ahead of the chasing pack, fighting for the final podium spot. So I was really, really impressed with Almanza. He's gelled with that KTM and the military Mono3 Practice team superbly in 2026. I didn't have any doubts that Almanza would be a podium finisher and a race-winning contender this season, but I've got to say, I didn't expect him to be this fast, this quickly, and the injury troubles he has had, the illness he had, of course, a couple of weeks ago as well, meant that this season has been outstanding, to be honest, for number 22, and sounds like he's pretty much fully fit now coming into the Czech Grand Prix, which is good to hear. So really intrigued and quite excited actually to see what the 22 can do and if he can take it once again to Kiel.
Indeed, and it's worth as well noting with Almanza that this being his first time, as it is for almost all the tracks that we go to now, his first time here with KTM, but the KTM was really the bike to be on around here last year. I think the best Honda was only 6th, and that was Adrian Mendes' teammate, and Honda was just behind that. So really, the KTM is the package to be on, and as far as the actual KTM to be on, if you're not on really the little known 9-volt one or the Red Bull IO or Tech 3 ones, then they're your 2 reference teams, let's say. They're your 2 teams when you look at them and they've got it all dialed in and sorted out. Oh, more yellow flags. Where are they this time? As we work our way through turns 8 and 9, looking at Vader Patama. We are timing monitoring, as you can see the graphic on the ticket screen. We have a yellow flag, and it's for Rico Salmela, but we're still awaiting confirmation of exactly where that is. I can tell you up there in the commentary, we don't have any notification of our timing speeds. Let's get it out at turn 6. So Rico Salmela, just singing his praises. I was down the sand pit rather early on, and unfortunately that's going to interrupt his session round here. You really do without. It's a long lap here. You're going to get less laps in this session than you normally would anywhere else, just by virtue of the fact that this is over 5 kilometres in length. It is a long old place there.
It is. Apologies to Rico for singing his praises and then inducting the commentators first, and they're the ones to start the weekend with, unfortunately. It's a bit of a weird one. You come out of 4, down the hill into turn 5, and then the 6 is the right-hander before you then flick it left through 7 into the stadium section before you then power it down to turn 8. Don't really, from memory, recall too many riders going down at turn 6. Salmela was all okay, of course. We're going to get quickly up here now, just coming into the final couple of corners, turn 13 and 14. The last overtaken opportunity, properly you'd say, is turn 13, but we have seen races won and lost around the final corner at 14, but the different lines where Quiles actually finished ahead of David Munoz last year, getting sort of a wider sweeping line coming from the final corner and getting the power down to the line. Famously, of course, the Jorge Lorenzo, Danny Pedrosa battle, I remember, coming into the final 2 corners as well. When was that coming? 12, I think it was. Yeah, great end to the lap, coming up the hill into the final couple of corners. I mean, as you mentioned, it's just a phenomenal circuit. I love actually the viewpoint we get coming out of turn 1 into turn 2 when they flick it over the curbs and power it into the forest down into turn 2. All okay, thankfully. Not seen anything on Pini either, so a couple of early crashes, a couple of front runners.
Let's have a look at Scott Ogden. Points last time out, 11th place at the checkered flag. He was 14th at the yellow, so he's on for 3 consecutive point finishes. That will be the first time. I think last year in the flyaways, the Phillip Island round as well, Sepang and now so it might not be outstanding results by Ogden, but points do make prizes, and he'll be hoping that he can at least work his way up towards the top 10 this weekend. Ogden, of course, back here for a second year running, knows the place well, and particularly after his teammate, Adrian Cruces, took that 6th place last week in Hungary. There will be a little bit of pressure moving on to Scott Ogden. By virtue of, he's been in that team now, this is what will be his 2nd year, he's racked up plenty of Moto3 starts. Adrian Cruces is a rookie and is already up in the top 6. More yellow flags at the minute, so can't quite see where that is again. But Scott Ogden's working his way through the penultimate exit. Oh, it's on the exit of the final corner, and it's Matteo Bertelli who has managed to find the limits of the track, and I think that's quite a long way. So the final corner is caught out its first rider, and this time it's Matteo Bertelli who is down and out. So the yellow flags are out in that final sector. So Ogden's got to go away from them.
Then you can see the yellow flags waving there in the background, and that will rightly get chalked off. Just trying to see if I think Bertelli is just slowly getting back up to his feet. Again, a final corner crash. You don't really see that too often on it. Yeah,
I can't think of almost any crash here. At least only one rider. I remember back in 2009 we had Mika Kallio usurping, would it have been Nicky Hayden or Marco Melandri the final corner when he was on the track for Ducati replacing Casey Stoner for a while. That's good to see. Matteo Bertelli, no need for a stretcher, at least for now. The Italian's up on his feet. Oh dear.
It's going to be a big one.
Out the front door and landing hard as well. Matteo Bertelli, he got some big airtime there. And the Italian, who had a huge injury last year via a training accident, I've got to say that's probably his first big get-off post-big accident. So Matteo Bertelli, who at the moment is down in 16th place, walks off very, very gingerly, but that was a very early high side, very, very unusual.
Yeah, that took him over the top, didn't it? Thankfully, he is up on his feet, understandably so, walking pretty gingerly and looking a bit beaten up. Still, yellow flags at that final corner, which is understandable because Bertelli and the marshals and the motorcycle are still getting to the side of the circuit. Hopefully, Bertelli can potentially get back out for the final 15 minutes. Maybe in around 10 minutes time, or just get a couple of laps on the board, try and loosen up ahead of practice later on this afternoon. But the main thing is he's going to pick the lap as a big one.
The other thing as well is on the outside of the track there, you've got to go under the tunnel to get back into the paddock and pit lane side. So Matteo Bertelli, far from ideal. Couple of movers and shakers up inside the top 10 at the moment. Pedro Prius and Marcus Uriarte, but I was just about to say, I'm fairly sure they would have set their laps under yellow flags, and they do have them chalked off. But a couple of impressive laps, at least for a few seconds from Rios and Uriarte. Not just Uriarte, up in 8th place. It's got to be said, Al. Very, very impressive stuff from the number 88, who is, as we said earlier, replacing David Munoz at least for this weekend, and until Munoz is back with us, back fit and strong. But straight away, up inside the top 8 and ahead of his cousin as well, so bragging rights within the family.
Yeah, qualified 10th here, crossed the line in 11th place as well, so has experience around here on the KTM as well as Uriarte, but no, very impressive. He was, of course, deputising for Munoz over in, was it Munoz or Armando?
Neither were there.
So yeah, he was the only intact GP rider. So both of them, they can't ride both bikes, of course, but he was the only intact GP rider over in Austin, and finished in the points there as well, so he's already got points on the board as a replacement rider this year's Uriarte, and he's putting his name on the table for a full-time job, absolutely, next season. If he continues to do this, coming in for standing rides and you're putting yourself inside that top 10, it's going to raise some eyebrows.
I say though, was the 88 back in 20? I don't seem to remember him doing that.
Let's go with 89 back.
Yeah, I actually barely voted when I'm back in 20. Oh, that's all then, Ada, then. Answer on a postcard, preferably on a tweet though, it's a bit quicker. Mark Uriarte, number 88 then. In 8th place at the moment, Angel Rios is going very well at the minute. This is a nice little run that Angel Rios is putting together at the moment. Rios there in 7th place. He's the second Honda in the leaderboards at the moment. John Kelso is the top one for Michael Laverty with M. Lapine up there in P4. Rios got out a little bit sideways on down towards turn 13, but anchored it up nicely. Coming through the final corner. Let's see what Rios has got. Got great reference in Marco Morelli. Morelli's going to take the line first. He's third at the moment. Does go P1. Rios goes fourth. So 206.180 for Marco Morelli. Puts from 64,000 there to his teammates. This is the next far 1-2. This thing's done Moto3 F1 with 13 minutes on the clock. Just behind them, Hakim Badi. Rios, as we said, there in fourth, and Kelso in fifth. Carpe Peroni, Uriarte, Marcus Uriarte, Brian Uriarte, and then Adrian consistently.
Yeah, good stuff. Already mentioned previously, he did make his Moto2 debut here last year on that Honda, ran wide at turn 1 over at Ballerton Park, which cost him a chance of properly getting into the podium mix, but he was pretty pleased, I think, with his race. Was Marco Morelli, and just said he did get a great start, but ran slightly wide at turn 1. He actually said, I'd lost my bearings again turn 1. He wasn't the only rider to do that, it's got to be said, and that affected his whole race. Basically, we know that the Ballerton Park circuit, it's quite a tricky one to overtake at, and if you're in a group and you've all got similar pace, you've got to make some pretty aggressive moves to try and pick your way through the order, but he did a decent job with that, did Morelli, and finished P7 over the line. 100% points record so far in 2026, really consistent in terms of the points. If you look at the championship standings, it suggests that Morelli has been a little bit inconsistent, but I don't think that is the case. He's always been quick, Morelli. I think he just needs to iron out a couple of things. Basically, the starts of the races are over at the Catalan Grand Prix, and of course in Jerez as well, when he wheeled in the chasers, the leaders. At the end of the race, Marco Morelli is absolutely superb, arguably as good as anyone on the grid at this moment in time. But at the start of the races, Morelli is struggling a little bit so far this season, but he's chipping away at things, and he's having a quietly impressive season on the Aspar 97. Of course, a lot of the limelight has been stolen, rightly so, by his teammate Max Martinez, so that's probably helping Morelli as well. But third in the championship, 93 points away from Martinez. But all the podiums already so far this season. Brazil, of course, most famous when he was really challenging Keelan, and that looked a little bit quicker as well after Marco Morelli off. But yeah, I've been impressed with Morelli so far this season. He just needs to have a clean getaway, a clean opening laps, and get himself in that sort of top 5, top 6 mix, and then I really think Morelli can have a proper go at winning the Grand Prix very soon.
Morelli's sequence since Guyana, we touched on this last time out, has been top 10, no top 10, top 10, no top 10. And that carried on last time out. He was 13th in Mugello and then 7th last time out in the Grand Prix in Hungary. So you get the feeling that with Morelli, it's not so much his inconsistency, it's about ironing out the differences in where he's finishing. He needs to be way more consistent in that top 10. He's to really put in a solid, season-long sustained car that finishing third overall. Of course, he's still well within mathematical title, but I don't think anyone was expecting that in his first proper rookie season that he can fight for the title. We're looking at Zen McCartney, who is down in 24th place at the moment. He did take points now in 2026, courtesy of Adolf Landry disqualification. I make it would have been in Guyana where that has come in, and likewise in Le Mans. So a couple of points on the board for Zen Matani. This is his first time here though at Renault. I mean, the track is perhaps not the most complicated to learn. I think it's a lot easier to learn than, say, Mugello, but it's really difficult to be mega consistent all the way through the race, because there's a few corners with a few bumps, there's a few undulations, and also passing's not at a premium. You can make good, easy passes around here. The problem is if you're in a big group, then it's a little bit hard to defend against that, so you don't want to be stepping back down the field either.
Yeah, we can't really explain the Balkan Park circuit last time out was arguably his most difficult weekends of the season. What the riders were saying, that Balkan Park going there for the first time, Jacob Wilson in Moto2 was saying this as well, that it's a very difficult circuit to learn and be quick at straight away. There's so many stop and go corners, so many braking zones you've got to get right. It's a military circuit at times. So I think, yeah, coming to a circuit like Renault, it must be, not speaking for experience of course, but it must be a bit more thin to ride, fast and flowing, and you can sort of get to grips with it a little bit quicker than when you're constantly having to be hard on the anchors and then on the gas and then hard on the anchors again. You can sort of get into a nice flow around a circuit like this. You're seeing Marco Morelli in a nice flow now. I'm not going to go P1 at the stand on this track, but it's a nice little run coming together for the arc.
A lot of the riders were saying that over in Balaton there is no reference. It's really very hard to get into a stride. It's very hard to build a rhythm. The track is pretty featureless. There's not really any natural reference, whereas here we can't use the natural references. There's trees, there's curbing, there's different approaches into corners. There's downhill, some are uphill, some are straight line braking under a long right handle. This is the Chalon corner at the very bottom at turn 10. You go down and then back up, and this starts that massive climb. But there's always a reference all the way around here. At Renault, one of the easier tracks to learn. We have seen a few riders take their first wins here at Renault over the course of the years. Most notably back in 1996 and chap called Valentino Rossi doing it in the 125 season first. But since then we've got a few more. So Renault is probably one of the easier ones to learn by the force that you've just got so much more natural flow, and there are a lot more references to try and help you learn this track. Morelli goes across the line, doesn't improve his time, but John Lesterman's going gangbusters here. He's just under 7 minutes to go, comes up through the penultimate chicane at 11 and 12. He's a 10th under what Marco Morelli was able to do. Good to see Joel Esteban back on the pace, because he was a little bit missing in Hungary. 20th on the grid and 13th in the GP. That's not really where we expected Joel Kelso to be. His qualifying needs to improve as well. In 2 of the last 4 GPs, he's missed Q2. So gotta say that Joel Esteban maybe needs to iron out qualifying, because when he does, he's quick in the race as well.
Yeah, Esteban has been a little bit inconsistent, hasn't he? He got caught out in that turn 2 drama, let's say, between his teammate and Guido Pini. That should have been into the gravel, so to be fair to Esteban, he did quite well to get back into the points. But it's been a pretty up and down season so far. I was on pole back in Brazil, of course, as well. Was top 5 in the Mugello, but then sandwiched in between that with the P14 in Barcelona and the P13 last time out in Hungary. Was 4th in France, was 9th in Jerez as well. So yeah, it's been a decent season so far for Esteban, but yeah, a little bit too up and down for Alessandro Tanucci and Joel Esteban's wife. And Tanucci, the team manager, of course, at level of MTA. Nice little slow-mo shot of Esteban doing his thing, setting the fastest lap of the session so far, and his 10th fastest lap. That's the final corner at turn 14. But yeah, promising signs early in the weekend for Joel Esteban to maybe have another little podium push. He was well in the mix over in Brazil before we had a big crash. So yeah, Esteban, I think it's definitely coming, the podium this year. It just needs to sort of flatline his inconsistency.
Almanza goes P1 and 206.068 it is for the number 22 as we are entering now the final 5 minutes, and as you can see on your screens, we've got red sectors absolutely everywhere. Over Carpe, who's in the final 2 corners and absolutely flying. This is turn 14, carry the speed, and then on the power to the line. Let's see what Carpe's got. This could be the first 205 of the weekend thus far, and it is 205.8. Lost a little bit of time in that final sector. Esteban going great guns once again, and this is the second lap in succession that Joel Esteban has been going very, very strongly. Coming through 13, and this is 14. He's to find Rico Salmela, so Salmela's managed to get out there back on track. Esteban to the line. Let's see what the 78 has got. Is it P1? Yes, it is. And the goalpost moved up a little bit more. A 2:05.795 this time around. That's less than a second off the lap record, of course, around here in Moto3, which was all set last year down in the low 2:05. So just keep an eye on that as we move through the rest of this weekend. Not so much in the next 4 minutes or so, but probably later on in practice. Denise going well as well. 4/10 under, half a second under as he comes into that final sector.
Sort of proves the point that Renault is an easy circuit to learn. Esteban here for the first time in Moto3, and Hakim Denise, of course, here for the first time in Moto3 as well. It's a phenomenal lap from the Malaysian, who had his race cut short, unfortunately, after the turn 5 incident with Boucher Moodley, unfortunately, taking the blame for that one down at turn 5, which cost both of them a chance of finishing inside the points. Around the final corner, Denise comes on the 13, and this is looking very strong, getting into the lower ends of the 205 Zoe, mid 205, but nevertheless, a great lap. It's a little bit of time in the final split, but good stuff from Denise, the rookie, of course, here for the first time, and goes P1, so top off.
Very strong stuff from the Malaysian. His point sequence has come to an end, of course, but that last time out and gone for what would have been a 7th goal scoring finish, but unfortunately didn't get to the end of lap 1. He did head back out, but really it's only a data gathering exercise. Carpe coming underneath Ramersdorfer down in towards 13. Less than 3 minutes on the clock is Carpe chasing that first win, isn't he, Al? There's been a few riders who've had to wait long. I think back to David Munoz, who was speaking about it at great length last year. And Munoz did get the monkey off his back. Carpe, will it come this weekend? He's second at the moment and less than half a tenth off the top climb set by Denise. Just a moment to go. There's some red sectors out there. Almanza's have a good lap too. The opening sector, Denise likewise. So there's a little bit of time left in this track yet, but it goes very, very well for later on in the afternoon. Now, when temperatures do come up, of course, that might well just halt any big gains. The track is great nick already. 2:05.4 straight out the plate is pretty good in Moto3.
Yeah, exactly that. 2:05.0 at P&E. That here is the all-time lap record. So Carpe getting towards Denise's fastest time so far, and yeah, that maiden win in Moto3 that you spoke about for Carpe, gotta feel it's coming soon. Fair play to Carpe for rolling out the Sunday in Hungary that he needed to after a disappointing qualifying session. Was on P18 on the grid, came across the line to finish on the podium. 3 consecutive podiums now for the first time in Moto3, and he hasn't seen the flag, Carpe, outside of the top 4 so far this year. So when he's seen the flag, he's been well in the hunt. Of course, for Quiles winning 5 times already this season, that's why the gap is at 59 points. But Carpe is in a really strong run of form, and a good run of form on that lap, which happened Denise. Top job into the 204s, and
a new lap record, a 2:04.938 for the Malaysian with just less than 60 seconds on the clock. So he said Denise was going great guns in the opening sector, as was Almanza. But it was Denise who got the lap all completed and done across the line. He found a longer time in the second half of that. that lap as well, I can say. So Hakim Denise absolutely flying round here. Like what you said, Al, it really does emphasise what we were saying about this place being a bit easy. Well, there's not so many hard braking areas, hard stopping areas. You can really carry a lot of speed and momentum, and that's something you absolutely can't do last time out in Balaton Park, where it's riddled with chicanes, let's say. Scott Ogden just moves up into the top 6, so good job from the Brit there, number 19, the second off, but in the top 6, that's a bit more like it. Then the rider from Doncaster as we pick up the KC field. This is down towards the Chalons corner. Casey O'Gorman, the Irishman, in 10th place at the moment, just looking at the rear end of Adrian Fernandez. I've got to say, I haven't seen Bruno Keeley, neither Matteo Batelli get back out onto the track after their crash with Salmela. Yes, but not to no. So it's going to be a very big and important Moto3 practice coming up later on. The checkered flag is out. Joel Esteban and Salmela have already taken it. These guys are going to be the next ones across the line. Fernandez and O'Gorman. Get feeling O'Gorman being slowed up a bit here by Adrian Fernandez. Coming to the line. Let's see. Fernandez at the moment is in 9th place. O'Gorman 10th. Does O'Gorman move up at all? Yes, he does, into the top 6. Good job by Casey O'Gorman to put himself up there in 6th place, and that is top Honda honours at the moment. Let's see what Joel Kelso's got in the final sector.
Yeah, good luck coming in for Kelso. Good job from O'Gorman to get inside that top 6. Kelso just chasing the top 2 from Balaton Park. Piles shadowed by Gabriel Manza, who is then shadowed by Joel Kelso. Kelso coming around the final corner now, fire it out of turn 14 and fire it to the checkered flag. Piles, then Almanza, and then Joel Kelso. Personal best for Kelso, yes it is, and a P4 time to go with it to claim top Honda honours in FP1. So good job from the 66.
Good job indeed. The top 7 all inside the 205. In the case of Denise, he's in the 204s, but my point is that the pace is instantly quick. 8th place for Ogden at the moment, 206.004. And that's just a fraction of a second ahead of Marco Morelli, and then there's Adrian Fernandez who completes the top 10. A second covers the top 7, so gaps perhaps a little bit bigger than what we normally see, as Alvaro Carpe does exceed Chuck Willis by quite some margin. That lap will go away from him anyway. Ogden comes across the line, no improvement that time around. 206 though for the number 19. So Hakim Denise, the Malaysian, bouncing back again from his Hungary disappointment with a new lap record of 204.938. That is not the way you're supposed to end Moto3 FP1 if you Joel Esteban. That's the service load, and that looks like it's gone kaput rather than he's gone through the gravel. So maybe a bit of technical problem down there for the number 78.
Yeah, trying to get it going, of course, you can't do that on the side of the circuit. You've got to hop onto the service road, which is what Joel Esteban has done. So not quite a massive amount of drama by the looks of things for Esteban, but not the start of the weekend level of MCA would have wanted, with Patelli having a massive high side and Esteban having maybe a technical issue. Is this what happened? No, it's a big moment for Brian Ariarte.
That's in the sand pit, and he done very, very well to keep hold of that coming through the exit of the Schwantz corner. So Brian Ariarte, great job there, number 51, just able to keep it all on its wheels, and 51 already on that session, 12th place. So a pretty solid, steady start. No prizes, of course, for Moto3 FP1. You can't win anything. You can just make the weekend a lot harder if you do throw it at the scenery. But tell you what you can win is a load of momentum, and that is Hakim Denise's run of form at the minute. Very unlucky last time out. We can almost put Hungary to one side, but fantastic to see. The number 13 has really come into Moto3 and lived up to some of the expectation that we had for him.
Yeah, 100%. It was P1 on Friday over in Barcelona, ended up with a top 6 finish, and then of course was on the podium back in Japan.
Well, Hakim Denise leads the way then, the only rider in the 204s ever in Moto3. But expect that to change later on. Conditions perfect here in the Czech Republic. David Almanza there in second, Alvaro Carpe third, Kelso fourth, championship leader Max Giles rounding out your top 5. Esteban with technical problems right at the end of the session, not ideal for him. He's there in 6th. We work our way down through the order. Valentin Peroni, another slow start on Friday morning. We almost didn't see anything of him in that session. 15th for the number 73. Further down the order, you'll see Marcus Uriarte there in 17th. He's in place for David Munoz. Rio Keeley down there in 26th place, but that is because he pretty much didn't set anybody's laps, only the two of them, and he was a crusher and did not get back out. Talking about, I'm on my way out. Moto3 done. Moto2 coming up next. Lewis Sotheby has moved in alongside Elliot York. Enjoy!
do. It's such a different sort of see from all. And the Moto3 bike, Quiles is one of them, of course, went on to win the race a few weekends ago. He likes Balaton Park, but it's very tight, very technical. On a Moto3 bike, it's a little bit go-kart track. Moto2 and MotoGP, a completely different ballgame. But getting to a circuit like this, you can just see from the pictures, and you guys will know at home from tuning in and knowing the circuit like we all do. It's such a different sort of place. We go to Assen next week, which again is not quite the same as Brno, but fast and flowing again. So I'm really looking forward to the upcoming weekends, and 2 weekends where Quiles will head into the most favourite. Once again, it was another phenomenal ride, a phenomenal weekend really from Quiles next time out. Didn't stick it on pole position, that went to David Almanza, of course. Shout out to Almanza, we'll speak about him in due. But Quiles was once again the star of the show, and he's just continuing to grind that difficult weekend.
Swapping Central Europe's Old Town vibes for the tranquility of the Netherlands, MotoGP land and its most northerly destination. A short drive south from the capital of the North, Groningen, the Cathedral of Speed welcomes the most exciting sport on earth. Welcome to the Netherlands. Welcome to the TT Circuit Assen. "101 years ago, motorcycle racing broke out for the first ever Dutch TT in the Netherlands, and whilst that very track has a place in history, the Dutch GP is very much alive and kicking. Various layouts over the years, we've seen final lap showdowns, dominant victories, wet weather triumphs, and back in the day, home heroes showing the opposition the way around. Motorcycle racing is in the blood in North Holland. It's the culture, way of life and DNA. In 2026, we're still going in this classic venue. We arrive with Marc Marquez closing down championship leader Marco Bezzecchi in MotoGP, getting the gap down from 102 points after Mugello at the end of May to just 40 points coming into Assen 1 month later. 3 riders are covered by less than 25 points, and with just 2 weekends, including this one remaining, before we shut up shop for summer, MotoGP is going gangbusters into the mid-season break. Moto2 shows Manuel Gonzalez with a commanding lead of 50 points, while Moto3 welcomed a 4th new winner of 2026 last time out from Malaysian star Hakeem Dinish, although it is still Maximo Quiles who dominates. The sun is shining, Assen is glistening under clear blue skies, and the final weekend of June means the Tissot Grand Prix of the Netherlands is here. You're joining myself, Kiko Giles, and Elliot York here live and trackside at the Cathedral of Speed, although this place so often has been the Cathedral of Dreams for many. Good morning.
Good morning, mate, and hello to everyone tuning in for the first time this weekend. Hopefully you tune in for the rest of the weekend as well. And it looks like the rest of the weekend is going to be pretty much like this. Thankfully, though, Saturday and Sunday look a little bit cooler, maybe a couple of rain showers and storms inbound, but we'll get to those if and when they do arrive. But look at that, what a beautiful setting from racing. The most historic venue on the calendar. Always love coming to the TT circuit, Assen. It's one of those places where you drive in, you see the big TT signs, and you know you're at a special venue. And of course, we're going to get a capacity crowd once again this weekend, and it's just a brilliant place to come motorcycle racing. One of the best tracks on the calendar. Riders, fans, and us, of course, we are fans as well. Absolutely love coming here. Always provides great racing. One of the best ends to a lap I think you can ever find anywhere, no matter where you look. And just brilliant to have, arguably, actually too hot weather today. It's going to reach around about 35, maybe even a little bit further up into the 30s this afternoon, which is a bit too hot. I think if you're asking a lot of people here, blue skies, phenomenal here on Friday, and just wonderful to be back.
38 degrees is the peak temperature that we have seen across various weather forecasts for Friday afternoon. It is going to be real scorcho out there, but don't forget, it never gets too warm up here in the commentary box, despite the amount of hot air. Moto3 FP1 is coming up very, very soon. We are just less than a minute to go here until the first green lights of the Dutch GP weekend. As you can see, your championship standings have Maximo Kilos ahead of Alvaro Carpe by 65 points, and 29 further back is Carpe's teammate. David Almanza is closing back in on the top three with a podium and P4 in the last two races. And Marco Morelli, your Argentinian star, completing your top five. Top Honda honours go to Indonesian rider Vader Pertama. He's there in sixth, but we've got a new Grand Prix winner. He's there in seventh place in the championship belt. Let's start with Hakkı Indonesia. Fine ride last time out, and you can be sure that the Malaysians celebrated that massive win, a first win in 10 years for Malaysia in some style.
Yeah, only one place to start really in Moto3. What a victory it was for Hakkı Indonesia. Great to see different flags on top of the Moto3 podium. Of course, phenomenal for Malaysia to get their first podium in a long time over the Italian Grand Prix, and then a couple of races later Denise shows a couple of places better and wins for the first time. Outstanding from Denise, and it was a great race overall. Obviously, the championship leader was involved in that as well. It was his contact with Brian Ariarte on the final lap that opened the door. Wonderful final lap, a wonderful opening couple of laps as well after his good penalty, of course. He started down in P14 to win your first Grand Prix from P14, so win your first Grand Prix anyway. A lot of riders dream of doing that exact thing and aren't able to do it. From way down on the grid in the middle of the track. Phenomenal job from Denise. Just wonderful to see Denise coming into Moto3 for the first time this year as a full-time rider. And like Vader Pertama and a couple of others, Brian Ariarte, another rookie as well, Marco Morelli finished in there too. Just absolutely phenomenal, straight down to business, and what a great young man he is as well to speak to. Loved hearing from him. He was so happy, and absolutely the Malaysian fans would have loved that, and rightly so. And can't believe this rider here is going to get here.
But worth noting that he was as well qualified on the front row last time out. Oh, he gets that bit wrong. I'm coming over the curbs. Pretty big drop off here at Assen. There's also a bit of a kicker going into the long lap penalty loop, so just keep an eye on that. But just backtracking, Denise, he actually qualified on the front row last time out. It was a penalty for being slow on the racing line that dropped him back 12 places. So just want to be a little bit careful with any misdemeanors this weekend here at Assen. Ideally, yes, okay, Denise had pace all weekend last time out, but you don't want to be coming off the fourth one. Fifth lows too often. We look at Max Kilos, of course. He is on that fantastic point scoring streak. He's on a different level this season, it seems. Max Kilos is a totally different rider. What did he go to plan here last year for the number 28? Sixth on the grid, he crashed, did get back to get 15th place. His average points this season of 20.6 per weekend. Max Kilos at the moment is actually averaging a higher than P2. I mean, not surprised, he's been winning quite a lot.
Yeah, 5 wins this season already, and did well, to be fair, Keyled, on that final lap to get on the podium and extend his championship lead. Obviously, Alvaro Carpi in second place in the standings, 65 points back. Keyled said didn't have any issues with the contacts he made with Uriarte. Uriarte didn't have any issues either, just two riders going for the same sort of racing line. But then he did say, our manager came at the inside, I think going at 4th Power Hill on the final lap, and Keeled's just got a bit stuck in third gear, he mentioned. Didn't get any momentum up the hill whatsoever going into the final couple of corners. So had to get his elbows out, had to get aggressive into the final couple of corners. As Alvaro Carpi has a moment coming through turn 7 there on his first flying lap. But yeah, Keeled's a fair play when it mattered most, when he needed to. He got his elbows out, dug in, Keeled's absolutely phenomenal back in the battle. The win that Keeled's would have wanted, and his pace on Saturday morning suggested him and David Almanza were a clear step ahead. And Keyled did mention that his pace for some reason wasn't at the same level as he had in FP2, but obviously FP2 to the race, chip conditions can change, and obviously riding on your own, repractice and prepared to a race, it's going to change a lot. But Keyled did continue his podium streak. It's only one finish off the podium now. That was P11 over in Malaysia. And as you rightly mentioned, Nico, it was here last year where he had his worst finish in Moto3, that he could bring up the scratch on in the next stages. And then the red flag came up and started moving to the next track. But Keyled just continues this momentum, continues to pick up podiums and points. 65 clear now without bar.
And he is on a fantastic point scoring streak, as I said. He is 1 point scoring ride away from setting a new class record, not just in Moto3, but in lightweight class history. The current record is himself and Kazuto Sakata with 26 consecutive point scoring Grand Prix. One more for Max Keyled, and 27 will be the new record. He is already setting records all the way through what is already a very, very young career. We're having a look at the moment at Preda Pitama. Preda Pitama, of course, has been in real good form. It's got to be said. He has been absolutely flying, and he's now back at a track that he knows, 4th and 7th in the Red Bull Rookies here in 2024. So Preda Pitama, we've often seen him take a little bit of time to get up to speed, but now, back on the track that he's got a pace setting he's familiar with, I think Preda Pitama's going to be right there from the get-go this weekend.
Yeah, I think we're going to expect Pitama, given the level he's showed already this season, that he's going to be there or thereabouts, especially on a Sunday. Friday he struggled over in Czech Republic, qualified in P8, so a decent job done on a Saturday afternoon for Pitama. He was another rider who got a grid penalty, dropped into P20 on the grid, so like Benish, excellent start to the Grand Prix for Pitama to get himself in that lead group, because the top sort of 5 or 6 riders broke clear, didn't they, in the opening exchanges. The only Honda rider as well in that lead group as well was Pitama, and just when it comes to a Sunday, Pitama already for me is one of the best riders out there, especially on a machine like the Honda. As we know, it's a little bit less competitive overall compared to the KTM. So top job again from Pitama. He said it was a really good Sunday, because he mentioned he really struggled on the Friday, struggled on the Saturday as well, and he learned a lot in that battle. The other riders were doing, obviously, racing against a few of the top guys in the championship. He's just ahead of Benish in the overall standings as well, but just another really, really strong ride from the rookie. P5, it was only P16 in Hungary in the last few Grand Prix where he hasn't finished inside that top 10, got that podium in France as well, over in Brazil, got another podium too. So 6 in the championship standings, 4 points off Marco Morelli. Really, really good job from Pitama, who every time on a Sunday, when he lines up on the grid, no matter where he lines up on the grid, you sort of expect him to make up positions. And that's kind of a bit of pudding when you do look. 29 positions gained in the last 4 Grand Prix before Hungary, and then he, of course, made up 15 positions on a Sunday in the Czech Republic. So when it comes to Sunday, the Indonesian is an absolute beast.
Yeah, an absolute beast also on the first lap, because he did most of the hard work on the opening lap as well last time out. We just got to look at Marco Morelli. Keep an eye on him this weekend, because he has been a winner here in the Red Bull Rookies. Oh, dearie me! That's Alvaro Carpi just sending Adrian Fernandez through the agriculture and through the sandpit at the Gert Timmer chicane. So Alvaro Carpe already getting his boxing gloves on and dishing out a nice reminder to Adrian Fernandez not to be too slow on the racing line. And I've got to say, I don't think Adrian Fernandez did too much wrong there. That will be being looked at by the FIM MotoGP stewards for sure, just to make sure that, of course, it was all above board. Worth noting, before we are cycling through these early stages in Moto3, big news yesterday that Moto3, as you know it, is going to change at the end of 2027. If you have missed that announcement, Yamaha are going to be coming in as a sole bike supplier. Not just engine, it's full-on bike, so they will provide the chassis and everything. It will all be prototype, and that will start from 2028 and run until at least 2033. So looking at reducing costs, bigger distributions, a bigger market. Because it's cheaper cost, it should enable more markets to be involved and hopefully spread out the talent and bring up some talent from those emerging markets, namely South America and Southeast Asia, and channel more of that talent and future up towards the World Championship. So that came out yesterday afternoon, chatting away with Paolo Provezio and Carlos Espeleta, who were on stage to chat us through all of the goings on regarding that announcement, but it will come in 2028. So Moto3 looking to the future already a year and a half in advance.
Yeah, big change up coming in a year and a half's time. Let's call it. I think it's around about 50% costs should be reduced. They are predicting, which is obviously great news for everyone involved. Motorcycle racing, as you guys know, as we know, as the teams definitely know, and the riders' families know, that it's not very cheap to make your dreams come true. And if you do make it, you've spent a lot of hard graft and a lot of money getting here. Pilet's getting a bit of a moment on the exit of turn 2 before he flips it right into the second bar of turn 8. But yeah, an interesting move for Moto3. Intrigued to see how it all plays out in a couple of years' time. And as I mentioned, reducing costs is obviously a great thing for everyone involved. So yeah, we'll obviously wait and see how that one pans out. But for now, we can of course enjoy what's unfolding in Moto3 in 2027, 2026, sorry, and it's going to remain the same in 2027 next year as well before the big change happens.
Indeed, that'll probably mean that development is almost not really going anywhere when we get into 2027. It'll be just using the same spec bikes as they finish this year in, or at least with what they start next year with. So yeah, big change, and it'll be very interesting to see how all that one plans out. But yeah, that's coming in 2028. So head to MotoGP.com for all the details, all the quotes. You'll be able to find it all there. Okay, at the moment, 10 minutes into this Moto3 FP1 session, we're having a look at Max Kilos, who was a little bit of a wheelie, then loses the rear coming through the Gert Timmer chicane, and then just gets back down to business as usual. Now at the moment, Max Kilos is second. It's Alvaro Carpe who is leading the way. Alvaro Carpe, who is becoming a little bit of a P2 finisher on too many occasions now. Alvaro Carpe has just not really been able to get ahead and get that first victory. He was sixth last time out, lost vital ground in the championship as well to Max Kilos. Alvaro Carpe, of course, just still not able to get that first win. Last year he was right in the thick of it. It was actually his moments in the final chicane that he triggered off that red flag that happened here 12 months ago. And he hasn't finished outside the top 5 in consecutive since Bruno and Mandarino in 2025. So he is going great guns at the moment. It's just a shame that that streak ended last time out in Bruno.
Yeah, 3 consecutive podiums for the first time in his Grand Prix career, short Grand Prix career, of course, for Carpe. It was in the mix, of course, and he did describe it as a very positive weekend. He's going to try and focus on that, felt really comfortable in the lead group, did Alvaro Carpe as well. Just one of these things, he said, that, you know, there's 6 riders all battling for a victory, all battling hard for the podium on the final lap. Unfortunately, someone has to finish 4th, 5th and 6th on the podium, and unfortunately for Carpe, he was P6 over line. David Patama just defending the final place here. ahead of Prix. It is crucial points off, got to be said for Prix. Now 65 points away, but he is on a really consistent run of form, Prix. It's not that he's riding slow, as mentioned, P2, P2 and P3 in the last 3 Grand Prix in Barcelona, Mugello and at Balaton Park before the Czech Grand Prix. Most of the good road course was right up to the Eastern penalty. So it wasn't a bad weekend for Prix. If you just look at the results sheet, then yeah, you can probably mark it this opportunity, but he was right in the mix as Joel Kelso pounced to be on to usurp Alvaro Party. It wasn't too disheartened though for Party after last weekend. He knows that he's on a really good run of form, good pace, is consistently in the podium and victory part now. But just moves, and I do want to see Party get that sort of increased strength, that chip off his shoulder to finally win a Grand Prix. He thoroughly deserves it, but deserving a Grand Prix win, going out and getting it, and his teammate Brian Oriate clinch a Grand Prix win before him. He's been another slow-mo shot, so the riders doing their thing. The get to the chicane, hopefully seeing that a few more times this weekend. Always a great shot from our camera guys and girls out there to capture the riders doing what they do best. Carpe in the background there as well. But yeah, not a bad weekend for Carpe, absolutely not. But who see the championship standings, 65 points to Quiles. Absolutely not over yet, there's a long way to go, but they headed into the summer break this weekend and then Saturday in a couple of weekends' time. In fact, we can just reduce that to below 60, get it started with a 50, or of course even better with a number 4, maybe even a 3 coming up. Yeah, Carpe will be wanting to reduce that after the Saturday.
The thing with Carpe is he's not winning and Max Quiles isn't crashing, so it's not the best combination for taking out massive chunks of points. Just clear up the stat I was saying earlier. He hasn't finished outside the top 5 in consecutive GP since a streak of them from Renault to Mandalika last year. That's been the point I make since the back end of last year's flyway. Carpe's been very, very consistent up in that top 5. At the moment, 6th last time out, so it's nearly a year since we've seen him finish outside the top 5 in back-to-back events. Guido Tini has just moved up into 2nd place. It's a Honda 1-2 at the moment. It's behind Joel Kelso. We were out having a nice little chat and a beer watching the football with Joel Kelso on Tuesday evening up in Groningen. Now he's in a great spot right now, starting to really get to grips with the Lamberty Honda team. Up in the top 10 last time out, 8th place. Very, very strong. 6 straight top 10 grid slots as well in terms of grid. He's got a 100% record of getting into Q2, and the last 5 GPs have all been via practice. And worth saying that 8th place last time out as well was his best finish of the 2026 season. So Joel Kelso is starting to come good on that one.
Yeah, he is, and it was only a matter of time really for Kelso. The jump across from KTM machines to Honda and other riders going the other way as well. As said, it was surprising how much of a change in riding style he had to make. But Kelso did say it was another step in the right direction. Last weekend, plenty of positives to take out of the Czech Grand Prix coming into Assen as well. Not the result he's chasing or the thing not a bad job fingers crossed. Kelso, teammate Eddie O'Shea as well. They're in the podium mix over at Mugello, weren't they? Can be in the podium mix once again. Be nice to get a couple more Hondas. Guido Pini there. But yeah, Kelso doing a good job, adapting really well to that Honda, new surroundings as well, and the team overall, the grid racing team, are doing a really splendid job this season. Eddie O'Shea was in that mix, was in that sort of fight away from the top 6 to finish P7 over in Renault. So Kelso and O'Shea doing a really top job on that Honda. Just got to find, a couple of tenths here and there. As we know, the KTM pretty much everywhere we go works everywhere. It's consistently the better machine, but Honda is too far away, and on certain tracks it is pretty close, if not on a level par over the KTM. Of course, we saw Vader Patama able to be in the podium and the mix last time out as well. A lot of Moto3 these days is all about the start, and you've got riders like Quiles, like Carpe, get away at the front and they're able to get into a nice rhythm. And if you lose a second or two, like the Chasers did over in Renault, it's incredibly difficult to try and bridge that gap, because you've got riders behind you who are also trying to bridge that gap. Then you get into a fight, then you lose even more ground. So I think that's pretty much what the case was for Kelso and a few others in the chasing group last time out. But yeah, a really solid weekend again.
Max Gila just going up into second place. Just want to draw your attention in 13th place at the moment to Eddie O'Shea as he comes through the final chicane. Eddie O'Shea driving to the line, was up in the points last time out until the last lap when he crashed out, but goes up into the top 5 here. Moto3 F1. It was also good luck from Ruche Moodley, who's a previous top 5 finisher here in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, which incidentally is celebrating its 20th year. We had a nice little ceremony about that yesterday in the press conference, but Ruche Moodley at the moment in 11th place, and he's got something, hasn't he? There is something there for Ruche Moodley up there now in 5th place, unlocking that potential. It's not happened on a Sunday. He's still chased his first points. He's never had a top 10 in Moto3, and he's a year and a half into tenure in Moto3 now as well. So Ruche Moodley, we know contract time is approaching right the way through the Moto2 and Moto3 field as the dominoes, the big dominoes fall in MotoGP, and now Ruche Moodley really needs to grind out some good results, get in the top 10, have some personal best, and put a streak together, because the pace is there. He's got good one-lap pace. It's the consistency that is perhaps lacking for the South African.
Exactly. Just needs a big points right, get some more confidence in the pocket. We know from last year, the rookie season, that he's got plenty of potential. He wouldn't be in Moto3 with the South African if he didn't have potential. But just, needs a decent result. He's obviously had a good time of things before the DNF on the opening lap over the Balaton Park, with Strange Q2 on the Friday, qualified in P13, and unfortunately had an incident on that one with Hakim Denise, of course, the winner from last time around. With P15 as well over on the Friday was on so a couple of results here and there on a Friday and Saturday, but just needs to put it all together on a Sunday and pick up some points, gain some confidence, and I reckon we can see Moodley definitely a consistent points finisher in the top 10.
Talking of confidence game, look what this victory has done for Hakim Denise. He's going to move up the order here. Was on course to go first, goes 8th. So Hakim Denise looking very, very strong indeed, and he resisted Alvaro Carpe coming through Rams hook right at the end of the lap, the big fast sweeping left-hander. So looking good for Hakim Denise. In a minute we are 15 minutes away from the checkered flag. We're 20 minutes into this session, so let's just give you a quick rundown of the order thus far. Joel Kelso from Max Kilos and Guido Pini, your top 3. Valentin Peroni is up there in 4th place. Of course, this is the track man who took his career first Moto3 podium last year, but he even led on to the last lap, if memory serves me correctly, and he finished 3rd. So Valentin Peroni, like Assen Moodley, as we were just talking about, is now up into 5th place. Ahead of Carpe, Marco Morelli there in 7th, 8th place for your most recent Moto3 Grand Prix winner, Hakim Denise. David Almanza's had the last 3 pole positions. Only Jorge Martin has managed more in a row. He's there in 9th place. Joel Esteban rounding out your top 10. Mark Suriarte is once again deputising for David Munoz. He's there in 11th, getting ready to start his 16th Grand Prix in Moto3. Many of them have been as a replacement rider. Casey O'Gorman there in 12th place. Again, very strong last time out, but a crash early doors, just leaving us thinking what could have been. 13th, Roger Cruces. Eddie O'Shea there in 14th. Matteo Bertelli back at Assen for the first time since 2024 in 15th. Adrian Fernandez 16th. Salmela. Scott Ogden, Vader Patama in 19th and 20th from the Yusei Yamanaka and George is coming into the pit. Brian Uriarte on the podium last time out 21st. Cormac Buchanan, who had that miraculous save here last year in the damp conditions, 22nd. Jesus Rios in 23rd place. Leo Ramos, Zenmatani and Nicolas Ferraro rounding out to 26 strong rider field. Picking up Marco Morelli, coming to the line, moves up to 4th place, up to clear Adrian Fernandez that time around, but just behind him it's the 140.401 for David Almanza. Let's talk about him if we can for a moment else. We saw him earlier, moving on with other things. Very, very strong stuff indeed from David Almanza. He's got the 1-lap pace, hasn't he? And he's got the Grand Prix pace this year. Very smart riding on the final lap. Got up from 4th to 3rd, up to 2nd, and then all the Moto3 chaos in the final 2 corners. He came away with 4th, but 13 World Championship points. He's now still chasing a top 3 overall, and he's right there.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant season so far, hasn't it, for Almanza. Adapted really well to the KTM and the intact GP surroundings. And yeah, just on Sunday, actually listening to what he was saying, just lacked confidence, he said, on the front end and didn't feel too comfortable. As mentioned with Keyless, it was him and the World Championship leader on the Saturday morning. Keyless more so, but 22 for at least the sort of first half of the long runs they did. Here is Amanza on our screens now. He's nearly 4 tenths clear of his own time, so pushing on in the second half of the session is the number 22. Was superb on the Saturday morning in FP2, and of course was in that victory fight, the podium fight, and did, as you mentioned, lose out in the last couple of corners. But yeah, it was a fine weekend for Amanza. Not the podium he would have wanted, of course, but after saying he didn't have any confidence on the front end and wasn't feeling comfortable on that KTM, they've chosen the medium front tyre, which Amanza said is the best option for him. I think it was a decent result for Amanza, starting from pole position and not finish on the podium. Understandably, you can sense a little bit of disappointment there, but it's still, a good weekend for Amanza. A brilliant weekend at Balaton Park after coming into it after spending a few days in hospital. Of course, started on pole at Mugello and didn't race there. He's had his injury issues, had his illness issues this year as the number 22. So for him to be P4 in the standings, only 3 points behind Brian Uriarte, who's third, is a sign, and we don't need to sort of tell you this, because if you're watching Moto3, you'll know the 22 is a front runner all season long. But fair play to Amanza for putting that illness behind him, getting back on track in Balaton Park, and having another really strong weekend over at the Czech Grand Prix last time out. And he'll be hoping he's in the top 3 in the standing, and a little bit closer to Carpe, and of course Keyless as well, after the Saxon Ring in a couple of weekends.
Yeah, we've got this one and the Saxon Ring in Germany, then we're all off on our summer holidays, or maybe just resting up at home because it's been a long old first half of this season. And then we come back to Silverstone. I remember Amanza was good there last year, and then we go off to Aragon where he was also quick, but maybe lacking a little bit of performance. So there's some good tracks coming up next for young David Amanza. Let's see what he's able to do. I think the championship is a course still on, but it's a long way away at the minute. So I think top 3 overall, that would be very reflective of what David Amanza. Underway. So far, so clean. Conditions are good out there here at Assen. The track offers good grip when it's wet, it's good grip when it's very warm as well. So at the moment, the TT Circuit Assen is really in its best condition.
Yeah, absolutely glorious when it's like this. Fredo Batam across the line to go P13 is personal best lap of the session, 8 tenths away from the top time of David Amanza. Amanza just moved the goalpost, hasn't he, late in this session. And Zen Matani just behind him, teammate, of course, slowly getting grip from Moto3, Zen Matani. He said it was a better weekend overall last time out. The race was quite positive. He learned plenty of things and adapted his riding style slightly during the Grand Prix as well, and improved some areas. He said step by step he is getting there. Of course, he's got a great rider alongside him. Get along really well, do Vader and Zen and the whole teammates. Great surroundings. I know it's been a disappointing season so far for Matani, but I'm sure he will get there eventually. In the second half of the season, he'll be wanting to make a significant jump forward and try and get into the points on a more regular basis.
And I mentioned he's got a lot of learning to do. He's got even more to do here this weekend, because by my reckoning it is his first trip to the TT Circuit at Assen. So Zen Matani would a big uphill climb this weekend. We pick up Adrian Cruz says last time out 12th place and in the points. A few places behind his teammate Scott Ogden. But Adrian Cruz says, again, another rider who's first time at Assen. The rookie's obviously going to have to dig deep this weekend, but he's shown enough potential for me. He's had good results. He's been up there inside the top 10. He's been in plenty of point scoring positions. So Adrian Cruz says in his first year of World Championship action, I know he had a good few rounds last year, but it's his first full year. He's not necessarily covered himself in all the glory possible, but he's not done a bad job. He's definitely not left his thinking what if, or he should be doing more.
No, not at all. It's 11 points right in his opening 15 Moto3 race. Not a bad job done at all from Prix. Just hovering outside the top 10 in the overall standings as well. He's the highest placed rider actually in the championship without having had a podium. Not quite pushed the podium places so far in 2026. We do feel like if a couple more things click for Prix, he's absolutely going to be a podium contender at least once so far this season. And it's been a pretty solid year so far. As I mentioned, consistently inside the points. The only points he hasn't finished in the last 5 Grand Prix is over at Mugello when he finished 17th. Of course, picked up that personal best result over with the P6 as well. So, yeah, a quietly consistent year so far.
And as we said before, with the exception of Prix, he's improved from his grid position every single weekend. And I don't know if he could qualify because he was only first on the grid last time out. He was well at the flag. So, well, I say 21st minute, he was 21st in qualifying, but you get my drift. 12th at the flag. If you just get into Q2, then that might well just be something that Adrian Prix has been really working on. We have a look at Leo Ramersdorfer. What are we going to see here? This is over at the... Whoa! Chattering away. Well, we're in the land of waffle. That had plenty of chatter on the front of it. That number 5 goes right across the gravel, right across the greenery, right across the blue and across the track. And thankfully, Leo Ramersdorfer just about gets away with that one. Ramersdorfer at the moment down in 24th place on the grid. Yet to qualify at 24th place in the session. Yet to qualify on the front 5 rows of the grid. But it is a point scorer, 14th place at Le Mans. The first points since Max Hoffler in Austria. He wants Styrian DP, so Leo Ramersdorfer has at least updated that little stat from 5 years ago.
And 7, teaches him absolutely not place where he wants to be having a moment, a big one on the front end for Ramersdorfer. This is turn 6, whisk and hook, and then you flick it left through turn 7. This is Piles on a decent lap time, shadowing, I think, Paul says, on the CIP Green Power machine. This is David Almanza, though, potentially moving the goalpost a little bit further. Marco Morelli's chopped away at the lead, and Rouchet moved it. Actually moved into the top 3 as well. Great that from the South African to get within 3 tenths and nearly 2 tenths of David Almanza. But is Almanza going to improve his time coming into the final split now? The Gert Timmer chicane, the famous Gert Timmer chicane, where the red flag was unfortunately brought out last year with Luca Moretta's high side before the time. Unfortunately, sidelined the Italian review races with a broken leg, and he does Almanza a good last sector there. To go nearly 3 tenths there, 140.9. So we're not a million miles away from the all-time lap record. We've got a little bit to go, 1.2 seconds, held by Colin Via, of course, and we had a great year here at the Grand Prix back in 2024. But David Almanza, once again, starting the weekend on the front foot and looking really strong.
Yeah, looking very good. The only rider in the 141 to say at the moment, so it's got to be going quick to keep tabs on David Almanza. What we haven't seen this weekend so far, in this session so far, is what this from Max Piles and Bruno. At the moment, it doesn't seem like he's necessarily in his best stride. And we know that this track is perhaps
weekends. As he did over at the Czech Grand Prix. Not too much of Brian Ariarte. How so far in this session? Where is Ariarte? And everything, motocross, road racing, any other bits as well. We're on the graphs on the final lap and did for them to finish P2 and quickly winds up the champ. A slow start. I don't want to call it a bit of a disappointing pre-season where he didn't feel entirely comfortable on that KTM. It really has that. Well, really well with Carpe. But on the hope Carpe, what we wanted to get beaten by Riarte.
This is second Red Bull. This comes to shove, he's going to rise to the 4, and he's going to get himself down. Great session this by Uche Neebe, really putting his through and can't move up a bit further if he can. He's on a personal best first. And this is down into Scott ahead of him, but Scott Ogden, fantastic.
Number 19 said he didn't have the best feeling on the opening few laps. Did Ogden. It's a solid weekend overall with Moto3 Practice. Then started with the results picking up, expected a lot better in the season with Ogden. Now it looks like he's just starting to
gone out with P9 right at the flag. Obviously it matches what he was able to do earlier in the year, but that was fine. And that is now your fastest time of the day so far. Also it's top hop. In fifth, Rico Salmela goes to he's way up in second. We've been talking about him. Also we'll have to make a few notes on him. But if he hasn't taken the second flag, the other one is Mark. Well, and David Armando, I think Armando.
Try and he's top of the tree, but I don't think he was going to make it in the final split. You never know. And a little bit less. Minus Brian O'Reilly. Okay, in 2026. Enjoying themselves in FP1.
Yeah. Looking very, very strong indeed. And 19th place for that. Over the time in Casey. Gorman down there in 21st. Phil Stranger at the top. In seconds, top FP2 last time out has led the way in the jet flow as well, and yes, in the jello, and there's
so I had a good weekend here last season, did Carpe. He will be desperate for that win, of course, but I think what he'll be more desperate 20 times here are the results for FP1 and Moto3.
yeah, good stuff from Malcolm Raleigh. 20 laps for him and Ramersdorf are the busiest of them all out there, but they couldn't catch Alvaro Carpo lead. Seventh place. Eddie O'Shea in 15th place there. Guido Pini down in 7th. So, I'm not talking about Lewis Sotheby here, just to be quite honest, that is an actual ball has landed in our top. And Lewis Sotheby's flapping around everywhere with that moth. I'm getting out of here. Enjoy.
First 10 seconds of the broadcast will mean nothing to you, but that's your reward for following us live. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Assen. Welcome. Well, this weekend it would appear certainly for today that the umbrellas are required solely to shade you as one of the popular spots on our Grand Prix schedule. Wow, two more Grand Prix to come. And whatever happens over the next two Grand Prix weekends, we do know who will lead the Moto2 World Championship. Late July. Will take the spoils at the TT this weekend. Moto2 victory
of the season. He had his pocket picked at the very last corner by Ivan Ortola. Very much zeroed in on this Moto2 Practice weekend with the local support and highly motivated to deliver this week. And Ortola. Long left, no problem at all for Ortola on his way to a first at Grand Prix victory in Brno. Come on.
Trying to think of better ways to win your opening Grand Prix in Moto2. I don't think there is any better way to do it. On the final lap, did not give Alonso any chance of retaliation after a long lap penalty, of course, as well. Out in second place, which was absolutely crucial. Slowly reeled in Alonso again, and then was just patient. People have thought, right, well, I can't get him on the brakes, so I'm going to have to get him in to change the direction. Where Ortola said he felt a little bit stronger than Alonso, and that's exactly to Ivan Ortola. He moves on the last lap around the final couple of corners. Ortola 88 points down on Gonzalez. Don't think too many people are going to expect Ortola to challenge Gonzalez for the title for this season, but certainly what
before being overtaken in dramatic fashion at the very last corner. Well, that happened in Moto3 here a couple of years ago when Ivan Ortola, it wasn't his first win, of course, but it was a overcome a lot. That penalty, maybe Bruno was the one, given that it was a short, long lap penalty. But even so, can't take any. For Milan Pavelec, for the reason here, one with us in Bruno. The second opportunity of the season for Pat. Well, actually, European Moto2 champion. In total, we have got another opportunity for the Aussie Woolston, and we welcome back to Moto2 this weekend at Jorge and Navarre. Crash Friday afternoon, 7 days ago. At Renault, we wish that the Belgian belter us all the very best and hope to see him back from injury.
Pick up solid points and challenging for podiums and victories again. And a shoulder injury is not what you want to pick up as a motorcycle race. But I didn't see the CCTV footage. I know some people have. But it was a big off. Actually, to get them back on the pallets this weekend and try and prove that he's
Joe Roberts on what was a very good news weekend. It's been a good news 7 or 8 days or so for the American racing team, as we'll come on to short. Here we go. Joe Roberts, 156. Moto2 start for him. Last weekend for his first top. Qualifying too, so enjoy it. Poison. This might be as good as the conditions get. Putting it out. Getting a first podium of the season. We've been asking weekend upon weekend when we're finally going to see Alonso on a so generally for most but he seems strong late in racing. So when he landed in the first lap, he would have been forgiven for thinking that
I think everyone, including London team, are probably thinking, here we go, this is the first win of the season and potentially the catapult into the second step on the podium. We'll be hoping to stand on the top step very, very shortly indeed. He did say, of course, it was a shame to be so close to that win, but he was heavy passing, of course. But at the same time, he appreciated the way that spot perfectly did the Spaniard to beat the Colombian, and getting a bit out of shape there. From the exit of turn 8. On the curb, steady on Jacob. Certainly I think that. I reckon you probably agree, Lewis, that to this ditch grab forward a little bit more. Not putting so much pressure on him.
Prix last year. Yeah, he's not actually done much lead. Yeah, in Moto2. In fact, and of course the 17 laps that he led in the one thing with the first lap he led all 6. And he was keen to point out, wasn't he? But process. I think he was perhaps a little bit but I certainly like how he did it. You can't help but respect. Victory. Of course, he would have been stunned by the one-lap penalty. There's a potential option for next year at Moto. Justifying. Did mention it. Been a quietly consistent season for also there. They haven't started in 10th on the grid as well, and of course made that mistake earlier. Pretty big for Moto2 riders who are hoping to move up to MotoGP in 2020. Not 99% sure he's not going to be on the MotoGP grid next year. And in 7.5. Points away from Danny Holgado, who picked up 3. I don't think too many people would have predicted that coming into this year with Holgado. Expects to make the move up to Moto. Beating the home hero Colin Bryant back in 2024. But really impressive or total, and you can absolutely understand.
.43. Top 10 finish. And he's currently third in this section, very early. Tony Arbolino. Talk about Gonzalez then, the World Championship leader, who did fly under the radar a little bit. Could always do coming to the conversation when the World Championship leader is deep on the grid like that.
In the chicane. He was on the podium here last year, of course, on the race. I think he would have taken that, and especially to you are starting from that on the grid, easy to not get a good start, get a little bit jumbled up in the pack as well, and not make progress, but he made instant progress, didn't he? Latched himself onto the sort of top 6, top 7, and then just slowly made his way forward. Okay, it wasn't the podium he said he would have been fighting for if he didn't get that grid penalty, so, you know, there's a little bit of mistake there from Gonzalez to get penalised. From Sunday, got his head down and picked up what could be a very crucial 11 points in the overall standings, and his points tally, points margin to Dorna rises above 50 just before the summer break as well. And if he can keep that above 50 points going into the summer after the Saxon ring, he's going to be in a good position anyway, unless he has a couple of mistakes in Assen and the Saxon ring in a couple of weekends' time before the summer. But if he can keep that in and around the 50-point mark, he's taking himself in very, very good stead going into the rest of the season. I'd say classy Sunday ride from Gonzalez.
It was one of the scenarios where being deep on the grid and being in traffic was a serious penalty given the temperatures and the effect that has on front tyre temperature and pressure. Holgado's got his own problems at the moment, trying to get his 96 Calax back to the Aspire box, clearly not running on its engine. So for whatever reason, Holgado needing a bit of assistance to get himself back to the box. Holgado's already starting this weekend in the mood. A 1:36.104 his current section top time. That record here is in the 34s, 1:34.777, is set by the reigning Moto2 World Champion Diogo Moreira. Of course, came here, took his first Moto2 victory here a year ago, and ultimately did not look back from there, did he? As he went on to claim the World Championship. He just up in second then, Untitled back into third on a 36.3 from Philip Salac, who we saw a moment ago in fourth place. Might not have the same level of support in the grandstand this weekend. Philip Salac certainly had a week ago, but he has been rewarded handsomely, hasn't he, with the best run of his Moto2 career. Salac back-to-back podiums
for the first time in his Moto2 career. 3 consecutive front row starts, 4 in his last 5, and he's been given the ultimate vote of confidence by the American racing team yesterday.
Yeah, got announced yesterday that Philip Salac will be staying with the squad in 2027, and not quite the most unsurprising news of the week. It's got to be said with the MotoGP announcement, but you can absolutely understand why American racing and Philip Salac has shook hands and signed a deal, put pen to paper for 2027. Another brilliant weekend for Salac. Last time out, a dream come true to stand on the podium at your home Grand Prix in front of, what was it, 60,000 there on Sunday. Czech fans all cheering him on. The famous hillsides at Brno. And yeah, understandable. Speaking to the team on numerous occasions this season, if you tuned into Moto2 qualifying, you heard a couple of interviews with Ethan Football down there, and he's mentioned on numerous occasions how well Salac has embedded himself into the team. The atmosphere is fantastic. Him and teammate Joe Roberts get on really well. It's just a great atmosphere down there at American Racing. And it was great to see Salac on the podium. Made hard work of it, got to be said. He said himself that he got a pretty difficult start. He was down, I think, as low as P7 in the opening exchanges. But fair play to Salac. It's on the 12th, and here he is, looking 4th place so far in the second as well. To get himself back into that podium fight, he did have a massive moment at turn 7 with a couple of laps to go, which spooked to him a little bit, he said. But still, he said it was the hardest race of his life with the heat, and was pushing really, really hard. He said he was dying, to be honest, under that helmet. He was pushing so hard. He did actually say after the Grand Prix that if he pushed like he did today over at Balladon Park, he would have run by about 2-3 seconds. I don't think Manu Gonzalez would probably agree with that statement, but you can understand why Salac was saying that, desperate for a podium. It was podium or bust, wasn't it, for Salac at the Czech Grand Prix, and you can understand why. But the best day of his life, he described it as the best 3 days of his life, in fact, he described it as Friday, Saturday, Sunday over the Czech Grand Prix. Got fantastic support, of course, of the only Czech rider on the grid, and it's always nice to see home heroes performing in front of their home fans, and that's exactly what Salac did. Back-to-back podiums now, of course, as you rightly mentioned, and now a 27 contract in his back pocket. So in terms of thinking what he needs to do away from the circuit to secure a signature for next year, well, he doesn't have to. He can put that to one side and just solely concentrate on finishing on the podium again in Moto2 and going for that first win, because if he continues this sort of form, you've got to feel like that first win for Salac in Moto2 is not too far away.
Yes, previously we would look at Salac generally on certain types of circuit. He was also strong on stop and go, heavy braking layouts, Le Mans, Motegi, go around. We often see Salac especially strong, but we're seeing him quick everywhere now in this 2026 season, which is why there was such a smile on the face of Ethan Buckle with his signature secured for another season. And it certainly, you believe what you read and what you hear in this Moto2 paddock, is that there are 1 or 2 other teams that are potentially sniffing at Salac for next season, and the American racing team right to snap him up early, the forward squad, one of those who are certainly linked with potentially trying to hook up Salac for next season. And it would appear, as we've discussed on a couple of Grand Prix recently, that Salac is the happiest he's ever been in his Grand Prix career with the environment around him. And that's no knock, that's no disrespect to the teams he's ridden for before. He's ridden for some of the elite teams in this Moto2 class. He's ridden for the Prestige team, he's ridden for Mark 3DS as well in recent times. Sometimes just the chemistry isn't right. Sometimes team and rider, sometimes crew chief and rider, sometimes the ingredients just don't quite mix together and bring the ideal outcome. But clearly, team manager, crew chief, the whole environment around Philip Salac and the rider himself are just working in perfect harmony down there in the racing squad. And it's one of the oldest adages in the book, isn't it, that a happy rider is a fast rider. And clearly, with Philip Salac happy with the environment around him, he's now demonstrating the talent that many have seen through his Moto3 and Moto2 careers. And of course, it's so easy to forget that this is a rider who, if you go back 12 months, the short odds were not even being on the grid here this year.
Exactly that. It was even into sort of the flyway stretch, really, wasn't it, where Salac looked like he was out of a ride in Moto2. What a difference 6 or 7 months can make in motorcycle racing. We know how quickly things can change, and yeah, fair play to Salax, fair play to American Racing. American Racing, of course, took a bit of a gamble on Salax. It wasn't Salax's best season in Moto2 last year. It was shown flashes, of course, across his Moto2 campaign. But yeah, Salax definitely wouldn't considered one of the fastest riders on the grid, certainly last year, but it definitely clicked, hasn't it? As you mentioned, Lewis, Apple Rider is absolutely a fast rider, and Salax is proving that he belongs in Moto2, proves he belongs in the podium fight, and like I said, it doesn't seem far away that he was going to be picking up that first 25-point haul in Moto2, and you know, Salax can finish inside that top 5, or at least challenge for that top 5 in the championship. He's at P8 as things stand. He's 11.5 points away from Ivan Ortola in the championship standings. He's 19 points away from Danny Holgado as well. As I mentioned with Ortola, if you'd have said Salax is only 19 points down on Danny Holgado as we approach round 3 of the season, you'd have thought either Holgado would have been having a pretty rough time of things, or Salax is having a brilliant season. It is the latter. Salax is having a brilliant season, back-to-back podiums, and fingers crossed it continues. Great for the Czech fans, great to see Bruno packed with Czech flags, and the big Salax sign we saw on numerous occasions as well. I don't think we're going to see that this weekend. It's going to be more like the 95 and the H4 in Moto2. Yeah, wonderful to see Salax standing on the podium, and great to see riders realising dreams, standing on the podium, Home Grand Prix. It's such a famous venue, of course, like Bruno. It is certainly one of those dreams that have come true for Salax.
One of those 95s referred to is directly outside our coverage box as we glance across. We're just overlooking the pit lane exit here, and at the front of the main grandstand there is a giant CV95 that has been scribbled across a Dutch flag. You're wondering where CV95 Colin Byer is at the moment. He's in 19th place, 1 second off the pace. Here is David Alonso then, who's currently in 7th. He's put in a 1:36.6 so far in this session. Alonso didn't exactly have the best time of it here last year. It's been a right way of phrasing it. Qualified down in 21st last year, did Alonso, and didn't make it to the end of lap 3 before he crashed out of the Grand Prix. Even in his Moto3 days, this wasn't necessarily one of David Alonso's strongest circuits. So the fact that he's up in 7th place is potentially a positive. This is a closer look at him through the fast, fearsome 4th gear, turn 12. The Moivenmere corner. So Alonso veers out onto the curb. You are allowed to go out onto the blue tarmac there, by the way, on the outside. That is not a track limits violation, as the slightly rear tyre oscillates. The bike brakes over the curb there on the exit of turn 12. He's now coming through the long turn 10 there, and almost once again coming unstuck through Amanda Bain this time for Alonso. As we often say, even when he's going fast, even when he's going slow, he's always all action.
Not a place you want to be chucking yourself down the road. There aren't many places on this Assen circuit. Would a slow crash happen, certainly coming out of turn 11 and into turn 12 is not one of those. Getting a replay of it here. You're coming out of 10 into turn 11, and there the rear end just gives way slightly. A little bit of warning for Alonso. Just doesn't reach the curve there, but yeah, obviously not quite full lean angle, but asking for a bit of the power, asking for a bit more from the rear end, and yeah, just slides from underneath him. So a bit of a warning, a bit of a wake-up call for Alonso in this FP1 session, but he's clearly pushing on and clearly looking more comfortable than he has been in previous years. As Lewis rightly mentioned here, Assen was only one of the 5 Grand Prix in his record-breaking 2024 campaign in Moto3, where he didn't finish on the podium. So we're going to change that sort of history this weekend.
Yep, we'll see how the former Moto3 champion gets on. Hasn't given up hope of still being a Moto2 world champion this year. Of course, he did pull some points back on Manuel Gonzalez, but that second place pulled 9 points back at the end, so he's now 74.5 off the World Championship lead. All comebacks have got to start somewhere. Against David Alonso, we were thinking, and we've seen more recently in MotoGP, haven't we? Albeit with more points up for grabs on the weekend. 102-point margin for Marc Marquez to the points lead, shrink down to 40 in next to no time. So I'm sure David Alonso won't be waving the white flag in the World Championship chase just yet, nor will Ethan Cavara, who is already feeling the heat. It's only going to get worse, Ethan, I'm afraid, because the air temperature is going to be up in around about 34, 35 degrees this afternoon when you're next on the racetrack. in practice this afternoon. Guevara currently 10th in this session, and he was on the other end, wasn't he, of that last lap back up to the top two of the World Championship. Here's the other side of that particular coin, Manu Gonzalez, as we ride on forward with him, heading down the Aveen the back straight here between turns 5 and 6, and Ethan Guevara. There's a couple of points in the race that he'll point to. First of all, the long lap penalty of Ortola, where he came out right alongside Ethan Guevara. Had Guevara been able to get ahead of Ortola there, then that might have made a huge difference to his hopes of finishing on the podium. And that moment too, when Senna sort of barged him out of the way, I think is one way of putting it, through turn 7 into the stadium section, which ultimately cost Guevara 2 places. Not only did Aegis pass him, but Salah went through as well, relegated Guevara down to 5th place, and didn't necessarily feel he had the tools or the straight line speed to fight with when Manu Gonzalez came calling.
Yeah, straight line speed is not something we've heard too much from Guevara complaining about so far this season. We know it's blighted Senna Aegis in 2026, but yeah, Guevara did complain about straight line speed over Renault. Had to recover everything in the braking zones. He was heading through the corners. Every lap he was pushing hard to make good ground. He was losing on acceleration, and physically and mentally, he said it took it out of him in the race. He said, of course, he lost the battle to Manu on the final lap. He said he had the pace. He felt like to finish ahead, but in the end it came down to that straight line speed that Gonzalez had a little bit extra than him, and simply, even Guevara said, couldn't defend his position. But he and team manager Alex D'Angia did say that they're very proud of the performance, and D'Angia said Ethan deserves a lot of credit for how he raced on the Sunday. D'Angia was also mentioned that it was a weekend where they weren't operating at 100%. Maybe that was due to the straight line speed, something not quite clicking in the Blue Crew Yamaha Tarmac Moto2 box over at the Czech Grand Prix. So when you're not at your most comfortable, when you're fighting the bike and unable to defend your positions on the straight, I guess trying to look at the positives, only losing 1 point to championship rival isn't a bad job done from Guevara, but it is now 3 races without a podium. He's not beaten Gonzalez since he won, of course, over at Le Mans, though 4 races where he's lost at least 1 point, and of course considerably more when Gonzalez won over at Mugello and in Hungary. Not had a top 5 since the Barcelona Grand Prix as well for Guevara, so you do feel like this is an important couple of weekends for Guevara to, if he's not going to beat Gonzalez, who we're on board with now, certainly limit the damage before we go to the Saxony, and then of course before we head on a summer break. But you do feel like the momentum is certainly with the number 18 as things stand. The momentum in the session is with Gonzalez too. So Guevara happy enough with his performance, did all he could, he felt, in Renault to try and pick up a decent result. You know, a P6 isn't a bad result, but when you're chasing the title, finishing P7, P6 and then P6 again in the last 3 Grand Prix, when your rival is winning 2 of those races and haven't finished out the top 5 all season, isn't quite going to cut the mustard for the rest of the year. So just feel like a big weekend for Guevara to try and respond.
And it is always tricky as we look at Celestino Vietti coming through the to the chicane, a hopper, skip and a jump through the final sequence of corners, one of the iconic ends to a lap of any Grand Prix circuit on the calendar. Celestino Vietti without the most comfortable move through it on that particular occasion. But yeah, regarding Guevara, I'm actually going to bring Vietti into the conversation, because it's tricky to truly judge Guevara up against Gonzalez, given that they are on different chassis, the Calex versus the Boscoscuro. And what you can say about Ethan Guevara, even when he hasn't been winning recent Grand Prix, he's generally been the top Boscoscuro, was the leading Boscoscuro finisher at the Czech Grand Prix, and a fairly confident team. The only Boscoscuro rider who ever had a prayer of being in the podium battle of Celestino Vietti by his recently highish standards. Low-key weekend for him, down in 9th place. He was just under 10 seconds behind the race winner at the end. Perhaps not the best of Boscoscuro layouts in Brno a week ago. Careful, Manu Gonzalez almost went to the grass on the outside of the final corner. Didn't slow him down too much, as for the 2nd lap in a row, Manu Gonzalez does a 1:36.066. Consistency or what?
Yeah, absolutely consistency. I think he picked his tyres onto the green on the exit of turn 18. So I think that lap time we chalked off, but it didn't matter anyway because it was exactly the same time as his fastest time. You can see the conditions out there are tough because that's Alonso. Very hot and sweaty down there in the box. We've done plenty of laps, of course, in this session, but 25 degrees already, 26 my watch makes it. And as I mentioned, that's going to climb into the mid-30s at least. I do not envy these riders at the best of times, let alone in 35, 33 heat. Here in Assen, we're not in Indonesia, we're not in Malaysia, we're here in Assen when it's going to be mid-30s. As onto Van der Gorbe we'll be focusing on now the orange bike, of course, as it has been all year, but aptly so here in the Netherlands. He's on his best run of form, actually, in Moto2 coming into this weekend. Pointless since his P15 over in Indonesia to fall him on, but now he's on his best point streak in Moto2, first back-to-back points since Hungary and Barcelona in 2025. So good stuff lately from Van den Gorbe. We'll be able to make another step forward this weekend in front of his home faithful.
3-race point streak for him, and 3 consecutive Q2 appearances too for Van den Gorbe, which I think is a large part in that, getting himself much higher up the grid. This is his best qualifying season so far in Brno as we go, when he was 11th ultimately in qualifying. So we rushed on to, and Colin Via well this weekend as they look to do their home fans proud. Via perhaps some inner doubts that he has to try and dispel this weekend after a tough recent run. Just check the flag a week ago in Brno. And in the end saw the checkered flag down in 11th place, just behind his teammate Jose Antonio Rueda. So I don't think he'll be taking the cautious, I'm just going to see the checkered flag approach this weekend though.
No, absolutely not. We saw it over in Moto3 in 2024, didn't we? Finish so close to finishing as the victor there, and great to see the home fans, of course. Plenty of them here at the Dutch Grand Prix supporting Van der Gorbe and Colin Via, but it is a weekend where Van der Gorbe on our screens now and Via will be going out all out for the best result possible. And unfortunately for Via, it doesn't look like he's in championship contention as things stand. He's now 124 points down on Gonzalez. He'll still be hoping to obviously climb it the championship leaderboard and hopefully find a way to get himself into the top five fight, I should say. But it's just not clicked, has it, since the Spanish Grand Prix podium. A couple of mistakes have snuck in for Via. Only one top 10 since her wreck. So yeah, important to get points on the board, as you rightly mentioned last week. But what a place to try and get your second podium of the season here this weekend. Spoke to Matt Dunn, who of course works with Colin closely, and said he was very excited, not feeling too much pressure, wasn't feeling too nervous, was just really eager to get going and hopefully put on a show in front of the capacity crowd here at Assen. As mentioned, likewise to Salak Sashman out in Brno, always great to see the home riders doing well. So echo your thoughts by wishing Van der Gorbe and Via well this weekend. Would be great to see both of them at least for Van der Gorbe to be inside that top 10 fight, and Via probably a little bit more potential on Alex at the podium already so far this season. Would be great to see Via at least inside that top 5, top 6 mix, hopefully maybe pushing for a podium, and if not, maybe a little bit.
We'll pick up Philip Selak, who's tackling a double. The left-hander there coming through turn 9. Now he's through Mandavain around the outside of Huertas there. The Galkishlut, turn 11. They're essentially, I think, on a Moto2 bike, essentially taking as one long corner, but they are 2 separate corners on the track map, and into this beautiful, fast and flowing final sector. Ramsuk, the long, fast left-hander, where if you get that wrong, it could bite you hard, as many riders have seen over the past. Fast old corner, which can really punish you and hurt you if you get it wrong. Salas did not get it wrong, nor the final chicane, and looks set to at least take top spot, although very close to it. He gets to within 11 thousandths of a second of Manu Gonzalez, and now moves up into second place. Another approval from Eton Football. And will connect up into the top 6 on a 1:36.394. And for someone who has more Moto2 podiums than any other rider on this current grid, it's amazing to be talking about a bit of a crisis of confidence. And Aaron Cadet is trying to see checkered flags and score some more championship points at the moment. But that is the situation that we're in with Aaron. 3 consecutive non-scores, and yet to finish any higher Moto2 race than 10th so far this season. So 6th place in this session, he'll take any form of comfort he could find right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He was in that victory fight last year, wasn't he, with Diogo Moreira? Those two strode away from the rest of the field, including Manu Gonzalez, the current championship leader and the championship leader this time last year as well. Was a winner here back in 2017 in his Moto3 comp as well as Aaron Canet. So certainly enjoys himself around this TT circuit. Assen has not been enjoying himself so far in 2026. Would be very nice to see Mark VDS with Canet, with Onchu fighting at the front of this field at some point in 2026. We know both of them are suffering from massive confidence loss. Cannot get to grips at all with that Boscoscuro. Unfortunately, so far this season, there was another crash, of course, over the Czech Grand Prix for Aaron Canet, who obviously admits that they're in a very tough moment. So yes, it will be interesting to see if they can just try and figure it out this weekend over at the Saxon Royal Course before the summer break. But yeah, not too many positive vibes coming out of the Mark VDS camp so far, unfortunately, in 2026. But that's a bit more of a promising sign. Obviously, just moving into P14 as well. 7th and 14th isn't where they want to be, but if we took the checker flag out a couple of seconds ago after kind of riding with the guns of P14, I think Aaron Canet would certainly take a P7 as things stand, and Onchu would take some points as well.
It's clearly an acquired pace, that Boscoscuro. The riders who've been super strong on it so far this season, demonstrating that in the right hands, with the right particular setup, riding style, all the rest of it, it can win Grand Prix in Moto2. Guevara has already won this season, but both Guevara and Vietti have been on that bike already for a previous season. It clearly is a difficult bike to adapt to. And you go from Kalex to Boscoscuro, as Onchu and Canet are both finding this season, as Guevara makes a porridge of the final chicane and has to take to the escape road. And then you look at riders who've gone Boscoscuro, Kalex this season, they instantly, a light bulb has gone off and then immediately unlocked some potential. Philip Salat, of course, was previously on a Boscoscuro with the Mark VDS team. He's of course third for Kalex, of course the American racing team, and found some performance, and our most recent winner, Ivan Artola, who wasn't bad in a Boscoscuro himself last year, was a podium finisher late at the end of last season. He's got Boscoscuro to Kalex, and he's straight away at the start of the season. He was just off the podium, was Artola, fourth of the season opener in Thailand, of course, a winner in the Czech Republic. Look at Boscoscuro, we'll talk to Ivan Guevara, to Chilton Getty, and say, it's not a slow motorcycle, it's not a bad chassis, but clearly it does take some getting used to.
Feels like the window of opportunity for the Boscoscuro is a lot smaller than the Kalex. The chassis, wherever we go, as you've seen with obviously Gonzalez most of the time, but it's Senna Regis, Alonso, Alvaro, Artola now on it as well, and you mentioned Philip Salat, especially in the next couple of Grand Prix. The Kalex doesn't really struggle anywhere we go. Now, the second and third in the championship, I ride with the Boscoscuro, as Lewis mentioned. It isn't a bad chassis. Look at Boscoscuro. It is absolutely right to point out that it's not a slow motorcycle, but it does feel like you've got to get it in that window, in a very narrow window where it is working great. Like I saw with Jake Dixon on a few times last year, you can be unbeatable on that Boscoscuro, as Ethan Guevara was over at the French Grand Prix. But when he's slightly off it, slightly struggling, and it looks like the margin away from its operating window is further away than what the Kalex is if you're slightly struggling on that chassis. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting watch, see if that can change throughout the rest of the season. But yeah, second and third in the championship are riding into the score, so it's absolutely not a bad bike. But obvious for Onchu and Canet, there's some sessions where, we've heard them say that they're making a bit of progress, maybe on a Friday on a couple of occasions when Canet has reached the top 14. Not on many occasions, what he said, but over in Le Mans he was in the top 14 on a Friday. Over in Barcelona he was as well. So there is potential there, and they've shown glimpses of it. But riders, multiple race winners in Canet and Onchu, we expected a little bit of a tougher season, but certainly not to this degree. Clearly that Boscoscuro, team, rider, aren't quite gelling with it. The team are used to it, of course, as well. But I just think Canet and Onchu maybe got a little bit lost, trying a little bit too many different things to try and get themselves comfortable, and maybe just have to hit the reverse gear slightly and just try and figure it out. But promising signs so far this weekend. Early doors, I know, but Canet inside that top 10. But obviously the riders just getting up to speed. It's going to be interesting to see if that can continue for the rest of the weekend. really struggling down there, picking at an entry.
If you want to throw another name into the list of riders going from Foster to Calix, who are trending in the right direction, not as an obvious example, but also adding Tony Arbolino, who's just got up to 6th place in this session, his 12th in the World Championship, so certainly better than it has been in recent times, certainly better than it was for most of last year on the Blue Crew Foster School, but still a long way to go for Arbolino to be back at the level we know he can reach in Moto2. Was a former runner-up in this World Championship and a former Moto3 winner around this circuit. Look up one of our 2 home heroes in this Moto2 class, Colin Vire, who, as I mentioned a few moments ago, has mentioned himself up the order. Of course, up into 14, on his most recent lap, he's gone up into the top 10, following him through this final sector, just a bit of time in sector 3, which is unlikely to lift Vire up the order. It's once again an intense 1-2 as some fresh tyres have been fitted. It remains Aegis and Gonzalez at the top of the standings. Really liking the look of Senna Aegis so far in this MP1 session. 1:35.677 for him, which is just a 10th off the breaks that record set by Moreira last year, and within a second now of the all-time lap record. Alonso up in the 3rd place. He'll certainly be buoyed by that at a circuit that, as we've already discussed, isn't necessarily his strongest. Sarge 4 from Danny Holgado, the 86th at Arbolino or Tola, Guevara 9, and Aaron Cadet still hanging on to a place in the top 10 at this stage. While Cadet at 1:36.394. Aegis has now lost top spot as he comes across the line. He left 1:35.6 of a lap ago, was done so with an exceeding of Chapter. So Gonzalez, who now holds top spot with a minute course to go.
It needs to sound like the Luis Gonzalez versus Aegis for potential final spots in MotoGP next year as well. We do believe maybe Tech 3 is searching for a rookie, and it looks like Gonzalez and Aegis, from what reports are to be believed as, maybe the 2 who are contesting for that seat. So they're not only battling on track and fighting for a championship in the same box, they might be fighting for the same seat in MotoGP. Of course, we've had the rollouts of the first 3 confirmations. Obviously, we have Bezzecchi and Zarco already in the book from a few months ago, but we're going to begin to learn over the next few weeks. It's going to be quite an exciting few weeks in terms of announcements in MotoGP, which will then have a knock-on effect into Moto2 and, of course, in Moto3 a little bit later down the line. You mentioned him a little bit earlier on, Lewis. It's good to see Tiger Tony up inside that top 7. I was inside that top 5 3-3. He's got even Otola just behind him as well as Mark BDFG will go through your screen. So at the end of this session, we're going to improve on this lap time round, but not seen too much of Arbolino so far this year, have we? And it's nice to see him on our screens, the Italian, and going pretty quickly as well.
I enjoy the social media post from the Aspar team earlier in the week with a picture of around there. Good looking Jorge Martinez Aspar with the caption of waiting for when we can finally have our turn and announcing our 2027 rider lineup. I don't think you'll get an awful lot of money offered to you of it not being Max Kilas operating on one of those Aspar Calexes next season. Of course, Aspar set to change both riders for next season in the Moto2 World Championship, with both David Alonso and Daniel Holgado set to move up to MotoGP. Their particular position in the queue to have their place announced for next season hasn't arrived yet, but we're fully expecting Alonso to be part of the Honda stable. 1 or 2 whispers that he might be the factory team, might be the LCR team. Certainly the report earlier on in the year that he signed to partner Fabio Quartararo at the factory Honda MotoGP squad. The new generation next year was Chelsea Vietti dances the rear fire there on the way out of turn 11. Danny Holgado set to be part of the Rustini MotoGP squad next season. A factory for next season. Aspar a leader within their Moto2 stable.
Okay, so yeah, ahead of Senna Aegis as well, who looked really strong in that session. Again, Philip Talak's got and well up inside that top. We've seen the start of the weekend in FP1. On a really strong start for the weekend.
The fastest legal lap of Assen this morning. Pace set up front. David Alonso. Enjoying the current Colombian fortunes in the world.
Minutes away, so yeah. Hopefully for the Aspar team, you're going to be getting up at around about 3 a.m. on Saturday night.
So we're up until about half past 4 in the morning. He does stay up to watch that. Sticking with two wheels though, and it's Manny Gonzalez from Moto2. No winner, I'll tell that. Ethan Cavara completing the top 10. Well, but front. So Van Vorberg, as you can see there. First place, the 28th. The driver field completed. Everybody.
His most legendary day. Continue for the Grand Prix, the Netherlands at the top. Making its 100th anniversary last year. The legendary, the iconic level 18 turn layout, 12 right, 6 left. About the shortest start finish straight on the calendar, measuring just over 480 metres. Iconic corner names, top end of the circuit. Go through De Vault and Mandevay,
morning and welcome back. Not far shy of a blistering 40 degrees. The temperature being turned up at the top of the champion Mark Marquez, which is catapulted the reigning champion, the factory. Secchia, that's the of the season, especially his return from more surgery. Mark of Czechia suspended for the Sunday race. Action after the altercation with the marshal after crashing the sprint. 40 sunshine, the company. Matt Burtley is going to be in the comedy box. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Side over the cap. To garage for Pekka Bagnaia. Off track as well, smiles for the Bordeaux.
Whatever will be fine to talk about this morning. Good morning to everyone watching around the world. MotoGP has been making mentions the world champion breathing new life that latest contract still as world champion is
the home of the number 93, re-upping that for 2027 and 20. We have to call it. Wasn't without his dramas. Mark did have a tip off at the first corner. The best squads be lining up on the grid, and Pedro Costa, sharp attacking.
The Orange Cape. The O2 factory Ducati Red for next season. Partner in that market. Is next year.
You only have to check out the MotoGP so
this is going to be fast. Fascinating to see how it will play. There's no really interplay. Bagnaia, he has known this for quite some time, and he has so just made up for himself. He was service to requirements of the cap. Simply said, now is not the time. Now
very keen to wave the national flag yesterday in their announcement of Bagnaia joining Bezzecchi, but they're looking to paint themselves as the Italian and Ducati Sunny. Yeah, but so do Aprilia with Mark Bezzecchi, of course, the current world champion. They are now the Italian national team.
expecting a flurry of announcements over the next week or 2 weeks or so. Kicked off at a by the factory Ducati team earlier on. From pole position in 6 long years. First Japanese to factory Ducatis led early on before he's picked off by Bagnaia. Then needs to come to the hard charge. It was what, 4/10 of a second in Renault behind 7-time world champion Marc Marquez. Indeed, because its success last weekend in Renault was March 100 and
of the podium. Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia. Absolutely drenched in sweat by
in Assen. He said he spoke to me on several occasions yesterday. Just about the sanction from the F1 MotoGP. Speaking the broadcast,
and to the media. Mark. Rider. This is a big old chew to Lewis.
Yeah, and whatever Mark Kawasaki does from here on in, there will, unfortunately, it's the way of the world. He's not. That, so he will be keen to move on. As we will, and 2023. So this might well be the ideal place. It's the best, the bank, but
Can't hide from it though, there's no getting away from the fact.
Huge weekend for Aprilia. Win weekend. For yourself. Yeah. That's a very important weekend. Ask to GP. We lost points, important points for sure, to be very pragmatic. But in the past, in Assen, we showed that the bike can we know that market saying we know that Marco is a so talented rider. Everybody has this feeling in the paddock that Mark is coming. He's arriving to be that close to the world. The first stage of the season that Mark there. But we never got very good way, so starting from our base, starting from the attacker Van from 2027 onwards on a 4-year deal, a huge contract. Did any team in particular out there? Yeah. In 2026, we have to 2026, but we are looking for a lovely 2027 with a full Italian lovely is the right word, pal. We're all looking forward to a lovely 2020. An even lovelier 2020.
Because as we saw, doing a few tech gremlins on the factory Ducati, which forced Paco quickly back into pit lane. No brother, as always, that's for his teammate Marc Marquez, who immediately since that night. Actually suffered a fracture neck and multiple fractures in the right collarbone up the top. Contact with Pedro Costa and Gato. Once again this weekend, he's been replaced at LT100. The 2 world champion. Augusto Fernandez. I think Yamaha will risk grateful of any kind of help because
a lap, and that is pretty much the whole of the Yamaha ring. At the moment, this was Pedro Costa. Getting another one settled there on the curve on the inside of chicane. If we look at Marc Marquez by the way, is still in the pit. After returning from that early tech run, meaning hasn't returned to the racetrack since.
Ducati rider still in the standings. He's only 23. Points behind Marco Bezzecchi after another own goal from Aprilia. Fellow Italians, one Belli and Marini. What about Ralph Landers? he's just going to be the leader there. So it looks like he around to 7th place. With a 6th place in the sprint as well. With a top job. He's been getting... Yes.
Can certainly look. Looks as if he's going to keep his spot at the tracker as team for next season as the snowball running is fairly from 2026 seasons of that. That was 8th in the World Championship. And given some of the rider changes going on the 850. From earlier in the week will be
getting himself into the groove. Let's go down to Jack for a bit of a Ducati update.
yeah.
The standing, and he was able to do that lap time on that new aero package. Just a quick one off the button as well. You might be able to see 22 riders have set a lap time. It's a very frustrating start, just to add on to the frustration we've been having at the start of the season. But Alex Wins looks like a pretty significant technical issue for Wins. It's not feeling just a single lap time so far. Back in the back of the box, staring into the clear distance ahead of him, waiting for one of his and then ones to be ready as the mechanics try to work out what the issue is.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. We really want to feel for poor Alex Wins. Before you are a Spaniard, Pepper Griff, podiums, and no room for him in any shape or form in Yamaha next season. A winner in Moto3, a winner in Moto2, a winner in MotoGP as well. But right now, Alex just looks like he's hating life. And he really is suffering all manner of technical issues going his way. The underperforming V4 powered was there and one. He's got the points in the last 4 Grand Prix. That has been the significant momentum shift of late. Pepper Bagnart is leading the way. In terms of points for the finishes in the last 4. Of course, Marc Marquez has not been present in all of those last 4. So too, Marco Bezzecchi at 62 points has been the win between Bez and Marc in Balaton and Bruno. The biggest expectation of them all was last weekend in the Grand Prix Sheffield. Bez picked up the 7 points. So the 7 points he picked up rather than 100 with any points he scored in the last 2 Grand Prix. Yeah, I just checked my notes there. Before we had in the Balaton sprint, and 7 points on all these in the last point in the last 2 Grand Prix. Best for the try and steer his championship charge back on course.
Touchdown for the 4 of the 9 sprints so far this season. You can give them potentially for the correct crash, this half the field crash, the extra sprint winner that day, Marc Marquez, but the other 3 have all come from very strong positions, leading the sprint in Bahrain was up in 2nd place in the Austin sprint when he crashed out, and even 5th would have been a great result, particularly a disaster. He would have been ahead of his teammate Jorge Martin. Bezzecchi not crashed in the sprint. Of course, the knock-on effect of that happened then with the altercation with the marshal that followed. Marc Marquez is quite possibly the greatest rider MotoGP has ever seen. He does not need any freebies.
Really good. He's strong for Prix, the second Grand Prix race for the 7th time in his MotoGP career. Normally, when he finds that winning touch, when he finds that winning formula, he is able to build winning streaks and further patches, but he still got a lot of trouble with the factory Prix team. Jorge Martin had a pretty tough time of it. Last time out in Brno, of course, certainly not helped by his double long lap after he went from skitters and Tonkin bowling in the first corner of Balaton. Not a bad 5th place in the Czech sprint for Martin, but he was only able to recover from those 2 laps to 9, which is where he started last weekend's Grand Prix. And also another rider that just seems to be suffering with a bit of a loss of confidence, certainly not helped by his recent 6th pass the past 4 days over at the Grand Prix of Catalonia. Just lost that sweet feeling with the front at the moment. That's Jorge Martin. It feels like, Chile has to be a punch in the numbers going through the day for the first try and find a bit of belief in this back to the RSGP. For the Martinator, 8 points. He currently sits behind Bez at the top of the standings.
Martin's got away with one really in Brno on what was an uncompetitive weekend. He must have feared going into Brno with a double long lap penalty that he was going to lose serious points to Marco Bezzecchi. He started the weekend 20 behind. We should have expected it to go past the 30-point mark with Bezzecchi, of course, going into the weekend penalty free, but certainly didn't end the weekend penalty free, didn't even start the Sunday race, and it ended up being a bit of a free hit for Martin on the Sunday. And of course, with the double on that penalty, it was always going to drop him into traffic. And that traffic was obviously pretty red, wasn't it? When he came out the second of his long lap, he was pretty good fast. But you don't really know how very hard to escape from that group. That's twice in the second round. Under the circumstances, not a bad result, but Martin with 29 firmly behind him. We'll hope some of those front-end issues and a bit of a burst of confidence will be behind him very soon too, because if it's not, then he, like Bezzecchi, could find himself under fire from the informed Ducatis.
He really counted himself with this classic Assen circuit as well as the 28 of expanded list before the Grand Prix here last year. On his last visit to Assen, he was in pretty fine fettle with Martin, second in the sprint, second in the Grand Prix back in 2024. As I said before, not well, it's been very familiar to the man like Martin, a 1:33.043 from Jorge. We've got 32 from England directly ahead of him, which includes the impressive Diogo Moreira, in Q2 in the last 3 Grand Prix directly, as the Brazilian rookie was up to as high as 3rd place, wasn't he? On the sprint last weekend before he beached it on his very first lap. Perhaps that 600 really clear best time in addition. One of them things expected more than 11th place in the Sunday Grand Prix, but still very much a big learning exercise in the box picked off for Diogo Moreira. Something big result for him very shortly. Paul Maestro, that has been the swing, 62 points. Marc Marquez has picked up in the last 2 Grand Prix. 7 points collected by Bears, and with a maximum 37 collected by Martin Hungary. Last weekend. But what about KTM? It was a thoroughly miserable Czech Grand Prix, particularly for the factory star Pedro Acosta, who scored no points whatsoever and dropped from 36th in the World Championship. Pedro Acosta, a very rare double DNF for the Spaniard. Have they fixed some of their top gremlins? What are the thoughts? How do you replace Pedro Acosta on a factory case? And that's a tough job for the factory.
Yeah, great to be joined by Actor, and you're right to make the trade there. So unsurprisingly, Pedro Acosta rather frustrated on Sunday evening. People there, issues from Aston Hoffman and the factory to get to the bottom of the issues that they have in the days that followed the Czech Grand Prix, being able to find any solutions. Actually,
Well, sorry, it's always ready with the one. Of course, the responsibility is to stand down and the team and the factory for sure. We are in both always, like the one those times we I would say that the second of the year that we have shared, that's our job to be supported. Pedro in the press conference yesterday saying he believes there won't be any fixes, any answers until maybe after the summer break to the German Grand Prix. Is that a concern? Is there still 2 rounds to go before we get to that point? You know, think it's also so we are really speculating I do think we are on the way to the third whatever happens. The fact that you're on, it doesn't sound like you've got the exact answer. It wasn't a one-off event in Brno. We've had problems in Barcelona and Mugello. Is it fair to say that KTM are suffering from a reliability issue right now? We're looking towards 2027 coming into this weekend. Pedro Acosta moving on to a different team to the captain from next year onwards. He's obviously played such a huge role in Pedro's development throughout the classes with KTM. So how sad on a personal level are you to not be working with Pedro next year, and how much of a loss is he going to be to KTM and the factory? There's the point. So for sure he's done next in the queue, or are we going to have to wait a little bit longer? One of the next in the queue, for sure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to KTM boss Akiyama. Marco Bezzecchi briefly led this session before he actually hit the big head shake on at turn 9. That was decelerating into the second gear, the fault corner. He had just put in a 132.476, which has just been usurped by his teammate Martin. So the two factory agreeers, well, this is just what the 20 needed after a wretched battle on a dreadful Brno. This is the perfect tonic, the perfect pick-up as they see both of their factory riders coming first and second. Not sure how much longer that will remain the status quo. As you can see, Fabio Di Antonio thinks they're another good lap. Back in the subject figure with KTM, it does look like it'll be Fabio Di Antonio and Alex Marquez that will move into the factory team. Like you said, to run. It was the right-hand reverse that was stuck on to Acosta. They're cutting out this good Casper trying to get it disengaged at turn 11. And then yet another cut-out this year, another engine cut-out problem with him out on the last lap of the Grand Prix. They've got a bit of hand on this one. And what this one is, it's pretty embarrassing for the manufacturer. It does turn out to be, I mean, these aren't one-offs into the finishes. This is a repeated issue. We are seeing KTM stop far too often.
We're talking about a technical set of regulations that they're most mature that you'd expect the least reliability problems. We understand next to with brand new motorcycles, brand new 850cc engines, reduction in aero, and of course the removal of ride height devices, although one of the ride elevations, the enhancement devices have gone from this weekend, won't be seeing them at the start or at all anymore in MotoGP. So potentially to have a variety of different problems rather than one specific problem. Not sure that makes the petrol all worse, to be honest. If you're having a multitude of different issues, I think that makes it even worse, because there are all sorts of different grounds that you need to get on top of, but it's cost KTM a bucket load of points already this season, and it's cost Pedro Acosta. Well, it's not a single point, ultimately, did he? In Brno, the wide height event issue on the Saturday, followed by whatever happened to him late on the Sunday. It was already a difficult Sunday for Pedro Acosta, because he was letting people through for most of the technical through on the Sunday, because he was struggling to get his tyre pressure in the operating window. Yellow flags around at turn 2, we'll keep an eye on what that is going to be. Something else, Marc Marquez is down at the chicane.
Marc Marquez in the gravel trap then in the Timmer chicane, turn 16 then. An early get-off for the in-form reigning world champion. So down the road then goes Marc Marquez. Of course, you can see there he's just the handlebars with his left hand. Trailblazing onto the front, into the gravel trap he goes. Yeah, Mark was not going to hang on to touch for that one, he was quickly going to let go of that factory Ducati as he went tumbling into the gravel trap. So, having set the 6th fastest time on day 1 so far here in Assen with a 1:32.757. But there's more drama. He never does things the easy way, does he? The number 93. A couple of fairly harmless barrel rolls in the chicane gravel trap. Yeah, but again, it will just knock that confidence a little bit.
What the things kind of say you had it, the TT circuit out. And even though he won here and did the double last year, 3 victories for Marc Marquez, which by his general standards isn't altogether that many. Still don't know, by the way, who's the Euros at turn 2. And Marc Marquez is down at the final chicane. That's turn 16, where the running world champion has gone down. So we'll have to go through Tyler Radisson for you very, very shortly as the world champion trudges away. You see the accident currently in 6th place, but now on his own 2 feet.
Yeah, Marquez, he was flying, he just set his fastest sector, the fastest sector of the entire session.
Ferreira went down at turn 2.
And Ferreira had something off at that one. Somebody to crash out the sprint on the first lap last weekend in Dorna. So Ferreira and Marquez are close powers off track. And they're pushing close together on the front stage of this FP1 session. It just stepped out of it and came round on the rail there, going through turn 4. It's perfectly okay as well. So Morel and Marquez then down in quick succession. Yeah, Marc Marquez was about to depose after their second, it looked like, from the top. So he was up by just under 300s in the second, fastest through the first 3 sectors on the lap, which he did not complete, and failing out at turn 16. What about Ayagura? Well, last weekend in Dorna, he caught us all off guard when he was quickest on Friday. Normally he's a bit of a late comer to the party, isn't he? Ayagura, being fastest on Friday in Dorna, was really the catalyst for him to have the best weekend of his MotoGP career. It's Marquez then, working his way back to full fitness and full speed. He picked up an Alex Rings after his early technical woes. He has got himself back out on circuit finally with a 1:35.22. Let's go down to Jack Crow for an update on the KTM.
Yeah, just to round off the conversation you were having in regards to the tech gremlins that have been affecting KTM at the moment. We understand that they have limited the engines. That came after the pair of technical troubles that they had on Friday in the Giro for Brad Finger. Now, that in part then resulted in those famous images that we saw in Sunday's Grand Prix when the detectives about that was in particular that absolutely slammed Costa, who stood no chance. He looked like he was practically split still on that long home straight to the Italian Grand Prix. Now, those same implications are still at play here, but the KTM team do feel that with Assen and Saxon running 2 circuits that are not known for their top-end speed, as you mentioned right from the start of the show, the Saxon straight here, the shortest on the calendar, so hopefully it's not going to be too much of a handicap, and as a result we won't see any tech gremlins. Fingers crossed for everyone, in particular down at KTM. There's just 3 times after 3 times in 2 weeks' time, so the Saxon run, so fingers crossed that can be the case.
Yeah, thanks very much, Saxon. It was an open goal this last weekend for Costa and KTM in terms of the championship. With Marco Bezzecchi imploding everything with the crash out, the sprint and the bounce in the Grand Prix on Sunday, it was a real opportunity for Costa to thrust himself firmly into the championship picture. He arrived in Brno 48 points behind Bezzecchi. He departed Brno 48 points behind Bezzecchi with that disastrous double DNF. KTM got to get a handle on their reliability issues. They've got to get a handle on how do you replace Pedro Acosta. Well, simply you don't.
Well, planning to replace him, we think, with this man, Alex Marquez. And he said he could see outside deciding top 10. Of course, we saw him return from injury Brno a week ago, but only got as far as qualifying as Marc Marquez is sort of flat his way back to the pits in the final stage. Sounds like he's got that factory in the taxi, or he's getting it running once again. We'll of course have to do that on the private road. He's now running, and Marc Marquez has got his way back here with a look at Longford down at the final chicane. Marc Marquez has seen plenty of action there over the years.
Yeah, so it was great in there. He was the finger pressed on the brake lever, so it was trail braking as deep as he possibly could do into turn 16. Unfortunately, there's maybe a little bit too much trail braking for Mark. A shame he didn't complete that lap because he was potentially going to fly up into P1. Let's go back down to Jack.
Yeah, with 10 minutes to go in this session, and for putting it off, but with the change to the start, the banning of the front ride height devices, we always say that these sector start sessions are absolutely vital, but this weekend more than ever, ahead of that rule change coming into effect, for tomorrow's Prix. All 23 of the riders to make sure that they're out there for the practice start session. So the section is following on from practice tomorrow, which is why we're seeing Mark as desperate as he is to get back to the box. None of these riders can afford to miss this practice start session.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Jack. Marquez with a bit of extended air rally back through the gases. Yeah, that's Mark Marquez getting this damage GP26 back to the go. Yeah, just to cover off the Grand Prix Commission announcing previous Grand Prix of the Netherlands, whole shot devices banned, consigned to museum relics. They will not be allowed to use them for the remainder of 2026. This is a permanent ban on all whole shot devices, ride-out devices, and we're moving to 856 era next year. So from this Grand Prix onwards, rear ride-out devices are still perfectly legal. They're still allowed, but no whole shot devices from this Grand Prix onwards and moving forwards. And a slight tweak as well from the German Grand Prix, the Sachs will in a couple of weeks' time to the grid structure, the grid layouts. It will still be 3 riders per row, but they've increased the distance between rows by 3 metres. The gap there from the Saxon and Underground stress is going to be up to 9 to 12 metres. Just the organisation making sure, speaking to all of the remaining Grand Prix circuits, so they were able to accommodate those changes before we arrive. So yeah, just a couple of tweaks. This all, of course, is MotoGP trying to react to a couple of rather nasty turmoil incidents which we've seen so far in 2026, both in Barcelona and in Balaton most recently.
All in the intention of making starts safer, but in practice, you can maintain the motives from what it means for the race itself. But it is going to be interesting to see whether that impacts on who gets up the line to the edge, because most sports meant to be pretty particular. The front tyre so low, barely with any wheel whatsoever. That top car not quite as available to affiliate anymore. So gone are the days now where you'll see riders pulling up onto their grid spots and shipping the front brake as hard as they can to try and get that device locked. We have seen many examples in the past of riders unable to disengage that device at the start of Grand Prix when you get that first braking zone. You have to brake hard to disengage the whole shot device. So that will no longer be a feature of Grand Prix starts.
Sure, many of you watching at home have caught pictures, some images from the top secret, supposedly top secret behind closed doors test of the 850s in Brunei just a few days ago on Monday. There were the most striking and clear observations about the impact of the new regulations. Was the ban on rear ride devices, as we saw images of all the riders coming off the corners. There was a chopper effect. There were seat units sitting on rear tyres in the morning because the ride devices are banned. Told as well, a few spies of course in the paddock was done. Several riders in practice starts with no whole shot device and no rear ride height device. It was like watching a bunch of track day, guys. There was massive wheelies, there was bikes going left, right and centre off the line. Something that the riders are going to get accustomed to over the course of the next few weeks. There's another test for the 850s and another test for the new 20 tyres that follows the Austrian Grand Prix in the Red Bull Ring before we head off on our overseas tour. And of course, there is full focus, there is all eyes on 2027 when we're doing the comedy box with our Christmas trees and Christmas jumpers on for December the 1st, Tuesday after the final Grand Prix, when for the first time we will see the full 2027 MotoGP lineup beginning their trek for the new chapter, for the new adventure.
So much changing for next season in terms of the of the bikes, of course, so many riders changing manufacturers. Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi staying where they are, but in terms of the factory things across the pit lane, so much else is going to change for the Prix. We expect Alex Marquez and Gian Antonio to head across to the KTM squad. This man, Fabio Quartararo, this is his last Dutch GT on a Yamaha. He's heading to Honda to be alongside David Alonso for next season as well. And Yamaha, as Quartararo nearly unseated from that Yamaha a bit early there, coming through turn 2. That particular job of wrestling Yamaha around is going to be the job of Jorge Martin and I agree with next year.
How many times we've seen that in 2026? At the moment that camera picks up Fabio Quartararo or any kind of attack on, any time he's trying to get his head down and crack on, it tries to spit him off. I mean, it's just so unsettled, so unstable. Yeah, a few behind the scenes tidbits from the Brno test. A lot of riders saying, as you'd expect from these 5 breathing 1000cc MotoGP 4 strokes have been dialed in since like 2012. Through the horsepower in your right hand, really less capacity motorcycle, the 850s. I think the power a little bit more docile. I'm sure they'll be winding the whip up as we go through the process. So that last guy, the old long believer, who just put the fresh off to those Robin World 2 Practice. Actually, he was in love with the front tire performance of these Pirelli that they rolled out for the customer several different kind of rear actions that the riders will have to evaluate. One key difference is the weight. And the bike's got a lot lighter, more agile, so less physical the rides expected next year. And more crucially, I think after the first take some very small impressions that the riders will start to get, this is going to potentially add to this go with a more spectacular racing for undertaking next year, which we can only say, bring it on.
The unpredictability that comes with that. Very much going to be a whole new playing field for MotoGP next season. Still having a pretty unpredictable end to this particular set of race, aren't we? With the 53 points covering the top 7 in the World Championship. We've got 9 rounds of the Moto2 season, but this still is your World Championship leader, even though he's in against something resembling a crisis at the moment. What's happened off the track for Marco recently? But still have an 8-point lead, and I guess the Prix, you need to look at this weekend in terms of, well, if you don't have the Prix at this situation at the start of the season, for sure they would have taken it. They need to just try and close the page on what's happened in the last couple of weekends and look forward.
Marco Verstappen with delighted that this is our 3rd European doubleheader in quick succession. We would not have wanted to have been sat at home stewing on the events of the night. We'd be delighted that he will be able to jump back on that factory for the ribbon days. Just get back to where he does bring it. Just block out all the noise, block out all the unwanted attention that has come his way. This man and machine trying to get themselves back to this MotoGP World Champion. I have to say, it's been so responsive by Marco Verstappen pulling himself out there, because there has been a lot of noise inside and out of the paddock. But he's top of the pile, brilliant performance this 5 days. It's still a factory of Prix 1-2. And a 132.311, you can see the channel tap left hand side of the screen, is the benchmark laptop. Marc Marquez. He hasn't still some stiff marks to the right hand side there of Mark Southbank side. That is back out on track as you can see. No major damage done to Mark's second position after his traffic turn 16. He's lost 1 spot, down from 6th to 7th.
He'll be 34 when his latest captain contract kicks in at the start of next season. Turns 34 in February, so about a week or two before the 2027 season gets underway. Of course, not sure at this stage, understandably, on Marquez, whether this will be his last contract or not. I guess as long as it's competitive, but as long as he's fit, he will continue, because he does love this. He says the next 2 years are about enjoying his passion in MotoGP for so much success. Only as Marc Marquez, but having had those years of the doldrums, he wants to enjoy every relaxed walk he can have and for the best motorcycles in the world operating his team.
Yeah, some people said it's hard to disagree with him, that maybe last weekend in the night was his best to win. It was absolutely superb. He said, didn't he, that the Balaton part of double was not predicted, only expected, but he certainly thought he had a greater chance of winning at the Balaton part compared to Benoit, from the fact it was short, tight, anti-clockwise, predominantly left-handed. Mark put himself in it. Benoit was a very unexpected victory, and he would push all the way to the checker flag by Iagura, who we know how good Igura-san is at the end of races. He's the sort of warm tie specialist in MotoGP at the moment. But Marc Marquez, you could say, he was physically drained, he was shattered. But after that coming on that back in the road, has to be one of his best Ducati wins. Probably one of the better wins of his Grand Prix career, because we know he's still not back to his full physical best. We know how brilliant Iagura has been all weekend, even though we really felt like that was going to be I's weekend. But Marc Marquez, the new obstacle once again at the top.
That was chasing anyone else down in that stage. He really did that first race. Marc Marquez to see a force of will. Maybe and that takes really what separates the great from the very good in Grand Prix motorcycle racing. What are you talking about? Motorcycle racing, we talked about on 4 wheels. The all-time greats, they win the races they're not ultimately, all things being equal, supposed to win. And that's what Marc Marquez did last weekend. Yeah, you're right to mention that there were certain circumstances that favoured Marc Marquez in that Darlington Park. There wasn't a lot on his side in Brno last week. And that's the best way of looking at about Marc Marquez. This is why he is so great, why he's so hard to beat. He simply refused to lose in Brno.
Second, as the right for the goal, and so he's already first leader, Marc Marquez, and 1-1-2. But yeah, we just picked up Joan Mir. We should mention the Spanish rider, factual Honda rider for us, who had a cracking Sunday in Brno, 5 days ago, the 28-year-old Spaniard crossing the line in 5th place, and he was 5th, top 6th for Honda in 65 Grand Prix, and he did it the hard way. He was anywhere around a soft rear tire. A lot of people thinking, well, that's going to fall off a cliff in the final lap, but Mir managed it quite brilliantly, and I'm sure the counter could have considered this as well. It was the first time in 14 rounds that Mir had seen the checkered flag in both a sprint and a Grand Prix. Last time he did that was over in the tank at the Japanese Grand Prix, and that will give him some confidence. That will give him a big lift. He's a big lad, local guy like me. And like I said, there was no sort of drama. There was not a lot of retirement, so everything was at three top 6. As good number score 14 at the moment, just crept into the 32. They're now to the creep inside the top 10. In fact, we've got the creep into top spot here. This is a really good lad. He now has just finished the day, and Mia, that's going to be 14 to potentially top 3. I think that's a lots of good time in the last sector. That's been a pretty impressive late charge. On that medium middle for the 2020 World Champion.
Two riders that have been some brand new cars racing the session. Checkmate is another one, as you can see on the bottom of the screen. Brand new soft front tyre, brand new medium rear tyre for the other. He's got a bunch of his 4 riders. Julian had picked him up. But for Checkmate, that's actually today, 10 years to the day. To that first MotoGP victory. It's extraordinary circumstances when he earned the nickname Chip Benson.
Yeah, 2016 when one of the undoubted highlights of William Miller's Grand Prix career. It would have been the first defendant team winner in 10 years for Tony Elias. When what turned out to be a rather noteworthy and a rather important Portuguese Grand Prix last year in 2006, because it meant that he had a sniffing glory in the final round in Valencia as Elias put Valentino place in Estoril. How decisive did those 5 points going back to Hayden Prix to be so crucial? With a brand new medium front tyre underneath him, Igura might be threatening the top 3 here later on the Japanese rider. He's really doing anything other than neat and tidy in that final sector. Such a clean, precise rider in the ride. He doesn't really look at P4, 132.475. Martin, the John Antonio, and the girl now rolling 32.4 behind Bev.
Philip in the top 5 in this morning session. And just along the line, one of the impressive moments has been from Alfred second. Just did on that last lap, and he has to change tyres in this session. Exactly, the championship leader just did a 132.312, a thousandth of a second down on his fastest lap of the morning. This has been quite the recovery from Bev.
Quite a recovery this by Paco Bagnaia, because his session started with a few times refused it going and make a hasty return to pit lane. He might be finished it with a flurry here as he comes through this spectacular, super fast final sector here in England. Probably one of the best final sectors on the entire Grand Prix calendar. This might be close between the 2 future factory teammates. Doing some track work inside in the Wilder garage next year on the Besley and Bagnaia, of course, very, very close friends, and they're close on circuit at the end of that opening session here at the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. Less than a tenth between the two of them there, as that's a real good late charge by Bagnaia. No great surprise, of course, because nobody loves Assen more than the 29-year Italian winner here in 2022, 2023 and in 2024. A podium here last year, won the sprint here in 2024. He was first on the Grand Prix from the Hinver at Moto3 back in 2016. Won at Moto2. He loves it so much, he's got the circuit layout tattooed on his arm, as did Pecco Bagnaia.
Well, that's exactly what he would do the same if he can win this weekend. But Valentino Rossi, for so many years, adored this cathedral speed, this Assen circuit story. That's for the cathedral has been passed down to a couple of his academy graduates, like Becky and Pecco Bagnaia. And I guess the safe space for Marco Bezzecchi, given all the noise that's been surrounding him in recent times, will be when he's got the crash helmet on, the visor down, and he's riding around it.
No whole shot devices then now for the start here for Marco Bezzecchi. And we can see there's a little bit more daylight between that front tyre and tarmac that we've seen so far this year. And pretty up. These whole shot devices fully engaged as well throughout the season. Has been the best starting motorcycle in Grand Prix racing so far this year. So we're keeping a close eye on what's going to be the traditional, the customary practice start session to round up our morning action. As the riders and teams get accustomed to the whole shot device down there, there's going to be, as there was in Brno last weekend, also a practice start session to follow the hour-long practice this afternoon. A little bit more time for the riders, a little bit more time for the heroes on circuit this afternoon as well.
There's a lot more who's in the control of the rider now at the start of Grand Prix without the assistance that a whole shot device does provide. Of course, it is a short-term run to but of course the only intention I think was to remove the whole shot devices from Silverstone, the other side of the summer break with a first corner, and that being something where you often don't work hard enough to disengage in some device, but the events of recent Grand Prix have brought that change forward.
Yeah, reduce aero next year to create less downforce. Give it a little bit hard to get downforce in the front, since if we put on the brakes and the turns. No whole shot devices, no ride-out devices. This is all with the aim of having talent outweigh technology on the MotoGP World Championship. Agura has come through the Moto4 Overcut system in the past. Built for the world stage, well, this young man certainly was. Applications are now open, and open today. It's going to be on the 2027 Overtime Cup grid. Agura, of course, in a star performer to come through the ATC system. The only rider so far, within so far, to come through that part of the Race MotoGP program. What a successful system that has been to capture a Grand Prix world title. Of course, there was more ATC success last weekend in Brno when the brilliant Malaysian Hakim Danish won the Moto3 battle in Brno. Sending fans at home in Malaysia extremely delirious. You saw so many videos on Danish's social media, and it was a dream day for the Malaysian. 10 years after their last success in Moto3, there's another star in American from Southeast Asia. So the practice start session is the second one we've ever had with our whole shot devices.
We will have one of these the practice this afternoon too, the 1 hour practice session. Two places on the line later on. We have one last weekend. Took a bit by surprise, but there will be another this afternoon just to provide us every possible opportunity to practice what is, I guess, a newer experience for the newer way of getting these bikes off the line.
Just looking at the timing screen before we went through the standings closest practice start session. Malik Vinales in there. You know that Vinales is a bit of an Assen specialist. He had 4 successive podiums here between 2018 and 2022, but he has been firing verbal volleys left, right and centre to KTM at the moment. Really, the fact that Maverick still unsure of whether he's going to seat in 2027 next year at the MotoGP is starting to rub it the wrong way, to say the least, because he started to cut loose a little bit in the media. He was told apparently that he had a factory contract in 2027 safe and secure a few months ago. Then it was, don't worry about that, if he's on a factory sheet, it's a given, he'll be in Tech 3. But at the moment, in the game of musical chairs, Maverick is still standing without one.
Yeah, it does appear as if Tech 3 wants to go for one experienced rider and one young rookie for next season. It's really there from Joe Moreira as he got his Honda off the line. And now Vinales is certainly an experienced rider, Tech 3. 200 MotoGP starts to against Maverick Vinales, but that's not going that way. That's going in favour with KTM at the moment.
Definitely more really there was there, certainly really from the KTM. I'm not sure who that was from anyway. We're a stunt show, guys. Fabio Di Antonio certainly had a couple of big lifts from his front tyre. Papa Bagnard a little bit more under control. Now they've got this final whole shot device. You're going to see riders clamp literally punched all the way over the front end out, just to try and minimise the wheeling.
Yeah, so impressed about how little really the Aprilia getting. We saw a practice start moments ago from Ben Sheppy. We saw one off the grid, very little really from him. Here's a look, there's certainly a chunk of the front side there for Jorge Martin. Very confirmation from our race director, Graham Webber, of the rationale and the reasoning behind the change that is coming to effect this weekend. It is all in the intention of safety.
Yeah, the Aprilia Martin there popping a bit of a wheelie. I mean, normally there is just zero between front tyre and tarmac on the factory Aprilias. That will just help restore a bit of lost confidence for the former world champion. The top three finish at the end of the play with that key work. Pedro Acosta, which just got his serious out, and I think it was probably one of KTM's over his front wheel going vertical, and it was indeed Pedro Acosta. I mean, this is with our super slow-mo camera as well. So that's what a MotoGP looks like, with so much torque and so much horsepower, when you have a whole shot device.
When it's doing that, it is not propelling you forwards. The front tyre, of course, locked there as well. So, Pedro Acosta learned by that stage to recognise that it was wise to give up on that start. Let's see points in a few minutes' time when he has a better second experience.
Successive wins, I think, and prospect lads out the ugly. Even now both, and that was better, much more special from Diogo Moreira. He's got himself quickly dialed in as well. We're on board with Peter Bagnaia. You can see still engaging the rear eye that device. Nothing going, nothing doing now, and what is an illegal whole shot device. As you can see, rear eye device is still perfectly legal. Just look how high that front fairing sits. Just look, there's barely any gap between the sort of front aero and front fender.
Start for Costa at that time as he vanished off the road. From side on there for Peter Bagnaia. That's about as good as you can expect now with the new look of MotoGP start. The Marc Marquez 2, you can see here, should be clambering over the front edge. You can keep the front tyre as low to down as possible, and very good picture.
Would like to manage with more of the electronics as well, but it's just shifting too much power and just putting the power input too much as they work their way up the line. That's not taking it too long to get up to speed though with the new regulations. Okay, leaning all over the front end, leaning all over the body tank there on the factory Ducati. Ducati, which he has thrown into double track this morning.
It's in the position of a swimmer there, isn't he? Of course, he did swim across the checkered flag here when he won back in 2014, when he was asked today for his favourite memory, his favourite experience here at the Cathedral of Speed. He did pick that moment, the first of his three Dutch GT victories, that back-to-back victory 12 years ago.
Surprised he didn't go to 2019. That was just what a battle that was. What a battle. That was a Grand Prix that we were at instant passing over 170 overtime in the lead group alone. Still remains, I think, in 2018 here, the fifth closest top 15 in history. Just over 16 seconds divided the top 15 at the end of the unbelievable race. Pecco Bagnaia, we saw it in the team rally, and we did the last time out in Brunei. And then before it once again became into the final sector. After that sector then with a wave to the crowd. And he bounced back from probably what was the most difficult Grand Prix weekend of Michael Bezzecchi's career. Probably one of the most difficult experiences of his entire life. We can't emphasise enough just how still what days afterwards he was so full of regret once again here yesterday, Michael Bezzecchi. If he is going to let his riding do the talking, that was some statement performance by the world champion leader. Despite all the chaos, despite all the drama, you have to say he is still leading the MotoGP World Championship, despite the fact he has not scored a point since that Balaton Park sprint.
It finished the Sunday afternoon in Austin when he regained the World Championship lead from Jorge Martin, who held it for all of 24 hours. Both Aprilia riders in need of a bit of a bounce back this weekend for various reasons.
It's a different game than it was a couple of weeks ago when this young man was 102 points clear of Marc Marquez. Marc Marquez himself resigned to the fact that this year will not be his chance to win an 8th MotoGP World Championship, but it is very much going on. 40 points now is the gap between Marc and Marquez. 182 versus 140 in the points column between those two. Right now 17 points behind Gabriel Antonio. For the owners of Top Ducati. Good to see Paul Espargaro here this weekend, once again very much part of the KTM garage. I understand Paul's very much battered and bruised, a bit walking wounded. He had a pretty vicious car side, I believe, on the exit of the first corner while he was testing KTM's new 850 on Monday in Brno. A little bit second-hand this morning with Caricho.
Most important role at the moment, no digging papers for all of those test riders, given what is to come over the next 9 months or so before we go racing at the start of next season. Every manufacturer will see this as such a huge opportunity to essentially propel themselves to the top of the pecking order in MotoGP if they can nail any regulations.
Well, Aprilia's current lineup, first and third in that session. Aprilia's future lineup, first and second in that opening session. As Jorge Martin debriefs with Chris Prix, Zedeveld and Zamanelli. Companion of Paul Hayes for the last few years. But Marco Bezzecchi back with a bang in Assen.
That's just what fans would have asked for this morning. The World Championship leader quickest in FP1. His future teammate, the friend Papa Bagnaia, second, Martin third, ahead of Gian Antonio, who led early on. The Trackhouse duo fifth and sixth, ahead of the first of the Hondas, Juan Mir. Aldegar up in 8th, ahead of Vinales, who was the top KTM, and Marc Marquez, who we saw down in the final chicane. The Costa 11th from Moreira, Alex Marquez, Morbidelli and Bastianini. Jack Miller at the top of Yamaha this morning. He put new tyres on later to achieve that. 16th ahead of Axel, Luca Mooney, Jack Finger. Fabio Quartararo, 20th ahead of Toprak, Augusto Fernandez, 5th Yamaha on Saturday, got the wild card, ahead of Kyle Fletch, slowing 26th.
Late start to Aprilia, 4 bikes to top 6 on a circuit where they have never previously taken a MotoGP victory. Marco Bezzecchi's opening run then for that, the soft rub medium rear tyre, went on to a new medium front at the end of the session. That's coming at the tail end of run 2 at 132.311, putting him just a whisker under 10th clear of Pico back.
Is always the case, does not change tyres on a Friday morning, and we will be encouraged by the fact that his fastest lap time of the morning came right here.
Our team found some confidence, which has been sadly lacking in the last couple of Grand Prix, when he was out on the same combo to that medium for Martin. Best teamwork coming halfway through that run to a 122.455. Martinator for quickest.
Aprilia first, Ducati second, Aprilia third, Ducati fourth, Fabio Gian Antonio, who did all of his work this morning on the soft one, being the combination of 132.4 coming on lap 13, but we're still doing mid-32s right at the end of the morning.
What about the split times? Who's quickest in sector? It's John Mee on a P2 Honda by a fan for the second, ahead of Vinales. Marc Marquez still quickest in split one.
Very short sector 2, but it is Bezzecchi with the advantage through there.
Big sector switch led by Paris Vinales on the KTM once again from Mir and Moreira. New tyres coming into play there.
And the final sector takes you through the Assen and the final chicane, and it is Ayagur with 5,000 in his pocket over another 2 Aprilia rides.
Well, after a truly abysmal Brno for World Champion leader Marco Bezzecchi, he has come back into action in some style. The factory Aprilia rider leads a sun-kissed everyone here in Assen. Crucial Q2 place that takes that win in practice, but Bez leads the way at the end of FP1. The biggest pocket strike we have seen. Are we going to get a dramatic late plot twist here in Motegi?
So clearly at this stage, it's only smoke, not fluids, coming out of the Ducati. If that changes, then Pecco Bagnaia might get pulled off the road.
No dramas at the moment for Bagnaia. Really ball at Ducati. Brazilians matched by pure brilliance. Pecco Bagnaia will win the Japanese Grand Prix, but from Korea, St. Lucia, Minnesota, back to the top of the Penny Motorland, the drowning glory here in Motegi is the comeback, the top all combat. Marc Marquez is the 2025 MotoGP World Champion. Bombay Sporting Titans have been hailed for producing amazing comebacks. Now Marc Marquez surely has to be mentioned in the same breath. That clinches his 7th MotoGP World Championship. Comeback King has taken the throne once again.
Was difficult, was super difficult, but now I'm in pace of myself.
It's his first big Saturday slip-up of the season. Ducati's golden last sprint is over. It's Saturday comes with a sensational Saturday. Welcome one and all to Grand Prix of San Marino. All eyes on pole position.
Riders now get set for action here at Misano.
And we're racing here on the GP. Misano, right start from pole in Misano, right start from pole right start from pole. Right start from pole.
does not get any better than this.
It is pure magic. This is as good as racing gets. Gladiators in the arena. Listen to the crowd.
MotoGP's penultimate round before summer is well underway as we hit our most northerly and most legendary circuit on the calendar. Since 1949, the most exciting sport on earth has been coming to the Netherlands, and the last weekend of June has been synonymous with MotoGP at the TT Circuit Assen. This is Free Practice Friday. The sun beats down in North Holland as MotoGP's annual Dutch GP fires into life here at the iconic TT Circuit Assen. For as long as we've been coming here, we've had just about every single bit of weather imaginable. Downpours, deluges, spring-like sunshine, tail ends of European heat waves, and, for those in the World Superbike paddock in 2019, snowfall. But we've never been to Assen, where the real feel is 38 degrees Celsius. The air temperature is 33 and rising. Assen in the sunshine, just afternoon practice is coming up, starting with Moto3, where the top 14 will move to Q3, leaving the rest to fight out some top 4 places in Q1 tomorrow. And seeing as we are in the land of all things waffle related, we join myself, Rico Giles and Elliot York next to me. Good afternoon, mate. We're going to have a small delay to Moto3. That's just come up now to the red flag in the FIM Harley Davidson Bagger World Cup Free Practice 1. So we've come on out at the right time, but 5-minute delay coming up in Moto3 Practice at Central.
Good afternoon, yes, and looking forward to this one. As always, Friday afternoons really do kick-start the weekends in MotoGP. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out in perfect conditions. Even a short walk to get a spot of glimpse through the paddock and walking back to the coffee as well. A little bit of a dabber, I've got to say, even starting out for less than 5 minutes in the paddock, which is very warm, and I think it's going to be a case of finding shade where you can for the spectators. In the main grandstand, of course, you've got plenty of shade with the booth covered, but lots of these grandstands in the course of famous blue side. Here at the TT Circuit Assen, there is no other shade to be had. So hopefully they've got some sun lotion on, the umbrellas are up, but not to rain. Hopefully that remains for the rest of the weekend as well. And conditions are going to be pretty brutal out there for the practice sessions this afternoon.
Yeah, I think for all the fans, to keep with a World Cup thing, a few hydration wets going to be needed across the course of their afternoon, and by hydration I do special stuff. This morning, Alvaro Carpe led the way. He got the right times over in the Czech GP as well, but unfortunately couldn't get it over the line for his first Grand Prix win. David Almanza second, to Max Keeler third. If you are just joining us for the first time this weekend, a big huge project, a big huge chapter for Moto3 coming up from 2028 onwards, and that's in Yamaha will be the sole bike supplier for the Moto3 stuff. That comes in 2028, and as that graphic says, it's built to inspire the champions of tomorrow and shape the future of Grand Prix racing. 2028 is a 2033 minimum, and from 2029 onwards in the FIM Moto Junior paddock, they will also have the rights there as well, the sole bike supplying rights there. So Yamaha really great to see them back in the light race car, but also good to see that with a bit of cost-cutting and enhancement in performance, more modern Moto3 machinery, and a big global rollout right across Southeast Asia, South America, and all the regional championships. Moto3's future is sustainable and secure.
Yeah, in safe hands as well, isn't it, with Yamaha as well. One of the lead manufacturers across MotoGP, a very rich history, Yamaha likes to support into that. And yeah, interesting news, of course. We were expecting it for quite some time, but it was official yesterday here at the TT Grand Prix in Netherlands that Yamaha will be taking over the bike in Moto3 based on the R7 engine, the R7 engine, will be a full prototype machine. So very interested to see how that one plays out. They'll go testing next year, of course, and then the full rollout of Moto3. Massive change to the riders putting through the Moto MotoGP program as well. And I imagine some of these riders in Moto3 currently will still be on the grid in 2028, so a big change to that as well. Very interesting to see what the bike is, how quick they are, and how much it changes the class as well. But right now, of course, the focus is on 2026 and in 2027. The bikes will remain the same, a little bit of development, of course, but we'll be seeing the KTM, the CF Moto, and the Honda packages on the grid next year as well. And this is Gold Coast we're focusing on. So it's a decent morning to be upgraded.
Indeed it was. Top Honda runner is up there inside the top 5, so Gold Coast going great guns. Worth noting, we haven't had a Yamaha in the lightweight class since all the way back in 2009 in Malaysia. The last winner though, very, very important on this one, Argentina 1984. Jorge Martinez Ascar. So he's only right got the spot that he won it back to his win back in 1994. I think the bike is probably going to roll out for the Moto3 Practice if they still do the bike for 2028. So no way away, but a long way away in normal calendar year, but not in terms of racing year. 18 months more than the time.
No, it's mad to think we're already nearly in July in 2026. It was an age ago. At the end of February, we went racing. It was the debut of Ultimate Batama on our screens in Moto3, and what a great season that Untitled is having so far in Moto3. Can't wait for the end of the season when we go to Indonesia. We go to Malaysia to Indonesia, our latest winner in Moto3. A hero's welcome expected for Veda Batama in Indonesia, in Malaysia. We're really excited for that stretch of the season. It's going to be a brutal one for riders in the whole paddock. I think it's 7 Grand Prix in the last 9 weekends of the season. It's going to be a pretty manic end to the year, but it's one that will hopefully decide all 3 championships in Moto3, Moto2 and in MotoGP. But right now, focus on Assen, and I was quite impressed actually looking at the time sheets this morning. Because Marco Morelli, we saw him on our screens there. The amount of time sheets that we get a nice little indication of what we might expect come to mail up change, of course, between now and then. But Morelli put a 15-lap run together on the same side, straight out of the box, and the fastest lap, 141.262, gives big front on his 14th flying lap of the session, and that was enough to put in P4 overall as well. So the young Argentine, a really solid start to the weekend, is that honest?
And that's not the biggest surprise, of course, because we know Marco Morelli's right all the way through Grand Prix, he's got pace twice at the end. The thing that's going to be very interesting for Morelli is actually what's going to be coming up now, because he had a 100% P2 record up until the last time out when he was 22nd in practice, and then came in too early in Q1, thought he was safe, and turned out he wasn't safe. So Marco Morelli will need to clear that hurdle first. This one coming up in the top 14. But it's okay having great race pace, but you've got to be in a position to capitalise on it. A good comeback ride last time out, actually 20th on the grid, all the way up to 7th in the Grand Prix. And we do feel that probably only qualified a bit, but his pace was more than good enough to actually be in that lead group with his teammate Max Keeler and Clay.
Yeah, 100%. Hasn't been on the front 2 rows in the last 3 Grand Prix. Marco Morelli qualified in 20th with 2 minutes from that. Did get them up to 17th with the several good penalties he had in Moto3. But yeah, it was a good comeback ride, but Morelli has mentioned that qualifying and the opening few laps of races is where his Achilles heel has been so far in 2026. Otherwise, it is race pace in the latter stages. Second half of the race has been absolutely superb, and fair play to Morelli for 2017 and a great 227th place that time. But looks like the comeback with and the new field already started. Top 5 to win the race last time out over at Inverno. But yeah, Morelli having a very decent season, a very good season, a very good season. Looking to iron out a couple of details. We've mentioned this a couple of times already so far this season, and he should be a regular podium contender once he can sort of nail qualifying down, but not just qualifying, nail the sort of starts he's able to get and get himself in a better position in the second.
Yeah, from what I
nailed qualifying down, but not just qualifying, nailed the sort of starts he's able to get himself in a better position in this qualifying.
Yeah, and from one Argentinian to another, that was great.
Grand Prix finish. Big moment there, coming to a very fast part of the circuit course here at the Super Circuit up in turn 11. So a couple of rides in Moto2 moments there is, well, the track out there is going to be greasy this afternoon. This is probably going to be better cooling compared to this morning. As we mentioned, people know the track temperature surely rising above 15 degrees at this stage. So it's going to be interesting how close the riders can we get the times of this morning, 1:41.8 down Manfred top time, we're around about a second off what we were doing this morning. To be honest, I don't expect the riders to go too much faster, even slightly faster, because compared to this morning, temperatures, the ambient temperature has risen around about 8 degrees, track temperature a lot more than that. So I think the riders just got to be cautious out there, work out where the grip is, where they can push. Obviously, a very finishing circuit on the rear tyre, especially with easy circuit. Interesting how they deal with that. I think they get a replay, but I think it's good.
Yeah, he's going to ask for the power. Just stepped out a little bit. That's just definitely down here. Not be too worried about that. Just going about his business at the moment there in second place. Got 14 on Charlie Tyler Hall. I think they're the ones that will move through on the second part of this session. Comes out David Armanda. Oh, pulls a lead. He comes through 16 and 17. Garrett Timothy came right into the line. It's going to be a time now. 41.395 is 600 to give. But God does it. Oh, yeah. David Armanda driving like he stole it. Watching Lee watch it on pensively in the garage there down at the Romoli Dynamo Intact GP team. It's, flag that's on. Oh, that's quick. That's really good. That Ruskin has at the end of the finish line. So someone has come to grief over there and just one the drivers as well. So let's hope that they are all okay. We're getting yellow flag at turn 6 on our graphic at the top of the screen. As you can see on the map, it's more towards turn 7 and we got the yellow flag at turn 6 on our graphic at the top of the screen. As you can see on the map, it's more towards between turn 7 and 8.
Jim Boss.
in that final sector, but Telly also lost a good chunk of time. There's a bit more in the number 18 locker there. He's in 9th place. At the moment, it's still Calcio, Almanda, Guido, Carpe, and Eddie O'Shea up in the top 5. So Michael Laverty's Grid Racing Team, double top 5, is still standing after the first 10 minutes of Moto3 Practice.
Tom then does now look out the signal on his time screen as we get nice close, a bit too close but for our eyes anyway, that will give the inside or Esteban into turn 5. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on Patama for you guys at home. Haven't seen but they are around about that's the sort of great pace.
He's off the front down at Harbox. Oh, dearie me, David Almanda, that's not the way to do it. From turn 1 has caught out its first victim of the weekend, and it was David Almanda. I've got to say, he was looking a little bit loose in there a couple of times, so David Almanda can try to pull the clutch and to keep that engine running, and hopefully, for him, no, it's all over. He's going to have to get it on the service road. Down through the gears, tucking about there. He was just coming off the curb, and don't save that now. Not in the corner enough.
Classic turn 1 crash here at Assen, wasn't it? The front end just watching away, no chance of trying to pick it up on the knee or the elbow for Almanza. He's all okay, which is good news because he's only his injury trouble so far this season, but he's going to have to fire that KTM back up on the service road, and yeah, hopefully it's not too damaged. Didn't do any barrel rolls, I don't think, in the barrel, which is good news for the teams down there in the intact GP box. But a couple of early crashes then in clearly more difficult conditions than we had this morning.
At least Almanda has had a banker lap time set though. Raider Patama at the moment is down in 17th place, so not ideal for the number 9. Carpe's coming through on Queso's bottom and just runs in lights up the inside. We saw Carpe then up to Adrian Fernandez a little bit early on as well. So Alvaro Carpe obviously quite confident down into the game in Moto3 Practice and Practice on a Friday. So I was just about to say as well about Almanda, what he's lacking alone. He's got that space. It's so hard to find out here at Assen. You see it all classes of races, MotoGP, Moto2, Moto3, 2.5, 2.4, you name it. It's very, very difficult to find a bit of track time, but we see so many penalties year on year here at this track because it's only one line, particularly through turns 1 and 2. Riders trying to get out of the way, but they end up on the apex at turn 2.
I do fear later on in the session, especially in the Moto3 class, when everyone's trying to drop into position, trying to get a bit of touchscreen if we want and need it, especially towards the end of the lap where it is ferociously fast through. You come out of 11, then the famous final section here, once you click through 12, 13, 14, 15, and ramp up, of course, the back step under 215, all you've seen so far, even in this session, at the start of the session and in the Prix practice one this morning, riders cruising around the outside, which of course you're able to do to some extent because the pit lane entrance is on the right hand side on the exit of 15 before you get to the vertical chicane of 16, 17 and 18. But I do fear, as you rightly mentioned, it's quite a tight circuit here in terms of it's quite narrow. Obviously it's so fast to play in this section, especially absolutely with the start of the T2 circuit Assen, and the riders do as well. But just watch out for this part of the section later on when riders are just beginning to start their lap, coming to the end of a potential outlap and be trying to fight for position. It could get quite tough.
And this is the part of the circuit that has remained unchanged for so long. It's a real iconic bit of tarmac, and looking up all the years of World Superbike in the 90s, early 2000s MotoGP, when they shortened this plate right down to the current layout we have today. They left that bit untouched. I'm so grateful that they did this. It was the best final sector of the year. This is Rico Salmela coming through the long lap penalty loop. Bit of a kicker coming into that, and you've got to be so careful there. Coming in towards turn 3, Oscar's looking, and then this is down into the Stubborn. This is turn 5, 3 and 4 corners taken all as one, but for some reason that I can't explain, it's all one corner on a track map. And then out through here and down the back straight, we have a look at the box of Max Quiles, Jorge Martinez Aspar to his left, Danny Barber is crew chief there as well, working hard. They'll both be trying to see how Max Quiles is feeling and what they could actually do to see the young Mercian rider coming through a little bit more. Hot conditions out there, of course, as well. You can see that with the bit of sweat on his face, but actually there's no need to be sweating. It's up there in fourth at the moment. It's safe and sound so far. We're just under 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, just trying to read the body language there, Pires. Didn't look overly happy, but didn't look too unhappy at the same time. We don't normally see Pires coming to pit lane either at this stage of practice. Maybe he's just finished a bit of a run once, a couple of things changing for time attack mode is engaged. The red first split where you see Yamanaka has lost time through the second and third. Let's see what he does through the final split. Just keeping an eye on the times as well. No one in the last couple of minutes instead of 1:41. So it looks like the riders are just tailing off slightly in terms of their pace or tyre wear is at a premium here. 1:42.4 for Yamanaka, so that's just over a second away, as you can see from the top time from Kelso. No one really has been able to get close to Kelso and Almanza the last few laps. Almanza then does return to pit lane. Good news for the 22 and the Intact GP squad. Can't see the right hand side of the bike, but it can't be too damaged if Almanza got back to the pit.
Intact by name and by nature, thankfully for the team at the moment. So Almanza coming back in. This is it again, banging down through the gearbox, tries to get it down to an apex, can't, ends up down in the gun.
Yeah, finding the limits down at turn one. Not a disaster for Almanza, of course. Even with the bike looks relatively okay as well. Better to do it now than a bit later on in the session if you look at the time on the board, of course, and the benefit factors have been in qualifying or in the race.
In terms of turn one cracking here at Assen, I always think back to Alvaro Bautista there in 2012, I think that was. Alvaro Bautista coming through from a rather modest 8th on the grid and trying to win everything at turn one. So Alvaro Bautista, right his name in Assen history, of Adrian Fernandez comes through the final chicane and goes up from 20th to 7th. That's a bit more like it from Adrian Fernandez. We know his head's dropped a little bit since the opening 6 rounds of his season are all null and void. It's Fernandez there in 7th. Let's hope that he can have a result this week, because he deserves it.
He does, through no fault of his own. He's qualified in the opening 6 Grand Prix of this season. That time I was going to mention is going to get short on because he was on the green coming through 17 and 18 where these riders are now. So unfortunately for Fernandez, that's that kind of time it's going to stick, unfortunately. But speaking to Leopard, obviously last weekend the Rapporteur did, and understandably so, explained that how the Adrian Fernandez with what's going on with the team and the disqualifications, and you can fully get on board with Fernandez's frustrations and sort of disappointment. Very, very disappointed with Fernandez, because there's a great chance for Fernandez to fight for a title this year, at least finish inside that top 3 as well, and show Moto2 teams what he's capable of. He can still do that, of course, but he's not going to be able to fight for the title, or realistically, the top 3, or maybe the top 5, to be honest, depending on how the season goes for the rest. But you've got riders up there like Pires, Carpe, Uriarte, Almanza, and Morelli, who are all consistently well inside that top 6, top 7 bracket, and winning races and finishing on the podium. So fingers crossed for Fernandez. He can have a good weekend this weekend, and of course going into the summer break, where we'll probably hit the reset button, go away, see sort of double Ralph Fernandez in his corner, and we'll have a good summer of training and trying to just regather his thoughts for the second half of the season.
And he's done a decent run here. I mean, this lap now puts him up into 7th, and he looked like he was pretty clean through the final sector that time around. So Fernandez has still got the pace. Let's see if he can get through directly into Q2. His teammate Bruno Pini was kicking right up on through. Now he's in a KTM sandwich. Uriarte ahead of him, then Rico Salmello is about to be ahead of him. Has a bit of a look down into Ramson. Pini's going to come into pit lane and does so. The Pini up there in line. So 2 Leopard Racing Hondas inside the top 10 at the moment. Oh, that's a lot better than where they looked across the entire weekend last week in Brno.
Yeah, Pini just squeezed into the top 14 on his final lap, I think it was, over in Brno, and Fernandez was not really in any shout of the top 14 last Friday. So better stuff from Pini, who didn't even get to enjoy his opening weekend race here last year when he had a technical problem on the grids. Thankfully, quite a dangerous situation when a rider, I don't think he stalled it. I think I saw in the replay, the rear end did lock. I think it was a technical issue for Pini that cost him a chance of getting away. Thankfully, there was no issues in terms of riders hitting him on the grid, because that's the first worry when a rider is stationary
on the start line. A very dangerous situation. Franco Lupini, he was all okay. But yeah, wasn't able to get a race under his belt here last year on the KTM. Hopefully that doesn't happen again this year in terms of Pini not being able to race, because he qualified pretty decently on the Prix last year for Pini. So clearly enjoyed himself until that technical issue on the start line, and it would be nice to see Pini having a bit of an easier time of things this weekend, because it's been a bit of a struggle, got to be said. I think he knows that, he's admitted it himself as well, that as things aren't clicking ever since his debut Grand Prix win, of course, over in Austin. We thought that was the catalyst for more podiums and wins to come to Pini. At this moment in time, that is not the case.
It's been anything but the case. So never scored that many points at all, like the way it's got the last few Grand Prix. Just on that, you mentioned about how dangerous that situation is with a rider stalling on the grid. It's particularly dangerous for the likes of someone like Guido Pini, who actually qualified on the third row off the grid. That's a lot of riders coming through behind you. So for Guido Pini, he was a very, very lucky Italian last year. With a bit of a lull at the moment in this session. At the moment, Adrian Fernandez is still out on track, as we see so often on the Moto3 Practice session. Almost everybody else is in pit lane or rolling down pit lane. So calm before the Assen storm here in Moto2.
Excellent storms weather-wise coming tomorrow and Sunday. And then, a final 10-minute storm in terms of the riders trying to fight for track position and get into the top 14. Focusing in on Casey O'Gorman. Great to see Casey on track, actually, because of big off over Inverno. Had a couple of big high sides, didn't he, at the Czech Grand Prix, most notably the one in the Grand Prix where he was inside that top 7 and fighting for the win. Did a brilliant job, though, Gorman, off the line to get himself in that lead group, and was mixing it with the eventual race winner. Of course, I can release on the podium, finishing in the top 6 before he was chipped over the top of that Honda. A good go to the local hospital just to have a bit of checks on what was wrong. Marco Grano saying... Marco Grano, I'll come back to that in a minute. Marco Grano saying that, hopefully he's okay to ride this weekend, and of course he is, and he's inside that top 10. Back to the save, though, from Quiles.
Oh, dearie me, that front end was folded. It didn't fold as big as we've seen before. Oh, wow, that's naughty. That's really bad. Quiles absolutely flying through there at Ramson, and he caught and hit entering Adrian Fernandez. And then this is the second one. We saw it live, front folding about here. Look at the bump. Oh, he does well there. It's the biggest thing in and just pick it up. But the scared one is the first one. Oh, dearie me. Nico Ferrari and Jorge Martinez Astar would have seen that and really held their breath.
That's exactly what I was talking about on the exit of 15, when a rider is coming into pit lane. Fernandez didn't quite catch the sort of lead up to that point, but Quiles obviously caught Fernandez at the wrong time. If you're coming into pit lane, you've got to be, from that point of view, you've got to be a bit quicker getting over to the right-hand side and into pit lane. That is Fernandez in the box, incident currently under investigation, but that looked pretty sketchy, unfortunately. Thankfully, Quiles and Fernandez didn't come into contact, and then maybe a potential cold front tyre the cause of the moment down at turn 1 for Quiles. This is another moment.
This is it again. Fernandez is on the racing line at that point. Fernandez is on the racing line at that point, and he's yet coming into pit lane, but the pit lane speed limit entry isn't active until further in. For that reason, so they can get to the racetrack and get down there and then start braking. So I've got to say, I feel there's going to be a penalty coming out against Fernandez way, because he's on the racing line that way. The Max Quiles is coming through at such a rate of knots at one of the fastest parts of this racetrack. And Max Quiles might well be the one behind him, the one with the vision, but he is not looking out for riding forward on racing line.
I'd be surprised if they haven't been told already that Simon Quaker, of course, chief steward up there in the MotoGP steward's office, telling the riders, if you're coming into pit lane through that part of the circuit, of course, you need to be going pretty much at full speed, and then close your speed coming into pit lane, because as we've just seen, it can be a pretty scary situation. The closing speed
And of course, around there could end in disaster. So, yeah, we'll see what comes of that situation. Keyless, as though, has forgotten about it and is on his way to potentially setting the fastest time of the session. Potential moving of the goalposts here for the championship leader.
Yeah, fastest lap time of the day, remind you, 1:41.869. So, at the moment, we haven't got down into the 140. Keyless out wide, coming through the front, and this is over turn 10. We've got the Bertelli climbing all over them at the moment. But Keyless, he's also not in a position to roll out of it just quite yet. So he's going to have to get out of the way and let Bertelli through if Bertelli wants to come through. It looks like he does, but these two, Keyless always seems to have a level up MTA KTM on his toe right behind him. We had Joel Esteban right with him, well, quite a lot through this season so far. Now, Bertelli in this session. This is the second time this session that we've seen this. Less than 10 minutes ago, Keyless got cross line to 1:41.673. That's not going to trouble anything really in the top 4 or 5 places. Bertelli there at the moment, Bertelli in 9th place. So Bertelli's in 9th place and out there lapping away and safely at the moment into Q2. Cut-off points is Cormac Buchanan in 14th place on a 1:42.197. Now 1:42.197 earlier on today would have put you in 22nd place. So the pace is slightly off this afternoon, but I remind you, this is not a combined session. What you see is what you get. We saw David Almanza move out of pit lane just a moment ago. He's now entering it again, so that's all not too well for the 22.
Yeah, intrigued to see what's going on there with Almanza, currently second place. We've not got too much to worry about as things stand. Neither has Joel Kelso sitting patiently in pit lane is Kelso. And these some of the riders coming back into the box now. If they're not on fresh rubber, they will be in a few moments' time for the time attack. Good lap times coming in though for Bertelli and Keyless. Bertelli, as you can now see, slightly quicker than Keyless, and through the sort of fast final sector here of 12, 13, 14 and 15, you're going to get a nice bit of slipstream as well. We're going to slip on board through that section.
Yeah, we might want to be changed to a front-facing camera if Bertelli's blast on by. You can see this is the hottest bit of the racetrack as well, over 50 degrees centigrade. So that is really, really hot, and it's going to get hotter. Bertelli up the inside of the chicane. Does he get it done? Where's he going to end up? Up the inside and through. So Bertelli gets a clear Keyless there, because Bertelli was actually losing a bit of time behind them there. Number 28. Bertelli improves his time to stay 9th. Let's see what he's got next time around. Well, Keyless going to dive bomb him in towards one, yes he does. And Keyless, as aggressive as ever, runs out over the top and doesn't just blow Bertelli's lap, but blows his own as well.
See that coming a mile off, didn't you, Keyless? Didn't enjoy being overtaken by Bertelli at the Timmy chicane. I agree with you. I don't think Bertelli really had too much of a choice. Was on a great lap, Bertelli. Lost time, of course, in that final split. Did still set a personal best lap time, but Keyless, not a pointless run. He was still alone something for that moment at turn 1, being passed by Bertelli at the Timmy chicane, and able to improve his time as well. And that moment, of course, that with Fernandez. He'll be wanting to have a bit of a breather, come back into the box, maybe slot another fresh Pirelli rubber into the rear end and the front end as well of that CF motor machine, and we go again in the final 6.5.
We know you've got to fluster Max Keyless if you want to get the best of them, and you know it's so flustered but slightly disturbed out there at the people's third class of luck. 6.5 minutes on the clock, so everyone is now out on track, with the exception of Valentin Brani and Rico Salmela, so both the KTM Tech 3, the teams are not out there just yet. David Batama is out there though, so the number 9 has managed to get back out on track, it seems, for a final push right at the end of this session. Big name's not in at the moment. You can have a look down towards David Batama, Joel Esteban, Marco Morelli down in 21st place, Scott Ogden in 22nd place, Valentin Brani 23rd, already, and then about it as far as those four names are concerned. Up inside those top 14 places, good surprises incoming from Cormac Buchanan and Casey O'Gorman. Yamanaki's not been up there at all really throughout this 2026 season, and great to see Eddie O'Shea as well up inside the top 5. So there's a lot of potential movement coming as we get down into the business end of Moto3 Action on a 5.
And a lot on this group as well. Scott Ogden is in this group, or Uriarte as well, placed behind his teammates Alvaro Carpe. Carpe, as you can see up inside that top three, Uriarte definitely needs time because he is under half a tenth away from losing his time inside that top 14. So Uriarte on the 51, looking back at him now, does need a time. Adrian Fernandez comes through the first split, very fast indeed. So has Uriarte, so is Rios, Kelso, Carpe, a lot of red sectors on our timing screen. So, as expected, this is going to change quite a lot in the next minute or so.
140.869, the fastest time from this morning. I'm fairly sure that is going to go. No further action taken after reviewing Adrian Fernandez and Max Quiles' incident down at turn 15. Now that was slightly surprised. Now, of course, we've only seen from one angle, Max direction, and the stewards do have more angles at their disposal. So Adrian Fernandez at the moment is absolutely fine if he comes through the fast stuff towards the end of this lap through sector 3, red sectors everywhere. Joel Kelso and Adrian Crusoe are absolutely flying here. To tell you that also under the time, Brian Uriarte as well as Hakim Ganeshi right in touch. This is going to be absolutely blockbuster here at the end of this. Eddie O'Shea is nearly 4 tenths under 3 seconds in. Let's have a look at this then. Fernandez, the cross line doesn't improve at all. Rios does, and so does Zen Matani moves through up into 14th place. They're just up there. This is Denise coming round. Adrian Crusoe is coming to the line now. Crusoe's going to go top. No, he doesn't. Goes fourth. Kelso moves into the 140s and is the first rider to do so this afternoon. So the number 66 with a 140.918 at the moment, but I think that's still got a bit of movement left in it yet.
Great lap from Kelso. That would have put in second this morning. Clearly, there's a lack of grip out there in these hotter conditions. So Honda 1, 2, 3.
It is. Eddie O'Shea improved this time and went third. Peony is there in second place. I think Peony and O'Shea are working together and working side by side as they come from turn 5 and now down the beam slang. This back straight here that joins up with the Stribble hairpin and Ruskin hook in the start. All the fast flowing stuff where these guys are all coming to now. This is turn 8 at Steckenval. Be careful not to run out wide there. Rico Salmella diving up under one of the Rico Stipers machines. That was Jesus Rios getting the Salmella treatment.
Certainly was. Close there from Rico Salmella, on Rios. Salmella, though, pushing on and he's standing with He needs the time here because the young Finnish rider is getting a bit busy on the exit of the vault at turn 9 and into turn 10. Riders, as we mentioned earlier on in the session, trying to fight for track position and fighting for a top 14 is Salmella. Let's see what he clicks through the third split at. Surely he's off a bit of time. A little bit, but not too much.
Oh dear, Max Quiles is waving around like the number 28 looked like he'd run off onto the green as well. Let's hope he was okay and able to come back onto the track. Looks like he was, but Max Quiles is really not happy with something out there at the moment. Salmella is dynamite from this time. He's just come up that was Case and Foreman at the chicane. So Salmella, let's see how much time it's cost him. Did cost him a bit, but still goes top 5. So a Finnish rider at the moment moving through directly into Q2. He's going to blow turn 1 at Hardbox, so he's going to get one lap only at the very end of this. Improvements further down, it's not enough for Scott Ogden, the number 19, 17th in the minute. Marco Morelli, who was outside the top 20 a couple of moments ago, is there your top KTM machine up in fourth.
Yeah, Jorge Martinez Aspar looking quite pensive, but understanding so Quiles is now P11. Quiles will be careful here. Rider at risk, Adrian Fernandez, but Quiles is also at risk in P11. Not sure what happened with Quiles running onto the grass on the outside of turn 12 and into 13 and 14. But we'll keep an eye on Quiles' progress because he might not need a time, but he certainly won't want to be sweating as much as he is in P11 as things stand.
Yeah, I think at the moment the top... Man's a bit of a moment there coming through turn 10 and 11. What yellow flags at turn 6 now. That is going to ruin a load of lap times, and that is fast down there as well. As we pick up David Almanza, I thought his time was going to go away from him due to that moment, and it has. But Almanza, I reckon, is fine at the moment in 7th. Matteo Bertelli, who has gone down at turn 6 and 7, and we've got the yellow flag out over there, but that's going to scupper, and probably has scuppered a load of lap time. So, unfortunately for the MotoGP FIM stewards, I'm going to be sharpening some pencils, I think, next time around, because there's a lot of laps that are probably going to go. We've got a lot of grey sectors anyway, but we should see the majority of these guys get round for one more. Let's see. We're on board with Carpe now, coming through the final sector. Sorry, that was Uriarte, wasn't it, that time around? So welcome, we were on board with Brian Uriarte. Peso Gorman is out of the top 14 at the moment. Uriarte is in 10th place for them, so he's okay. Halfway 7th, Pironi's that time went away. Pironi is last in this session, Elliot, with 20 seconds to go.
Tell you who has gone down. Is it Casey Gorman? So a lap times then for the riders coming across line for the final time. All those riders going through your picture there, those aren't going to count. We're trying to see where Pironi is. I mean, all but 2 riders, maybe 3 of them, you can see on the map, they're all together, locked together. So where is Pironi? I think this could be potential session wins for Pironi here.
I think Keeler's in that group. The thing is that everyone's going to lose their lap time if they set it quicker here on this one. This is O'Gorman lost the front very, very early, very similar to what we saw for David Armando. Foot fakes go flying as O'Gorman goes rolling through the gravel. That's another crash for Casey O'Gorman. He's had a fair few in recent rounds. Hopefully he is all okay. He's up on his feet, so it seemed good to me. But with the checkered flag out at the moment, so Honda 1, 2, 3. This is Matteo Bertelli. He's going to lift back at the moment. He's there in 15th place, so he's going to be in Q1 tomorrow. Let's have a look. Oh, lucky that laid it round softly, because that could have been a big high side and took a peek in the gravel anyway.
Exit turn 7 then. It wasn't turn 6, it was turn 7. The graphics telling us 2 different things. The pictures telling us the truth though. Coming through turn 7, glad to see Bertelli is all okay. A fast one down there in turn 7. But we mentioned Pironi, Kiko. He's not on lap time, even if it's one that's going to count. He's 2.7 seconds off with the third split. Pironi is finishing last in this session.
Yeah, that is just not what we have come to expect from the Argentine at all. It's Gordon on the racing line as well. I mean, no one's behind him on any kind of lap, I don't think. So nothing too much. He's going to get out of the way. Bunsen Pironi. That is just a disaster as far as disasters go. One of the biggest that we've seen this year for the number 73. One last, and that was a real deflating end to that section now because of the crashes. No big improvement, but well, Michael Laverty is going to be absolutely grinning, isn't he? Because first and third, Joel Kelso and Eddie O'Shea have done the business, and they are top Hondas in Moto3. Guido Clini is the meat in that Grid M Lapsani. Marco Morelli there in 4th place, Nadia Cruz there in 5th place. But we've got a very, very random top 5. We could argue top 10. Mark Soriate, great job from the Super Sub. Joins his teammate David Armando, moving straight through into Q2. And some riders have missed out. Scott Ogden, Jesus Rios, Matteo Bertelli was said, Casey Gorman, David Over, crashes. Devin Natani was briefly up in the top 14, 19th at the end. Valentin Pironi won last. Joel Esteban holds it over in Brazil. He was only 22nd, so we have got a right old Q1 coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, a bit of a jumbled up order, isn't it, in Moto3 terms. We've obviously seen Kelso top plenty of sessions in Moto3, and of course, including this season. It's a real turnaround on a Friday for Guido Clini. Great job from the Leopard Honda rider, but the riders sitting outside the top 14, a lot of them weren't able to improve in the closing stages. Buchanan, Moodley, Esteban, Fratama and Pironi all didn't improve from the 6th lap onwards. So weren't able to get a lap time in the closing stages, and that's why it's important sometimes to get a banker in. The yellow flags can happen, and that's exactly how it's proved today.
Yeah, the top 8, the only rider that didn't improve in the last run was David Armando, but don't forget Armando did have that crash at turn 1. Adrian Fernandez just about squeezed it in, so Leopard Racing, 2 rights in the top 14. Now that's a bit more like it on a Friday. They were really going to, hopefully, are hoping for both riders further up the order, but they're both in at the checkered flag. Anyway, Joel Kelso it is, on a 40.918, not the fastest time of the day, but the fastest time and the only time in 140 in the Moto3 Practice session. Guido Clini second and making it Honda 1, 2, 3. Eddie O'Shea for Great Britain there in third. Marco Morelli makes it what I reckon to be 4 different nationalities up inside the top 4. In fact, we've got I reckon 7 in the top 7, so that's a bit of a varied. 6 in the top 6. But either way, Valentin Pironi all the way down there at the end. He is one of your big headlining names to be moving through from Q1 if he is able to. But that is far, far from ideal. It was tight in the end though, less than a second covering your top 18 for Moto3 Practice. And that is all done. That means I'm off out of here. Lewis Sotheby is moving in alongside L. Moto2 Practice up next. Enjoy!
afternoon, everybody, from Assen. Welcome to the Sweatbox. Welcome to the Cathedral of Speed. Upcoming 40 minutes session. Time. We'll be punishing for riders, punishing for even if it is still a bit toasty in here in our commentary box. He actually it's Gonzalez from Alonso at the end of FP1 World Championship. Fernando Alonso. A healthy Friday crowd already building up here. We are expecting similar to last year's bumper attendance. Of course, what was a centenary edition of the TT last year, celebrating 100 years of racing here at Assen. The 2026 edition certainly is going to bring the weather. We will also bring some hot lap times and some exciting action on track. This Moto2 session will get underway as scheduled in a couple of minutes time or so. Slight delay to the action initially in the Moto3 session, which was just completed due to a red flag during the baggers Moto3 Practice. Of course, they will be racing twice themselves over the weekend. They'll go qualifying this time tomorrow before they race after the sprint tomorrow afternoon and after the Grand Prix on Sunday afternoon. But our focus immediately right now is on Moto2. As mentioned, it's with Sotheby alongside Elliot York in the coach box. El, good afternoon to you, and the Intact team will be hoping that this morning's FP1 action was the shape of things to come.
Good afternoon, mate. Hello to everyone just tuning in as well for Moto2 Practice. You can see the Colin flags there in the distance, waving proudly. Plenty of them around this TT circuit Assen this weekend. And yeah, a great start to proceedings for Manu Gonzalez and Senna Agius, as Lewis rightly mentioned. Agius's best lap of the session did get chalked off for track limits. You can't be touching your wheels on the green, otherwise your lap time will get chalked off, as we know. A lot of riders, of course, the tricky dirt in the chicane to nail it every single time. It is a hot spot for track limits. But Alonso sandwiching, or being sandwiched I should say, by the Liquid Money Dynamo Intact GP teammates. Second, the Colombian this morning, 0.183 seconds away from the top time. A very decent session for Alonso this morning, obviously buoyed by his debut podium of the season last time out over the Czech Grand Prix, and a good start to proceedings this morning. Not expecting the lap times to drop too much, if at all, judging from what we saw in Moto3. Of course, temperatures, both ambient and track, have increased significantly, especially, of course, the track temperatures hitting the 50-degree mark and probably continuing to rise as well in the afternoon heat. So don't expect any lap records, I reckon, in this session, but do expect a pretty tightly contested session. The top three split by just under 0.2 of a second. Philip Salac, we just saw our screens in P4. So again, the Czech rider continuing his great momentum from the Czech Grand Prix. Debut podium on home soil, the best weekend, he described it, of his life. And again, coming into Assen and looking strong once more.
So to Senna Agius, who you just saw The 81 was ultimately third quickest this morning, but looked as if he was in the mood to take the fight to his teammate Manu Gonzalez, which I haven't really seen. Senna do since the Spanish Grand Prix. He won possibly finish ahead of Manu Gonzalez last weekend in Prix. Gonzalez was recovering from a 9th place grid penalty. 4 minutes of practice to come then. Santo just passes to the back of the picture, looking to make back-to-back Q2 appearances. Celestino Vietti will be lost score for the Speed RS team, looking to avoid a second trip in the last 3. Through qualifying 1, if that's where he ends up today, it certainly won't be his intention. And the top 14 advance through automatically through to qualifying 2. So the top 15, well, suddenly on Saturday gets a lot more complicated. She'll face a trip through what is always a fiercely competitive Q1 session in this Moto2 class. We'll see that to have any hope of even beating the battle for competition. A reminder of who otherwise would be here that isn't this weekend, just as the session gets underway. Whoever is this morning, and I wonder where Barry Baltus is. Unfortunately, the dislocated his left shoulder in crash in this session 7 days ago, crashed in practice and briefly brought the red flags out. His place taken for the next couple of Grand Prix by Jorge Navarro, the experienced Spaniard, who of course was being surplus to requirements by the Clint Ford team earlier in the year. So we hope to see Baltus back with us at Silverstone, the other side of the summer break. Jacob Ralston once again is in for the injured Mario Adge. You'd hope that on the Team Asia that is the last time that we'll see Ralston in that capacity, with Adge hopes to be back for the German Grand Prix at the Sachsenring. Ralston though doing a very solid job as a deputy for him this weekend. And no Alonso Lopez this weekend either. You might have recalled at the start of the weekend last weekend he was off the pace. That was because of a couple of fractures in his right hand for Lopez, so we won't see him this weekend either. The European Moto2 champion Milan Pavelich, the pole takes his place. As we saw this morning, he does have some support that is following him across from Poland here to the Netherlands. We wish him well this weekend. Of course, his 2 previous Grand Prix appearances were Renault. This is his debut at Assen.
Certainly is, yeah. Get well soon to all the riders. Assen this weekend, of course, at the TT circuit. Assen, we saw some water swings in the grandstands there. The fans trying to keep cool in as many ways as possible. Very difficult to do so in these temperatures, and they'll be cheering on the rider just ahead of Tyre Saito on track there. Colin Vire, and of course onto Van den Voorberg. Also dressed in orange, right on cue. Here he is, the number 84 overs onto Van der Gore this morning. P21 just behind the impressive Pavelich. 1.2 seconds away was the number 48 of the number 84 Van den Voorberg. It was 1.3 seconds away. Who has gone down early in this session? We saw a few crashes in Moto3 and early doors in Moto2. A rider has gone down, not sure where or who.
Well, it's usually a big hitter with an onboard camera, and it's Celestino Vietti. Just as I was saying, where's he got? Is that out the strub and the hairpin? He's made a complete mess of that Boscascuro. He's hobbling away. And unfortunately, I put the mockers on Celestino Vietti. It is a second trip to Q1 in the last 2 Grand Prix. It is out of this strub, and he's high side on the way out. Senna Aegis has to scamper across the grass to avoid the Italian and his bike. And suffice to say, that's about as bad a start as you could have expected to a practice session for Celestino Vietti.
Well done for Senna Aegis there. Well done to Senna Aegis there for avoiding contact with Vietti. Here's an on board. Just loses the rear end and no chance of saving that for Vietti. A heavy tumble through the grass there on the exit of turn 6. Luca Boscaro and the team there looking understandably worried for their rider. Great to see Vietti is upon his feet. He's taken a bit of a battering there, hasn't he? As understandably so, coming on the exit of turn 6. A high side is never a good thing. So yeah, an early crash then for Vietti, who's just struggled to get her going on the Friday, especially over in Renault last weekend. Wasn't the weekend really to remember for Celestino Vietti over at the Czech Grand Prix. Did squeeze into the top 14, didn't, over at Balaton Park. And that is not the way to start your Friday afternoon if you name it Celestino Vietti.
Conditions, and Yumisaki has also gone to knees down at the first corner. Charbot. On your screens there of Sasaki's location of his crash. He does appear as if to have done as much damage either to himself nor the bike, and he's quite keen to get that off to the service road to get it restarted, because Sasaki Although he does have a lap time on the board, it's in the 141s. That won't get him through to qualifying two either. So crucial moments now for Sasaki to get his bike up and running. As we now shine a spotlight on the European champion, the number 40 of Pavelec, and you can tell that he's had a bit of advance warning that he needs to be on the custody bike this weekend. He's actually got the Lowers McCrash helmet bespoke for this weekend, and the blue number 40 on the front of his bike. And yeah, you're right to describe his morning performance as impressive. Pavelec, a 1:37.013, 1.3 off the pace, but ahead of Van den Korver, Garcia, Sasaki, Sorotrusa, Rueda, Corasato, Woolston, and the recovering from injury for Keras, as Woolston takes a detour through the gravel trap. He's down at the Gert Timmer chicane, another of our super subs. But yeah, Pavelec's doing his perhaps long-term prospects of a full-time Moto2 ride, no harm this morning.
Yeah, 100% thrown in at the deep end, wasn't he, over in Brno? Joined the fray on Saturday morning. It wasn't off the pace too much at all. And obviously, as I mentioned this morning, just running through 1.3 seconds off in P20 ahead of his teammate Sergio Garcia. Who just points out Garcia podium finisher here in Moto2 in 2024. So yeah, the Roman Moto2 European champion doing his prospects no harm at all, certainly raising eyebrows in this paddock, but it's exactly what you've got to do if you're racing in the European Championship, as Jacob Woolston is as well. And you've got to come in, do your best, and at the moment, Pavelec's best. He's certainly raising some eyebrows and looking really promising.
On board with Ethan Guevara then. He's haven't really got much of a representative look to the standings at the moment, because there have been the yellow flags waving both for Vietti's crash and also for Sasaki's spill down at the first corner. Guevara was 10th earlier on this morning. The top Oscar scorer was Vietti. That certainly won't be the case this afternoon. And with no time set for the Italian, Guevara comes into this weekend 50.5 points off the World Championship lead. So whatever happens, we will not overhaul Manuel Gonzalez before the summer break. Manu Gas confirmed to head into his holidays on top of the Moto2 World Championship. As far as the rookies are concerned, you can see Jose Antonio Rueda is beginning to inject some momentum into his Moto2 rookie season, and I think once we return to Europe, you can't help but be impressed at the rate of progress that the Moto3 champion Rueda is making down there at Iron.
Yeah, massively impressed. Of course, a difficult end to the season last year, difficult to put it politely, but 4-point scores now in a row in his first top 10 last time out, and beat his teammate Colin Via too. I know Colin gets along well with Jose and vice versa, but I know Colin wasn't overly pleased. Understandably so. The first person you want to beat in any form of motorsport is your teammate, and seeing Rueda finishing their heads of him, I know Colin wasn't overly impressed by that, but kudos to Rueda for putting himself in a position to beat his teammate in 2026 at this stage of the season. He is getting to grips now. Not getting to grips, unfortunately, with turn 6 is Alberto Ferrandez. So a second crash, different kind of crash for a Boscoscuro at the same part of the circuit.
He's got down the slowest point in the circuit there as Alberto Ferrandez down to around 65 kilometres an hour at around 30 miles an hour. The slowest corner, or certainly down there with the slowest corners on the Grand Prix calendar. The Ferrandez has gone down, so having gone down the way around rather than on the way out, as Chelsea and Vietti did, he won't have done anywhere near the damage as the rear came round. Ended up facing the direction of traffic there, didn't he? Ferrandez, who himself in his rookie season has been trending in the right direction. Perhaps a bit of an exception to that rule, and he had some contact on the first lap with Ferrandez, with points finishes already in Hungary, and he broke the top 10 in Le Mans when he finished in 15th place, and at the season opener in Thailand too. But Ferrandez, another rider who's already given himself a bit of a mountain to climb, although he just currently sits at the top 10.
Turn 5, of course, not turn 6, so I wrongly pointed out. Chelsea Vietti crashing on the exits. There's a bit of a rebuild going on there for that Boscuro. Didn't look quite as damaged, nowhere near as damaged actually, for Alberto Ferrandez, and he was obviously running back to try and get that machine rebooted. But yeah, after his first top 10 over in Hungary, not quite the weekend you would have wanted. Ferrandez over at the Czech Grand Prix P22 across the line, and a difficult start to Friday afternoon, as Lewis mentioned. So yeah, a few crashes already, 3 in total. Jacob Woolston running through the gravel at the Gert Timmer chicane. So yeah, pretty dramatic start to proceedings here, and there's still 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, which means that we've got a few riders out of position at the moment. Philip Salac has not set a representative lap time at the moment. He outshies around at this Assen circuit inside 2 minutes at the moment. So Salac is down in 27th place. Clearly hasn't been able to find a clear lap in amongst all the yellow flags that have been waving. Of course, we've got Vietti, who's not even on the board, so he's 28th at the moment, and now his teammate has joined him. It looks like he's down at 7 there, Luca Lenetta, which is a fast old place to lose it. Yellow flags waving once again. We're hoping that a practice session will break out in amongst this spate of yellow flags. And Luca Lenetta, I don't think it'll make a great press release for the Speed RS team today, will it?
No, it won't. No, oh, God, they won't be enjoying the look of that motorcycle barrel rolling through the gravel. The main thing is Luca Lenetta was all okay. Was here, of course, last year where he picked up that broken leg.
That's a lot of Bossusquero there. Yeah, completely out of tow.
Thankfully, Lenetta's not broken, but that Bossusquero certainly is. So, a busy final 30 minutes coming up for Luca Bossusquero's garage on both sides of the garage to get 2 bikes heavily rebuilt. This is Philip Salac coming into pit lane, and we do have a red flag. I'm just wondering what that is for. Is it for Lenetta chucking some gravel all over the racing line on the exit of 7 coming into 8? Or is Salac potentially spilt some fluids down there? Not sure. Can't see anything coming out of that Triumph Calyx of Salac, but I do. Yeah, this is exactly the reason why the marshal is having to try and drag that very second hand. Not laughing because it's funny, just sort of an expression to say that is a job on for the mechanics to try and get that fixed, and now you can understand why there is red flags and so a lot of dirt skittled across the racing line, and of course for the marshal's safety, absolutely paramount that they can retrieve that bike safely, and hopefully for Lenetta and Luca Bossusquero's sake, get it back to the pits as soon as possible.
Actually, that front tyre was about 20 degrees out, wasn't it? Here's the replay once again. And that volume was looking okay. It's here when it Catherine wheels its way through the gravel track that the damage is done to Luca Lenetta's Bossusquero. So it is the bike being retrieved and the gravel on the racetrack that need sorting out. There you can see it all across the racetrack down there at turn 7. You're changing direction very quickly when you get out of 7, trying to jump right across back over to the left hand side of the racetrack to give yourself the best possible line into Steckenball turn 8. So clean and tidy racetrack would certainly be the order of the day down there. It'll be interesting to follow the Salac story through the rest of this session. So I did draw attention to it a moment ago. He didn't have a legal lap time and he'd only done a 2 minutes lap. And clearly it wasn't all down to yellow flags. Clearly some gremlins down there. And this red flag, I guess, might have come at a good time for American racing.
Yeah, I was going to say, no one ever wants to see a red flag in the session, but sometimes it can be a positive for riders who've got an issue. It buys some time, of course, for the 2 Speed RS bikes of Vietti and Luca Lenetta to get back to the box and buy some time for the mechanics to rebuild, and also for the American racing guys and girls down there to have a look at what's going on with Philip Salac's machine. Luca Lenetta just jogging back to his bike, I imagine, to try and help the marshals get it back on a tow truck and get it back to the pits ASAP. I will be surprised, got to say, depending on how long this red flag delay is, of course, if we see Lenetta back out on circuit, because that is one damaged motorcycle. And this is a bit of a clean-up job for the marshals. They've got the tractor out, nice and quick response. It shouldn't take too long, I don't think, for the stones to be cleared away. But yeah, intrigued to see what's happening down there with Philip Salac. Fingers crossed for the Czech rider and American racing. That is a quick fix, because they'll be not wanting to have gremlins throughout this session and going into Saturday sat outside the top 14.
So the session as it stands at the moment, you can see on the left hand side of your screens, but just to put a bit of extra context behind what you're seeing, the lap time, Soldado on a 1:36.363. That is 0.6 of a second slower than the best lap from this morning, set by Manuel Gonzalez. We've got just under 0.9 of a second covering the top 14 at the moment, down to Colin Byer in 14th place. So we've had now got 3 riders on our screens without a lap time to their name. Salac is now one of them. And of course, after that, Celestino Vietti now as well. Give a bit of an idea as to who the other rider is without a lap time to his name. The championship front runners have all got a lap time next to their name, save for Vietti, who we've already covered. This is Senna Agius, who very nearly joined that group of riders on the sidelines. He needed every inch of that big Australian frame to keep that bike upright.
Get that clipped on the social Senna. That'll get a few likes and reactions. Here it is on board. Oh, properly dug himself in there, didn't he? Fair play to Aegis for getting that picked up. But again, another example. We've seen the crashes, of course. The top riders, including Chelsea and Vietti, of course, being caught out by these clearly very, very difficult conditions. Good job from the marshals down there to get this cleaned up as soon as possible. But as we saw in Moto3, and as expected as well, a lot of grease here this afternoon, and judging from some of the riders' body language in the boxes, as David Alonso sets one time, I think, in this session. The rest through track limits, or of course we've had a lot of yellow flags as well in this session. As Renetta hops back on his bike, not the way he would have wanted to return to pit lane now.
Well, Renetta has a history, doesn't he, of heavy crashes here in Assen. Go back a year ago, of course, when he broke his leg in that final chicane crash late in the Moto3 battle, coming on to the final lap. He finished 6th here on his first visit a year prior, back in 2024. Renetta in 15th place at the moment. So unless his Speed RS team can work a minor miracle to get that bike repaired in the next half an hour, that's his fate sealed. He'll be going through qualifying 1. We'll see both of the Speed RS Boscoscuros in qualifying 1 tomorrow afternoon, unless they can get Vietti's bike repaired and into the action again.
Absolutely, yeah. Here's some slow-mo shots then of the riders doing their thing, what they do best around this GT circuit. Assen on the exit of the famous Timmer chicane. We're getting confirmation that the session will restart at 22 minutes past 2, which is in 3, 2, 1, 30 seconds time. So short pause in proceedings before we get going again, and hopefully, in terms of crashes, it's a little bit less dramatic.
We'll be watching very closely to see when, if at all, Philip Sarch goes out on the racetrack. We'll keep an eye on the timing screens to see if he does take a part in what remains of this 29 minutes still to be completed of this Moto2 Practice. So I understand at the moment we're going to have the rider 3rd in the World Championship and the rider 8th in the World Championship, and of course podium finisher in the last 2 Grand Prix. Heading through qualifying 1 tomorrow. The buzzer that you just heard is an indicator not only that the pit lane is open once again, the green light has come on at the end of pit lane, but we also have those buzzers go off. Those of us that were at pre-season testing back in Buriram and Sepang at the start of the season, those are very helpful, those buzzers, to let you know that their bike is coming up pit lane and you need to jump out of their way.
Yeah, absolutely. When you've got bikes on track and you obviously can't hear or see what's going on, or not focusing on what's happening in pit lane, they are very handy indeed. Not too many riders in a big rush to get out on the circuit. I can't say I blame them in these conditions as well. Obviously 28.5 minutes to go. What it did look like though is Salach doesn't seem to have any more problems, or they think down there, no, they think down there American Racing that the problem has been solved, which is obviously good news. Maybe just a little technical gremlin. They've had a couple of those, haven't they, in the American Racing box, not in the last couple of Grand Prix, which is good news. But I remember over in Le Mans, I think it was Salach, and both had issues down there. And here is where it gets busy, and the riders are heading out now for the final 28 minutes of this session. Time attack mode not quite engaged just yet, although maybe some riders will be fancying an early bite at the cherry here, considering how many crashes we've had already. Obviously, when the riders are pushing a little bit more towards the end of the section, more risk is involved in that as well. So let's see if riders can improve, maybe top the time so far, 1:36.363. Getting not too close, would have said, to Gonzalez is 1:35.719 this morning as things stand.
At least one Boscoscuro is repaired and ready to go out there, because you just saw Alberto Ferrandez leaving pit lane. His slow speed tumble destroyed him. Doesn't look too much heavy damage to his Boscoscuro, so he's back out into the action as well. And here comes David Alonso, who is in 13th place. As you saw, it was a great demonstration, wasn't it, on our screens of getting rid of that screen already in this session to get a clean lap completed and on the board because of the yellow flags that have been waving at various stages. We've already had crashes for just joining us for Celestino Vietti, for Yumu Sasaki, and for Luca Lanetta and for Alberto Ferrandez, and we've had some mechanical issues for Philip Salach, although it would appear that those problems are solved, because he is, we can confirm to you now, back out on the racetrack.
Yeah, there you go then, that's Luca Lanetta, as you can see, returning to pit lane, and a real job on the hands of the mechanics down there at Speed RS team. They're going to earn the money in the final 25 minutes, got to be said. I know every single mechanic in this paddock is a top professional and great at what they do, but even so, that is a real tough task for those guys to get Luca Lanetta back out, maybe for the final 5 minutes of the push, but that is one heavily damaged motorcycle, and of course, as most of you guys will absolutely know, there's only one bike per rider in Moto2 and in Moto3. Fingers crossed for Lanetta that he can get back out there, at least to set a couple of laps before FP2 tomorrow morning, but that is going to be tricky. Lanetta fell outside the top 14 as things stand, so very much doubt Lanetta is going to be having a chance to get into Q2 automatically today.
It's going to be 8 out of 8 for Lanetta in terms of Q1 appearances. Of course, missed 2 Grand Prix of the 10 that we've had. This is the 10th round of the season. Missed to Austin and Brazil, of course, after that crash early in the race in Thailand. Has made his way to Q2 on 2 previous occasions, but like the previous 2, he's going to go to Q1 and to achieve that this time. There's Danny Munoz gets his afternoon back up and running. He currently sits in 7th place. Munoz is one of 8 riders in the field who still has a 100% Q2 record so far this season, although as we saw just a week ago in Brno, he hasn't always achieved that automatically. He had to go through Q1 the Czech Grand Prix a week ago. Here come Holgado and Ortola, who are both inside the top 8 at the moment. Ortola upwardly mobile, setting a personal best in this session. Let's follow the Czech winner across the line, and he moves straight up into 4th place, backing up the red hot form that took him to victory just 5 days ago.
Yeah, really good from Ortola. That had to carve his way up the inside of Xavi Duratuza through the final split as well, and made up time in doing so. So yeah, great lap time from Ortola. Lap times are dropping then, these riders pushing on with 24 and a bit more minutes to go. Salach is going to set the first competitive time of his session, lifts him up to P17, and Colin Bye just behind improves a little bit as well to P13. Not a bad banker from Colin Bye, who's less than half a second away, but just hovering inside the top 14. That is how close it is as things stand in Moto2.
There's David Alonso now looking to get himself back into the top 14. He's just been dropped out by the improvement for Bayer, Colombian on the number 80, who led all bar the last quarter and a bit of the Brno Grand Prix a week ago. Getting up to speed now in this 2026 season. Long last is Alonso, and he goes up into 3rd place then at 1:36.435, so it's now 1 and 3 for the Aspar Duo.
Yeah, good lap time then from David Alonso, looking really comfortable now on that Aspar machine. I think a lot of confidence gained from that P2 over at the Czech Grand Prix. Talking of confidence gained, this is Rueda, best weekend of the year so far. Last time out over in Brno, different kind of layout, different kind of challenge for all these riders, and Jose Antonio Rueda, as things stand, although he's P17 at the moment, this lap time should be taking him into the top 14. But well, if he doesn't make up any time, it actually won't, because it's half a second away, and Colin Bye, his teammate, is, as you can see, just over 4 tenths shy. So Rueda needs to make up a bit of time here if he's going to jump into the top 14 on this lap, but promising nonetheless. Not as promising though for Senna Aegis.
So Bye now triples in the back of Tony Arbolino, which is going to help his cause in the final chicane. Aegis has just gone ahead of him and lose this time. Bye still gets up into the top 6 then on a 1:36.496, so we've got less than 2 tenths of a second covering the top 7 at the moment. It works again, I have to say. We discussed him this morning briefly, the ultra experienced and successful Moto2 talent that is Aaron Canet, up in 7th place, pulling 1.7 off the pace, and if anyone needed a lift, I think it would be Aaron Canet right now.
Absolutely, he was a podium challenger here, victor challenger here, and last year finished second to Diogo Moreira, winning here in Moto3 in 2017, as well as the very experienced Aaron Canet. And as Louis mentioned, spoke about it this morning, showing inside that top 10, and yeah, doing well again this afternoon. So maybe not a flash in the pan this morning for Aaron Canet here in Assen, and the 10th and a half away. Canet probably would have been expecting to be a little bit higher than P7, but Canet and the Elf Mark BDS team will absolutely snap your hand off for a P7 from the checkered flag in 22 minutes time.
Yeah, we understand that some of those are some of the rumours that have been floating around of Knecht departing that Mark team in the near future a little wide of the mark. There's a little look at Vietti's crash where we rather unceremoniously ended underneath his Boscoscuro there. That's how it felt and looked from on board, and we're going to follow the Italian along for the journey. And Luca Lanetta's journey didn't last a whole much longer either before he made a mess of his Boscoscuro down at turn 7. And, if either of the two has any hope of a chance of getting out on track, it would be Vietti. As we look at Lanetta, who certainly his mood needs a bit of a pick-me-up, but he doesn't appear to be too hurt by what happened, which is, of course, important given what happened to him here last year.
Yeah, it's amazing. There's me reacting to Vietti's crash, and I haven't seen it before, but it was a violent get-off for Vietti coming out of turn 5. Fingers crossed Vietti is all okay. Haven't had too many replays. We did see him walking away. That would be great to see Luca Lanetta all okay as well. Yuya Sasaki, as Lewis mentioned, was an earlier crasher in the session. He's back out and crashing again out of turn 4 before flipping it left into turn 5.
Our second commentator's curse of the day. If you're with us in Moto3, no sooner was he back out than Sasaki is back on the floor once again. Turn 1 and now turn 4 for Crazy Boy, who's having a bit of a crazy session at the moment.
And here's the aerial view then, just in the background there you can see Sasaki just losing the front end as he's trying to ask for a bit of power before going onto the brakes and flipping it left into turn 5. This is the shots that we had of the Japanese rider, as mentioned, did crash earlier on this in this session, and there you can see down the road he goes again. All okay, Sasaki, for the second time, and 2 crashes in one session. Got to say, it's the team are going to view that as pretty unforgivable. 1 crash you can forgive, 2 the team will be looking at Sasaki and thinking, got to potentially do a little bit better than that. The main thing is Sasaki is all okay. Where is Sasaki? Down in P18. And unfortunately for Sasaki, just fighting the diff on a couple of occasions. Hopefully that bike isn't too damaged. Didn't look it anyway. Still 20 minutes to go for Sasaki to return to the track and try and get himself into that top 14, just where Jonathan Van den Gorberg is right now.
Yeah, that's the only consolation I think for Sasaki is that his 2 crashes on a fairly slow speed forward. His turn 1 Harvard. He's sitting at 110 kilometres an hour, that's around 70 miles an hour. And similar speed carried fraction slower on a Moto2 bike through turn 4 as you're on the right hand side of the tyre for an absolute eternity before you switch back over to the left hand side for Distrubben. Here is Aaron Cadet, who we've been saying nice things about. We can also praise his reflexes there for ensuring he didn't join the long list of crashes.
Correct save, digging his knee in there at the guts of the chicane for Aaron Cadet, clearly pushing that front end, and the front end just crying out no more. I don't think with the crashes we've seen so far and a couple of saves, most notably for Canet and Senna Ages we saw around about 10 minutes ago as well, that the front tyres and sometimes the rears as well are enjoying themselves out there, punishing conditions for the riders and the tyres. Canet doing really well to keep that afloat. Had too many crashes, some through no fault of his own in the last few Grand Prix. He needs a good little things and just to try and get points on the board and just have a clean weekend.
3 consecutive non-finishes backs that up for Aaron Canet. Best qualifying record this season. He's yet to qualify in the top 10, with the exception of Barcelona when he was 6th. He's been through qualifying 1 in 7 of the 9 Grand Prix we've had so far this season. We know Aaron Canet is a better rider than that, just hasn't gelled at all with the Boscoscuro so far. And he did say, and I think these were very deliberately and carefully chosen comments from Aaron Canet after the Czech Grand Prix, so the only way we can get out of this is to stick together. There have been 1 or 2 murmurings and whispers in the paddock that potentially all's not well down there at Mark VDS, and someone suggested that Canet might depart that team very soon. As mentioned earlier on, we understand that those rumours are wide of the mark. Of course, there is still talk persisting that we might see Canet change paddocks, even if he doesn't lead the Mark VDS family for next season. There's heavy rumours and speculation that he might be heading to the World Superbike Championship for next season to ride a Ducati for Mark VDS, which could be a positive career movement for Canet, given that the clear the door to MotoGP is closed for Aaron now.
Yeah, sort of the same situation. You look back at last year to what Jake Dixon was in when the door was unfortunately closed for Jake. He decided it was time to move on to pastures new. A good rider, of course, Factory Honda in World Superbike for 2026, and you do feel it's all of a similar case for Aaron Canet, not getting that chance. Some might say he deserves, Canet, we certainly think he deserves, not based on this year, but in years previous, Canet, a chance at the MotoGP rides, but unfortunately that hasn't been the case. And yeah, Canet has obviously proven what he can do. Hasn't got the championship to necessarily show for it in Moto2, but more podium finishes than anyone else. And yeah, it does feel like potentially the right time for Canet to join the World Superbike paddock, and if he can do it with Mark VDS, a great team to move across with as well. Already got a Ducati with Sam Lowe's over in Moto2 Practice, and if you're going to join Moto2 Practice, I think Ducati is the bike to be on, as we know, and as many of you know, they will be watching YSBK this year. So intrigued to see what Canet does next year. If he sticks around in Moto2, then fair play. Hopefully he gets a better shot at it, back to winning ways next season. Of course, maybe for the rest of this season as well. Who knows what's going to happen for the rest of the campaign? But it does feel like it's a bit of a crossroads now for Canet to choose what path he takes for the rest of his career.
Actually, crossroads too for Senna Regis and Manu Gonzalez. We just saw Senna in the Intact GP box, and I was keen to discuss this as we went through the weekend. And we have a moment now in this session while there's a little bit of a lull in proceedings. Because both will feel they're challenging for the Moto2 World Championship this season, not just Manu, who's leading by 50.5 points, but Senna Regis 58.5 points off the lead himself in 4th place in the World Championship, and coming back to some form once again. But also, strong rumours and reporting that potentially they're in a bit of a shootout for a MotoGP seat next season, with the Tech 3 KTM squad clearly intent on going down the route of one experienced rider in MotoGP next season. Maverick Vinales, Luca Marini, two of the names that fit that particular description that are in the frame. And in terms of a rookie to partner then, it would appear it's between Manu Gonzalez and Senna Regis, so perhaps a little bit of extra spice and an added edge to the Inter-team rivalry at Intact now.
Yeah, 100%. You know, fighting for a title, fighting for wins when you're a couple of metres away from the rider you're doing that against in the same box, in the same championship, it's tough enough. We'll test relationships. Now, when you're fighting for potentially the same MotoGP seat, if rumours are to be believed, and I'm pretty sure they are, doors are closing in MotoGP for signatures to be signed. It is to be believed. Maybe Trackhouse, maybe the Tech 3 seat are the only two left as things stand that are open for riders to jump on board them. Ralph Hernandez, I think, is a big player in this as well. Luca Marini, another big player, we believe. And obviously Senna, Manu in Moto2. Now, if you're going off pure pace this season, I think a lot of people, most, unless you're Australian and your surname is maybe Agius, you'd think, fair enough, Gonzalez definitely deserves his chance, but Agius is having a brilliant season as well, and you would also understand why maybe Gunther Steiner would potentially lean towards Senna Agius. I mean, the Australian passport might help as well, but Agius has said this himself. He doesn't want to move up to MotoGP just because he has an Australian passport. He wants to do it on merit, and I don't think anyone could really argue. Okay, you could argue against it when it's versus Manu Gonzalez, the rider who is leading the championship by over 50 points, winner in 3 of the last 4 races, 4 races this season, has 7 podiums in the current championship. The next most is Guevara with 4 podiums. But to be fair to Agius, he's also won 2 races, and most of anyone apart from Gonzalez. So yeah, a really interesting battle away from the scene brewing up there. I know Agius has got Chaz Davis in his corner as his manager. So Davis will be doing all he can to try and get Agius a seat in MotoGP next year. But it is a fascinating one to see basically who Tech 3 pick if it is to be between Gonzalez and Senna Agius. We'll just move away from that topic slightly because the Japanese rider, Taiko Sato, the rookie, has just had a 1:36.3 to go top of the time sheets.
Up behind Ivan Ortola, but hey, who cares? P1 next to Taiko Sato's name in Moto2, off the back of his best weekend so far in the class when he made Q2 as of right in Brno. Didn't have to go through Q1 at all, and then scored points for the second Grand Prix in a row. Hey, you're going to follow someone, follow the winner of the last Grand Prix, right? And Furusato didn't just follow Ortola, he was faster than him. Ortola briefly went second on a 36.381, and it is Tayo Furusato with 12 minutes remaining who leads practice here in Moto2 at Assen.
Good to see that from Furusato. Of course, the Japanese faithful back over in Japan and worldwide, of course, are celebrating Aigura's recent success in MotoGP. And Furusato is turning up in Moto2 after 9 Grand Prix. In the last two, he's finished inside the points, first automatic due to appearance last time out in Brno as well. And Furusato is looking really good here, top of the timesheets. And I'm not going to call it just yet to say he's safe inside that top 14 because there's still a long way of the session to go. But Furusato, a great lap from the 72, and he's not far away on this lap either.
It's all well and good trying to follow, but actually being able to follow fast enough to follow is another thing entirely. But he's closing in on Ivan Ortola, who we know is pretty handy at his final chicane until that moment there when he tumbles 2-1 to El now in the commentator's curse stakes as Ortola drops it into turn 16. P3 at the moment for him, so he will now be a nervous spectator in the remaining 11 minutes.
Yeah, yellow flags then at the Gerttimer chicane, and that means lap time is going to get cancelled. There's not too many riders out on circuit, and no one is actually setting personal best lap time. So in terms of lap times cancelled, it's not going to cost anyone as things stand. But that's a big tumble then through the gravel for Ivan Ortola. We're going to get another look at it here. Hard braking into the final chicane here at Assen, and that went early. No chance for Ortola to try and do an Arakinet and pick it up on his knee or elbow into turn 16. Down the road he goes. Was in there quick, wasn't he? Ortola clearly pushing for a lap time. Wasn't too far away from the personal best. Ortola could be lucky here, but he's got that lap time in a 1:36.381, less than a tenth away from the top time, around about 3/10 clear, maybe a little bit more than the top 14 cutter. So Ortola potentially session over.
Yeah, just proof once again that this hot Assen circuit, track temperature will be over 50 degrees now. It's hot, it's slick, it's greasy. I was just about to reference his last chicane overtake on Colin Viator in the Moto3 race a couple of years ago. Instead, I set him up for an almighty fall.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ortola, commentators yes, not too many more lap times coming in. Well, Dan Holgado did set a red sector through the first split, has gone grey through the second split. A couple of personal best lap times coming in. Joe Roberts is 3/10 off through the second split, as is Jacob Woolston as well, the Australian rookie recording, the standing rider. Woolston, maybe we can clap eyes on him. Here he is. No, this is Tyre Furusato on the other Honda team, maybe right. But yeah, Joe Roberts and Jacob Woolston are on decent laps here.
Yeah, Australian Armour is not the most demonstrative of characters, is he? Doesn't necessarily jump up and down and do cartwheels when things are going well, but I think you'd blame him if he did at the moment to see Furusato up there. There's been a bit of tough love, hasn't there, in the direction of Furusato so far? Of course, you have to give every Moto2 rookie time. It is so difficult to move up from Moto3 to Moto2, which is not the primary reason, but it's part of the reason why we're getting a new spec of Moto3 coming up. If you didn't see the news yesterday or weren't watching Moto3 practice moments ago, and the confirmation of Yamaha becoming the spec supplier of both motorcycle and engine in Moto3 from 2028. One of the intentions being to try and close the gap between Moto3 and Moto2. Of course, there are cost implications and considerations that have to go into that as well, but it is so tough in terms of the technicalities of Moto2, but also the physicality of Moto2 for any rookie. And Hiroshi Oyama, I think, adopting the tough love approach on occasions, has been saying that he knows how good Tyre is. We're just yet to see it until around a couple of Grand Prix ago that Furusato's showing all about this one.
But Marc Marquez is saying that the jump from Moto3 to Moto2 is a bigger and more difficult jump than Moto2 to MotoGP. You know how tough it is to go from a Moto3 bike into Moto2, such a competitive class, the hardest class, undoubtedly, in Grand Prix motorcycle racing, Moto2. As Senna Aegis improves his time and goes P3, so Aegis unable to beat the Japanese rider as well. That is a really good time from Furusato, and I would pay to see Hiroshi Oyama doing cartwheels in the paddock after this session.
Let's set a challenge for him, see if he's capable of it. Where did Woolston go? He's gone up to 21st place, actually, as Woolston on the other bike for Honda Team Asia. Yeah, applications open as of the 26th of June, which the Eagle Eye Rooster will know that is today. So if you do fancy yourself as the next Taya Furasato, the next Hakim Danish, the next Vader Patama, get your applications in to be part of the 2027 Moto4 Asia Cup, because with every year that goes by, the talent pool is getting bigger and bigger from that part of the world.
Yeah, it's unearthed some gems, hasn't it, in Grand Prix motorcycle racing, most notably at this moment in time, Aigura in MotoGP, but Taya Furasato is beginning to stand up in Moto2, and rightly pointed out, Hakim Danish, our latest winner in Moto3, Vader Patama, a podium finisher in Moto3 as well, really does unearth some exciting talent with the Moto4 Asia Cup. And speaking of former Asia Cup riders, here is Senna Aegis, and he's on a great lap time as well. Aegis very close to Furasato's time in 0.004 of a second, so if he nails the dirt to Kane, potentially going P1 here, but it's looking good so far this weekend for the Australian.
Plenty of red sectors on our screens, as you can see. What about Aegis? Can he get a final sector right? Not quite. Stays in third place, matches his mid-136 that we saw earlier on. Guevara's about to come through. He doesn't improve either. He stays in sixth place, 136.468 for Guevara. That is 4 thousandths slower than the best we've seen from him so far. He sits sixth.
Here's Tony Arbolino and shadowing Manu Gonzalez. Both of these riders look scheduled to potentially go P1 in this session to move Taya Furasato off top spot. The Gert to Chicane negotiated cleanly for the both of them. Just about saw them on the edge of the turn 18 points. The line, and Arbolino then rises to P1. It's been a long time since we've seen Arbolino P1 in a session. Brazil, I believe, was the last time we saw Tiger Tony at the top of the session. He is again, though, in Assen.
Shout out to Apple Fairtex as well on the Intel Trans bike. He's just done a 36.410. He's within 2/10 of the pace now. He's gone 7th. So Arbolino's got a 10th of a second over Holgado. We've then got 5 riders. Holgado, Furasato, Aegis, Gonzalez and Ortodo on 36.3s. And we've then got a further 5 on 136.4s. Quietas, Alonso, Guevara, Connect and Bayer, with Roberts, Van den Burgberg and Unchu at the moment completing the top 14, which, as of yet, still does not include Philip Salac, although the check is about to change that.
Well, that's as low down the order we've seen Philip Salac in a long, long time, but if he doesn't make any mistake in this final split, he is going to surely rise into the top 14, potentially rising to P1 once again in Senna Aegis. He lost time in the final split compared to Furasato last time around. A bit of a wheelie on the exit of the Gert to the chicane, loses a bit more time, but still a personal best lap time, and Salac does rise into the top 14, P8 for the Czech rider.
It's now a third of a second covering the top 14, down to Joe Roberts. Spare a thought for Denis Onchu, Alberto Ferrandis and Danny Munoz. They're within half a second of Arbolino's 136.218, but they're not in Q2 at the moment. And as El rightly forecast in the entire session, we're nowhere near the lap time that this man, Manu Gonzalez, did this morning. The fastest lap of the day, still from Prix Practice 1, 135.719. Fastest lap of the afternoon, though, now also goes to the World Championship leader as he takes top spot from Tony Arbolino.
Great lap for Manu Gonzalez. Alonso on a good lap time. Colin Bayer is getting towards the cut-off zone. P13 for the Dutchman. We're picking up here through the final split. That is Ranstruck of turn 15 before you enter the Gert to the chicane. The grandstands will be packed there on Saturday and Sunday, and plenty of 95 flags as well. Does he quite keep it on the straight and narrow? I think he does. And does he make up time? He improves nearly 3/10 away. A great lap time, moves into P11, but that could be crucial, the gain time there for Colin Bayer.
The yellow flags are out at the strip on turn 5. It's Denis Onchu who's responsible for those. He's down in 16th place and trying to, I think, bend his handlebar back into shape. Let's hope from Dennis's point of view that the engine is still running, otherwise you're not allowed to try and restart that bike. I think Guevara is starting to look in a bit of a precarious position. Second in the championship, he's now down to 12. And of course, it is so close. Alonso, look at that. What a strong final sector was from the Colombian, who's looking to top Friday practice once again here. A 136.154 puts him on top.
Surely job done then for Alonso to get inside that top 14 first and foremost. His P1 time, though, is under threat once again from Tony Arbolino. A lot of time lost, though, in that third split. Is Arbolino shadowing Gonzalez once more? No, he's got a bit of free time in front of him. Gonzalez then isn't on a lap time that's going to put him back at the top of the time sheets. on this lap time round. Yellow flag still out at turn 5 for Dennis Onchu's crash. You can see there on the track map a lot of riders. Lap times will be cancelled. They'll get another go at it with 2.5 minutes to go. Tony Arbolino will also get another lap time around if he doesn't cruise too much. But yellow flag still out for Dennis Onchu's crash. Clearly, the Turk still in the gravel track and unable to get that bike back up and running.
Yeah, and Alberto Ferrandez has now drawn level with Ayumi Sasaki in the crash stakes this afternoon and is clearly cross with that. Perhaps the yellow flags were momentarily cleared and Ferrandez has brought them back out again. Here we are now following him. These are through the right-handers. That's actually coming through 3 and 4 that Ferrandez has gone down. 5 is the left-handed method of Distrubber. Hands on his head. The first crash, as you can see there, was turn 5. And certainly he wins the award for Paddy of the Day, Alberto Ferrandez, who is stomping a very temperatures here for Ferrandez. He's heading to Q1 tomorrow.
Yeah, and you can understand why as well. Same for Ayumi Sasaki. A crash of which you can forgive, crashing twice. Although in tricky conditions, got to be said, the team won't be happy with that. Ferrandez going through Q1. A good late run for Aegis. Another rider has gone down. Is that Sasaki's third crash of the session?
It is. Well, didn't draw level for long, did he, Alberto Ferrandez? Ayumi Sasaki says, well, if you could do 2, I'll raise you with 3, as he now goes down at the Gert Timmer chicane. And the yellow flags understandably waving. We'll bring an end to the session. Yeah, trying to go with David Alonso. And that is a session that Ayumi Sasaki will not want to watch again.
Second crash, not at turn 16, that is his third crash, and that is at turn 16 at the Gert Timmer chicane. Best news is Sasaki has had 3 crashes and he is uninjured, but not good news for the bike. Are they running away because there's another rider going down at turn 16, or they're just running away just to try and get off the track as soon as possible? Hopefully the latter. This is Sasaki's teammates onto Van den Gorberg, just been shuffled out of the top 15, and for his teammates' crash, that lap time is going to go away for Zonta Van den Gorberg. He was on the fast one anyway, but this lap time has to count then for Van den Gorberg. Yellow flags is still out at turn 5, if our graphics are to be believed. So hopefully for Van den Gorberg's case, they do get cleared. That is turn 16 and 17 the senior yellow flag, so maybe an incorrect graphic at the top of your timing, well, the top of the screens.
Yeah, let's keep an eye. We can't, obviously, a bit of a tight shot here on Van den Gorberg, but we can't see Ferrandez's bike. We certainly saw Ferrandez trudging and stomping away from the scene of his second crash. Key lap here for Van den Gorberg. Let's see how his first sector is shaping up. Not bad, he's within a tenth of a second, which doesn't sound like an awful lot, but given the less than 4 tenths cover the top 14, it's actually quite a lot.
Yeah, pretty brutal conditions and brutal lap times here. The margin for error is very, very slim in Moto2, especially so today. Mario Gonzalez is making a late charge to try and finish top of the timesheets. Van den Gorberg, that is blue and not green, so his lap time will stand. You're deemed to be losing time if you get the wheels onto the blue on the exit Steckenball of turn 8. A decent lap time for Van den Gorberg. He's well within touch, but still setting grey splits. We'll keep an eye on it through the third split.
The third split for Gonzalez goes grey, so he's not going to improve unless he can ride a magic final sector to get himself up ahead of David Alonso. So the heavyweight names that are in qualifying 1 as it stands, Munoz for the second Saturday in a row will be competing in qualifying 1 tomorrow. He looks to keep up his 100% Q2 record. Rueda, I guess, is a slight surprise. The Moto3 champion, P20 for him, and of course Sasaki, for obvious reasons, a trio of crashes for him. He's going through qualifying 1. Manuel Gonzalez has to set up for second place. Van den Gorberg is stuck with the tank of his RW machine, having ended the day in 15th place. And the atmosphere will be rather frosty in these very hot temperatures. They're down at the RW squad after an afternoon to forget for them.
Yeah, to the nick rightly, I think, especially on one side of the garage for Sasaki. Van den Gorberg considered probably a bit unlucky to miss out, but a lot of riders within half a second there. 0.459 seconds for Van den Gorberg to be off David Alonso's pace. So 1:36.154 puts the Colombian on top of the timesheets and under 4 tenths of a second, splitting the top 14. Quite incredible, really, in these tough conditions around Assen. Sets us up very nicely, though, Lewis, going into the weekend. Qualifying 1 thing, the race another.
Yeah, super close and competitive here in Assen, but it was David Alonso by 9,000ths of a second who lead the way. Champion David Gonzalez second from Arbolino, Aegis, Holgado in a Scridge. Standout performance from Taya Forsato 7th ahead of for no winner Ivan Ortola. Philip Salak's got over his early problems to take 9th. Huertas through the Q2 in 10th place for Adrian Huertas. That is just a third Q2 appearance of the season. Colin Vaya, the home favourite, will join him, along with Ethan Guevara, Aaron Canet and Joe Roberts. So one Dutch youngster will be represented in Q1 tomorrow with Zonta van den Voorberg. The big shot right at the bottom of the standings, of course. No time set after an early crash for Celestino Vietti. He was not alone, though. So P1 on Friday afternoon goes once again to David Alonso, the informed Colombian. Looking like he's in the mood here in Assen at 2. Coming up next then, it's the crucial 1-hour practice session in MotoGP. Stay with us.
Nearly 200 kilometres northeast of Amsterdam and around 25 minutes away from Groningen, a city known for its museums and nightlife, lies the historic TT Circuit Assen. One of the world's most famous motorsport venues, racing has taken place in this part of the world for over a century, as we on the track on the first Grand Prix calendar back in 1949. Practice is next live. It's time for MotoGP. So much history, so much heritage connected to this magnificent TT Circuit Assen, affectionately known all around the world as the Cathedral of Speed, the most northern track on the Grand Prix calendar. What a challenge it is. It is fast, it is flat, and it's going to take some tackling in the hottest conditions, it feels like, of the season so far. Baking off ambitions ahead of this 60-minute practice session. When the circuit turns 10 and 11 before you have the high power speed through 12, 13, 14 and 15 before one of the most iconic final sectors of the Grand Prix circuit at the Timber chicane. Good afternoon and welcome back to conditions and temperatures which feel more like we should be in Mandalika, more like we should be in Burram or Sepang, but we are at the TT Circuit Assen in hot Holland for Chapter 10 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. I have to say, we're in the midst of a European heat wave, and that has delivered very unlike Assen weather conditions. Normally, I mean, in the past, there's been occasions where we've come here with multiple layers, thermals, woolly hats, gloves, you name it, raincoats and umbrellas. The umbrellas required this afternoon for some shade from blazing sunshine ahead of what is going to be, as always, a super important 60-minute practice session to decide who with the 10 riders going directly through to tomorrow morning's Q2 before we find out who the opposition in our 10th round of the season is. The Tissot Grand Prix of the Netherlands, fastest this morning, rebounding quite brilliantly from probably what was the most complicated weekend of his Grand Prix career. Banned, of course, from last weekend's Grand Prix of Czechia in Brno, where world champion leader Marco Bezzecchi to the Prix Bears finding a 132.311 to deny his future factory of Prix teammate Pekka Bagnaia top spot. Bagnaia winning all three classes here as beloved Assen. After a bit of a stuttering start, a few technical gremlins on his factory Ducati this morning saw him recover to second. Both factory Aprilias inside the top three. They took us first and second the world champion Jorge Martin, not too far off the two Italians directly ahead of him. reigning world champion Marc Marquez, who has been on the blitz in Balaton and Brno, successive Grand Prix victories, have pulled the factory Ducati rider right back into championship contention. Didn't have it all their own way this morning though, did he, the 33-year-old Spaniard? A tip-off at turn 16 on the entry to the chicane. Has seen, as it looks like, we've got a bit of a malfunction here with our drone camera, which a bit like Marc Marquez has crashed into the chicane this morning. Matt Burton is going to be in the commentary box with Jack Appleyard down in what is, trust us, a scorching hot pit lane. Southeast Asia temperatures, Southeast Asia conditions. Marco Bezzecchi there, Lewis, a brilliant way to put last weekend's Czech Grand Prix disappointment to finding he was fastest this morning. The Prix go in search of their first Assen victory.
Yeah, it's just the start of the weekend that Bezzecchi would have wanted under the circumstances, having not ridden, of course, since that controversial flashpoint after the Saturday sprint in Brno. Clearly a circuit that the Aprilia works very well at, and clearly that Marco Bezzecchi excels in. We've seen his previous record, which certainly backs that up. And as I mentioned this morning, Bezzecchi in his safe space, where he is alone with his own thoughts, without any of the outside noise, once he puts the helmet on and slams the visor shut. And there are a few better places, surely, to be able to enjoy a MotoGP bike in full flow than here at Assen.
He's got good memories around this Dutch TT venue. 2025 here last year with his first ever double podium in the colours of Aprilia. Second he was in 2022 at Pekka Bagnaia, which was his first ever MotoGP podium finish. A proud day all round for all those connections with Valentino Rossi's first MotoGP podium as a team owner. The numbers seem to have aligned that day, didn't it? Because that made Marco Bezzecchi the 46th Italian to stand on a 20th mass podium. Well, here we go then. This is going to be a real test of the riders physically around Assen. I mean, it's been so many times in the past where they've come back to the pit lane, they've been soaking wet and drenched after some typical Assen weather, or they come back shivering because they're so cold and it's Baltic conditions. The complete reverse, the complete opposite. As mentioned, we're in the middle of a pretty draining European heat wave at the moment, and the Netherlands has not escaped. 35 degrees is the ambient temperature. The cold, it feels like 37 or 38. I must admit, coming to our comedy box position here on the start finish rate, feels like 37. I'm not for sure. It feels a lot hotter.
Yeah, you were up for a factory 2020. I wasn't, but that's the only Grand Prix I've been before, with temperatures exceeding, or a field that exceeds. That these are going to be punishing conditions just for the riders, with leathers, crash helmet, and all the challenges that go with manoeuvring one of these motorcycles around the circuit. That's it. Well, we also saw in the Moto2 session, which finished around about 10 minutes ago, we saw a lot of crashes. Clearly, with those temperatures, a very greasy and slick racetrack here at the Cathedral of the Speed, which will also present its challenges.
Yeah, just the two fallers this morning in the MotoGP session over 45 minutes. Marc Marquez, as mentioned, was down at turn 16. He picked himself up.
Temperatures, a very greasy and slick racetrack here at the Cathedral of the Speed.
Rolling into the field at the first corner. No podium also. Finding feet. He's finding confidence. First sprint win. Last time out in Brno, he's coming to his beloved Assen off the back of 4 successive third-place finishes. Still winless since the Japanese Grand Prix over Matega and the Grand Prix Sunday. It seems to turn out to be a rather pivotal race weekend as far as Bagnaia and Ducati go, because yesterday in the third press conference when he was talking about this imminent move to Aprilia next year, he did say that was the moment of 2025 where he decided it was time to seek a new challenge, time to look for a fresh opportunity. Of course, the same weekend, Marc Marquez was crowned 7-time MotoGP World Champion, and those two factors connected with him.
Bagnaia certainly will want to end his Ducati stint on a high for so many of Ducati's great achievements. Bagnaia's name next to he's taken 31 MotoGP victories, which is nearly a third of Ducati's MotoGP, Ducati Lenovo's MotoGP successes. Of course, they recently notched up the century at the same weekend that Marc Marquez did back at the Hungarian Grand Prix. Of course, a podium tally which now matches his rider number of 63 as well. So it will be with a very heavy heart that Pecco Bagnaia departs one Italian team to another, but certainly energised and invigorated by the challenge that awaits him next year.
Well, he is the most successful Ducati rider in Grand Prix history. 2 World Championship, 31 wins, and 63 podiums within 6 years with the factory Ducati team, 8 years in total. Of course, starting his upbringing to the Premier Class with Ducati, just went up the wall for a long time ago. Pedro Acosta, and what he hopes is going to be a KTM that will go into the checker flag in both the sprint and the Grand Prix here this weekend. This was not the case last time out in Brno. Acosta has just come up into P1 as we've got an early crash here for Alex Marquez. A little bit of a test of Alex's physical shape. There's a bit of a crash here coming out of turn 5 for Shrewden, where he suffered his first big blow of last year's type of challenge, because coming out of this very corner, turn 5, Pedro Acosta had a little bit of a tangle and Alex suffered a fracture in the hand.
I don't know whether there was any distraction there from Alex Marquez, whether he knew that Acosta was to his left and was just a little bit wide and offline there through one of the slowest corners on the Grand Prix calendar. That's the good news for Alex Marquez. Going to crash everywhere, crashing just trouble.
Mark down in FT1, Alex then down in practice this afternoon. Just a tip off there, going through turn 5. His left shoulder's been causing him a bit of aggravation of late because he destroyed the right collarbone. We have with Acosta over in Barcelona, 4 separate fractures in the right collarbone for Alex on that occasion. Heavily working his way back up to full fitness, and more importantly, full confidence as Bezzecchi restores something in normal order on this practice Friday here in Assen, because he's found a 132.745, which is coming back on top of the standings. About 4/10 of a second away from where he was this morning, but quickly back in the groove.
Yeah, something to keep an eye on as we go through the weekend. It'll perhaps be more pertinent later on when we see the time attacks and in qualifying tomorrow morning. But the Aprilias absolutely owns that final sector this morning. All 4 Aprilias went on the top 4 through that final split, which takes you the run out of Moivamir to 12 through Holger Haider, Ramschuk and the Gert Timmer chicane. Certainly the first 2 of those are very fierce and fast corners where you need a bike which you can trust through high speed. The high speed corners are something where the Aprilia tends to go particularly well, so that could well be a feature that this lap, which should lift him into the top 10 at this very early stage. He goes into 8th place on the 54.
7th in the sprint last year, Aldeguer, and that outstanding rookie campaign in MotoGP. Had a scary off in the Summer Grand Prix where he lost to the top end of the circuit coming out of turn 10 when his crashed motorcycle with nowhere to go. So it's ran near also out of the Grand Prix in rather spectacular fashion. So Acosta, this has been a very strong start to the 6th session for the factory Ducati bound Spaniard. He's just going to be flying and hoping that the KTM holds up underneath him. The problem with his rear ride height device, stuck on in the sprint last weekend, denied him a chance to fight for top 5 in the short format. And on the very last lap when he was on course for what would have been 11, 14 very important points in the main Grand Prix. Once again, the KTM cutting out. Separate issues to the issues that we saw have in Barcelona, but KTM and the reliability, two words mentioned in the same sentence too often this year.
Yeah, because there's no necessarily you can't guarantee that those issues they've had have been temperature related, but they I guess could have done without these scorching hot temperatures themselves down there at KTM. They're definitely a little bit nervous about whether their bikes are going to make it to the finish. Here's Marc Marquez, who has been getting on the wrong side of the track with it so far in this morning session. Of course, yellow flags for his brother Strap 2 also didn't help, but the 93 yet to get a lap time on the board in this session. That's why his name is in the bottom of the standings at the moment, down in 22nd place.
He's been here many, many times, has Marc Marquez, but this will be a first for the 93. Never will he have tackled Assen in these kind of flaky hot conditions. First for all of us. And I came here all the way back in 1996, 30 years ago. It's never been this toasty. It has never been this hot. Let's see what Mark can do then on this current lap. As Mark Bettesecchi finds more time. That is now the best time of the weekend so far. He's picked up a 1:33.375. We'll chuck Mark over the line. And that's more like it. Pushed himself up inside the top 10 at 87.
Marc Marquez rightly pointing out yesterday that even when he's fully fit and fully confident, he doesn't always gel all that well with Assen, which I guess will... some of the riders who are listening to that, their chins will hit the floor, with Marc Marquez has run around here on 3 occasions. Not bad, is it, for a record around one of your weakest circuits on the calendar. He said he wasn't the fastest here last year, but he was able to find a way to win. Isn't that just Marc Marquez in a nutshell? You could argue that's exactly what he did in such stunning fashion 5 days ago in Brunel.
Well, Mark Bettesecchi could do with a bit of a win bonus because he's taken another hit in the wallet here this weekend. It's €3,000 light on successive Fridays, having been penalised this morning for an incorrect practice start. He did it on Friday in Brno and got done for €1,000. And then today, because of his second offence, the fine doubled up to €2,000. So we're looking to clear back a little bit of that cash with a sprint and Grand Prix double. Costa rapid in the first 2 sectors, looking for the medium soft combination we started this session into this spectacular final section. Costa goes and will just track Pedro into this timid chicane before we'll go down to Jack down in a red hot pit lane. Over the line, Pedro goes then, running through on his best 1:32.35. Second place. Well, without any question, last weekend was the best that I do as Grand Prix for the MotoGP. Pole position, a double second place in the sprint and the Grand Prix. On board now with the Japanese star. Let's get some thoughts of his boss, Davide Video. He joins Jack. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. From, as you said, right to the top of the programme, but pit lane that feels like Mandalika rather than Assen. It is red hot down here, right on cue. Ayagura on screen, and Davide, feels like last weekend, a bit of a breakthrough weekend for I. We've seen his potential, his pace on a Sunday, but to put a complete weekend together, how important do you feel that will be as we go into the second half of the year?
Yeah, I think in Brno, in reality, we've been always on the top of the ship during all sessions since Friday morning. It happened also this morning here, so hopefully we can do a kind of similar weekend. Let's see. But no, this morning went well for us. It felt good. It felt okay. Reasonably fast, and so now we just keep working the normal job, the normal level. Of course, really hoping for similar development of the weekend.
Only a year and a half into his journey as a MotoGP rider, we've seen strong races, strong sessions, but I think that weekend as a whole, it's just how challenging as a rider is it to put a complete weekend together from Friday morning into Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I think we did in Brno, and I think it was a good test. I mean, a good step into this journey, into this progress. And now we have to continue like this. I think we kept saying always last year was like a rookie season. Of course, up and down, injury, whatever, but he's a guy that you always learn. Maybe he takes step by step. Maybe he might look I wouldn't say slow, but it takes the right time. And also, I always say, every rider has his own time. You have a rookie that wins the championship of the first year. Riders take 3-4 years to be fast, 6 months, 9 months. Everybody's different. And I am showing us, in my opinion, that he's a great talent. Just keep learning, and he always make progress. I don't see him going up and down or back. Sometimes there are reasons for performance, but he's trying to learn and to manage how to stay at the top. Because also last weekend, that race with Pecco, from that position, you also have to learn from there. You have to get to understand Mark how he's riding. How he's riding, of course, we know that rider, they do things to beat, but that's the target. That's what you have to try to learn step by step. And I think it's, I see him great on doing that.
After the race on Sunday, I could sense that although the championship standings, he's not a million miles away, but he's also not one of the contenders that people have been speaking about. You like that, the fact that no one is speaking about no one is speaking about the team in a long-term championship view, because I get the impression that you guys don't think that you're fully out of this World Championship side.
I like when people don't talk too much about us. I like the low profile, but yeah, keep working, keep trying. And of course, the championship, is becoming interesting for many riders. It's a kind of I feel a weird, not a weird, but a new situation where in the past when you had 50, 60 point delay, it looks like, oh, that's too much, that's too many, we want recovery. Now, what Mark did in the last 2-3 Grand Prix, recovering 132 points, now you feel, okay, 50, 60 points, not the end of the world, still a lot of races ahead, so that's why it's becoming interesting, because I think it's kind of giving up to everybody, and so I think it's going to be interesting, yes.
Absolutely, great to see you, and good to see Raul back to full fitness as well, Davide. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Davide Brivio. I think it is fair to say, in terms of the riders who we throw into the championship contention, and just as Davide Brivio likes it, under the radar, low profile, is Iagura. Not so low profile this afternoon in Assen, because he's just gone up to third place with a 132.554 with a 29-point haul. Aguirre-san collected last weekend in Brno, coupled with Neil Clare, Series leader Marco Bezzecchi. Surely he is a title contender. 46 points behind Bez, fifth in the standing, just 6 points behind Marc Marquez. It's not just Bez and Martin that are going to be looking at as a championship charge, Lewis.
Yeah, if Bez and Martin continue to drop the ball in their own ways, then Iagura with his consistency, and you have to say, he has a very consistent run now. Fourth second in the last 3 Sunday Grand Prix. Of course, a couple of races prior to that, he was at the podium at Le Mans. If he does indeed get a consistent handle of his qualifying, of course, we need a bit more of a bigger sample size than just Brno to truly say that Iagura is now an ace qualifier to go with his fine race pace. Then he would then have the full package. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And at the moment, Aprilia appears to have the class-leading package around this Assen circuit. Still early days in the weekend, but having had 4 in the top 6 this morning, they have 4 in the top 6 this afternoon.
There you go. That's how hot it is in the Netherlands right now. Jorge Martin straight away, draped in the cool, wet towel, and getting a massive ice pack just thrust onto his midriff there, inside the leathers. This is what you normally see. The riders to keep themselves cool. As we mentioned, over in Thailand, over in Indonesia, over in Malaysia. Definitely, unlike Assen conditions, Iagura's consistency has been sensational so far this year, as we just touched upon. At Catalonia, the 8th place over the line there, the only time that Aguirre's finished a Grand Prix this season, of course, he did that when he was going on the podium surely in Austin. That's 8th place at Catalonia, the only time that Aguirre has actually finished lower than, or outside of 5th. And of course, that was because he got a penalty as well, wasn't it? Bumping Pedro Acosta into the gravel trap when he was top 5 on occasion as well. Speaking of Acosta, pretty cool super slow-mo of the former Moto3 and Moto2 world champion. A couple of centuries behind Bezzecchi. The Aprilia is so far so good here in Assen, with a two or four of them inside the top 6 this morning, both factory equalities inside the top 3. And once again, it's all 4 of them camped inside the top 6 this afternoon.
And Benteke, 2/10 of a second clear of the field. His advantage was a 10th over Pecco Bagnaia earlier on today. Bagnaia and Marc Marquez on the factory Ducatis currently 7th and 8th. Jack Miller on the Pramac Yamaha currently 9th. And we've got Brad Binder, who is riding for his very future. Whether it's in this paddock or whether it's in the World Superbike paddock, Binder is in the shop window. He's currently in 10th place on a 133.191. Here is Pecco Bagnaia, who doesn't improve. That's because he's on an outlap, which he has just completed. And Bagnaia with a formidable Assen record he's looking to extend this weekend.
The KTM rider who's very much fighting for his Grand Prix future is Maverick Vinales, who on fresh order this morning pinged himself up into the top 10 in 9th place. We know he's a bit of an Assen specialist. Is the 31-year-old Spaniard. At the moment, the wrong end of the timesheets is the top gun. 134.429, with another 2 seconds of grip right now of Bezzecchi. We just thought we'd take a very short break in the commentary box there to let you listen to a factory Ducati singing around this Assen circuit. Pecco Bagnaia, of course, the most successful MotoGP rider in history around this circuit, the current rider around the track. What a beautiful onboard shot that was, particularly as he powered through that final sector. Great stuff from the Italian. While Fabio Di Giannantonio firmly in the hunt for this World Championship in 2026. He was gone this morning in 4th place. He's just outside that right now, definitely in 5th. Let's get the thoughts of VR46 Boss. Pablo Nieto, Jack.
Yeah, Paul, a pair of 4th place finishes from 2nd on the grid last weekend in Brno. How did you analyse what we saw at the Czech Grand Prix, Pablo? Because there were 2 Ducatis on the podium in the sprint, 2 Ducatis on the podium in the main race on Sunday, having coming from the front row of the grid with a slightly higher expectations that you could have been on that podium as well.
Yeah, that's why I'm not so happy. I mean, I'm happy because we are making a very good season, we are making a very good races. But we have to snap on the last one. So that means that he was having something else for the win. And when you are so close to fight for the podium, when you are to the top, we got missing something. But anyway, I think we are all the time very consistent. But also that one we are missing from last year. And at the moment,
Yeah, to set the fastest lap of the race on the very last lap, does that mean you feel that the race could have been managed slightly differently?
yeah, exactly. Maybe we was playing a little bit too much with Pedro. We know that Pedro was super fast and he's very good to do. But anyway, in the end, the speed is one of the most important things. We are with the podium, I mean, this kind of moment that you have a very good opportunity to come up with the opportunity. But anyway, we are here to learn, we are here to improve and try to make a little bit better.
Despite that, still, as the guys mentioned, third in the World Championship, everyone is talking about Marco Bezzecchi, Jorge Martin, Marc Marquez as World Championship contenders. Do you think people are speaking enough about Fabio Di Giannantonio as one of those contenders?
I like it, but this is what we and I want to continue like this because at the moment we are not making so many noise. But we are here in the championship. I think 2026 points from there. So we have to keep working like this, no making so much noise, and then we will see what happens after the summer break.
Just finally, big change coming into effect from this weekend, the banning of the whole shot devices as well. Fabio's had his struggles off of the line so far this season. Just genuinely, how much of an impact do you think that's going to have, and is it going to upset the order of power when it comes to the motorcycles riders that we've seen so far as they've been best off the line?
Yeah, could be, no, because at the moment we just make the practice start, but all the changes that we are making for the safety, of course we are agreeing on that because it's very important to suppose have to be the safety. And another thing is that Fabio wasn't the best starter rider for that one. So maybe this kind of change can be something big for Fabio, and then we will see.
Thanks, Pablo. Have a good one. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks to the R46 Ducati boss, then Pablo Nieto, a little bit like Davide Brubio. Very happy, very content at the moment to be under the radar, low key, just quietly going about their own business and keep themselves in the hunt for glory in this year's World Championship. Only the third time last weekend in 88 MotoGP starts was Fabio Di Giannantonio, the fastest rider on circuit. But as Pablo alluded to there, maybe Stinger taking a little bit too long to fight his way through on Pedro Acosta. Prix, I think, was on the very first lap when Marc Marquez passed him on the inside at turn 3. Desperate to push out some instant payback on Marc. Going through 4, we saw twice, did you, leave the rear. It cost him a whole bunch of time in the very first sector of the Grand Prix. But a bit like Aguero, some days he has brought his best form throughout the campaign, has this. Boy Martin finds the first 131 lap of this Grand Prix of the Netherlands, 131.956. A 12th place in the Peloton Grand Prix for Biggio. The only time on a Sunday that he has taken the checker flag low in 5th place. And of course there are very big mitigating circumstances. That's why he was so low in Peloton fire, because he was taken out by Martin in that first corner. Had to remount and fight to go back through what was a very respectable point scoring finish. And so he has delivered his Sunday best on more than one occasion so far this year, has Biggio.
He's 23 points up the World Champions lead at this stage. We certainly have to consider him a genuine world title contender as well. The factory of Prix have moved across to the soft rear tyre. Whether this is a genuine first-time attack or just having a look at a soft rear tyre with an eye on the sprint tomorrow afternoon, Prix is the first pair, Martina Bezzecchi, into the 131s. They've exchanged 131.9s. They're now third and second, but with Martin now on top. Aldeguer, he's now up in the third place. He's also put in a soft rear tyre. He's got a 132.170. He is now the best of the rest.
Yeah, Martin is cashing in on that new soft rear tyre. Straight out of the gate, he was in the 31s. Here he is now. Back in the front end of that. And that was, of course, always his go-to record when he was at the front of the track. So he had so much trust, so much confidence in the front of the rider, but like a rider from the soft rear tyre attacks here from the Aprilis are paying big dividends, aren't they? Martin over the line. 131.829 is now the best time of the weekend, but that's going to be destroyed, it looks like, by Bezzecchi. He now is deep into this final sector, deep into the finish. Maybe lose a bit of time there, maybe with it Dwanmere on the factory Honda. Over the line we go. Yeah, there's big just lose a bit of time with the 36 on the run into turn 16. But now we're getting a fully lockout of the top 3. All 3 of the Martin, Bez and Fernandez on the soft rear tyre, but they're making it work.
Yeah, we'll have to get a little look at that as to whether Bezzecchi was delayed by Mir or just went in hot himself, and Mir happened to just be on the outside and tangled up in that instant. There was certainly a big 31 there for Bez before the final sector, right? But this might not be the worst strategy, this one. The trio that Prix that have seen on a soft rear tyre, given they saw the Moto2 section earlier on sector, which was a bit of a crash fest where they all went and pushed on a brand new soft rear tyre. Getting an early banker on the board could be a smart strategy.
Nico Bagnaia, 8th place. He's looked really good. A real great nip on race pace so far this weekend. Best is up another 132.722. Here's the all-time lap record holder here in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. This Pecco a couple of years ago, 2024. 1:30.540 remains the all-time lap record here. Not been anywhere near that, are we, today, given the fact that this morning the track temperature is at 37 degrees. It's probably north of 50 degrees this afternoon. There's not a single cloud in the sky to give anybody any kind of protection from the powerful UV rays. Looking to power the through the top spot here. Here's Bez. Here we go this time around. There's no 100% disrupting his rhythm. Is this going to be the best time of the day so far? It is. It's a 1:31.587. Well, there were times this morning when he was a couple of attempts clear of everybody else on circuit, and that is exactly where we find ourselves in practice. Bears stretching his legs once again.
Yeah, that's a look at what he could have won a lap for Marco Bezzecchi. Then a pretty 1-2-3 now has Fernandez in the middle of it on the Superpile Trackhouse bike. Here he is on the 25. He's taken second place on a 31.8. We just had a personal best of Marc Marquez, who is not thinking of a race where he's not thinking of time attacks. He's thinking very much about the race at the moment. He's 9 on a 1:32.920. So don't be concerned, 93 fans, by that 1.3 second gap between Mark and Marco.
Points in back-to-back Grand Prix for the first time in his MotoGP career for World Superbike King Toprak Ravsgatlioglu. He's just one place behind Marc Marquez at the moment. Top Yamaha. 10th place. He had his best sprint last time out, but I know points nothing for the Turk, but he was 11 in that Czech sprint, which matches his best in a Sunday Grand.
But he's only going to stay, well, he knows he's going to stay with Yamaha.
Quattararo up to 12, trying to make a fist of the honour for top Yamaha this weekend. Augusto Fernandez just make it 5. Oh, that's going to make now. The X's have just asked for the power there. Jorge Martin coming out of turn 5 and destroyed it. As we now all Aprilia top 4. Well, we had the historical first ever Aprilia podium at the French Grand Prix in the most recently in Mugello, we had the historic first ever Aprilia front row. We have never had an Aprilia top 4. Surely we can't get that here this weekend. I mean, at the moment...
It'd be quite the fight back, wouldn't it, after what's happened recently for Aprilia with Ducati, who, of course, such Marc Marquez, who's making a real chase of the back to Aprilia's in the World Championship. Or, of course, we've seen Marc Marquez, Bradley Gian Antonio, and Alex Marquez, 4 Ducati winners out of the last 6 in this 2023 MotoGP season, which it's easy to think of it has been in a pretty dominated season so far, but the Riders' Championship advantage has shrunk down, with Gian Antonio to 23 back, Marc Marquez 40 back to the World Championship. They're only 5 points ahead now in the Constructors' Championship, our Aprilia. So a circuit that was always expected to favour them much more than certainly Balaton Park did, and clearly more than Brno did, apart from, of course, the Acura performance. Aprilia at this stage, of course, they were the first ones to go for a brand new software prize, so we're expecting a Ducati reform to come. But are the Noali brand trying to re-establish some supremacy in this 2026 season?
Who's net best the rest outside of the Aprilia Cup? It's Fermin Aldeguer, who won 22.170.
you got? Because Aprilia have certainly shown to a certain extent what they've got. We know Bezzecchi had a bit of a scruffy run, currently 6 seconds. Ducati have had their priorities elsewhere so far in this afternoon practice session, which is why their factory boys are 8th and 10th at the moment. But Marc Marquez did tell us, and we've not been quite sure in recent weeks whether to believe Marc Marquez when he talks his expectations pre-weekend, because he told us that he'd be happy to be within 10 seconds of the winning Brunel. He was the winner in the end, but he did say this weekend is perhaps the last weekend where he has to suffer, perhaps has to think on the defence before he can truly attack at the Saxony and in the second half of the season. And certainly the form so far today indicates that Mark might be right, that he has to think of the long-term picture and just bank some useful points if Aprilia continue to demonstrate this kind of potential.
Low key, low profile, on the radar. That was the message from Davide Brivio on track out to Aprilia in relation to Iagura. Well, he's doing anything but low profile in this last couple of weeks, isn't he? The Japanese rider. A brilliant double podium in Brunel. Really good to see him establish himself as a possible dark horse contender for the World Championship. Here's Bagnaia. Is there a better sight in Grand Prix racing than Pecco Bagnaia in full flow on a factory Ducati around Assen? Once again, he's got Moreira for company, and Moreira has picked his latest victim. Who's a bit of an Assen specialist? Bagnaia, okay then. I'm going to hop on to his rear tyre at some point in this session. There's confirmation. Ducati, of course, 101 MotoGP victories they have taken. 31 has gone to Pecco Bagnaia. He is the most successful Ducati rider in history. This was not how their story was supposed to end, not how the story was supposed to finish. Only as late as last year, back in the 2025, I recall, and he said it numerous occasions. Pecco Bagnaia's dream, the ultimate goal, was to spend his whole MotoGP career riding for Ducati. That will change in 2027. And will change for Pecco in terms of position. He's still down in 8th place.
And that beautiful sight you referred to of Bagnaia on a factory Ducati in full flow, we won't be able to enjoy it for much longer. This is the last season where we will see Bagnaia in the red on Ducati before what he hopes will be beginning a new Italian love story with their great rivals Aprilia.
Martin heading back out of the circuit. One of the 4 riders, all 4 of them are on Aprilia's that have found 131s so far. That was Moreira. Think about it, he's almost put his elbow down to try to keep tabs with Pecco Bagnaia. It's right at the top end of the circuit, turn 11 and 12, 5th gear through there. Now he comes through turn 15, 4th gear, about 175 kilometers an hour, with his elbow pretty much dragging on the tarmac. Looking towards anything but a rookie, doesn't Moreira. Behind Bagnaia, well, he's now at the top of anybody else that's not on an Aprilia. That's a 132.169. He's gone directly through the Q2 in the last 3 Grand Prix, and now he's seeking a Q2 quartet. More brilliant by the Brazilian.
Well, his meteoric rise to the Moto2 World Championship began here, you could argue, last year when he took his first pole and his first victory in Moto2. He didn't really look back from there, did he, Moreira, in that second half of the season when he relentlessly chased down Manny Gonzalez to win the Moto2 World Championship. I think the trend for Moreira have been super strong in qualifying, good in the sprints, but then dropping down the field in Sunday Grand Prix is something he'll want to get on top of, but I think we can understand that particular trend given that he is a rookie. The speed clearly there, putting it together full race distance is the next box he has to tick.
HRC on the move, thanks to Luca Marini. Well, he's just moved into the top 10 with a 132.401 in 8th place. Frankie Mumabelli equipped with fresh soft rubber as well, near 21 VR46 Ducati, looking to improve on 17th place. And while he does so, let's get a pick up later from Jack.
Yeah, just a bit of to add some context to what we're seeing on the timesheet for the moment. I think it's fairly safe to say, when you've got a general overview of the season so far, that the Prix have had the edge over Aprilia when it comes to Saturday sprints, where it's the reverse. On a Sunday, Aprilia in those closing clearly having a bit of an edge over the Ducati. So far, Aprilia, given the fact that they're at the top of the time sheet, blocking out that top 4, they've done a lot of work with a soft rear tyre, putting as many laps on it as possible. Potentially, this is to work for tomorrow's sprint over Sunday's Grand Prix to find that next step. The Ducati, on the other hand, Marc Marquez, the first of any of the Ducati riders to go out there with a soft rear tyre, just a moment or so ago. Still out there with the medium rear tyre. I think the Ducati are doing doing the opposite, trying to find that last step on a Sunday to get closer to Aprilia. It's that tug of war that we've seen all week, now playing out on a Friday afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed, Jack. It looked like Frankie Morzelli was fault on that fast lap by Diogo Moreira. The stewards are really keeping a close eye on that one. And well, they've recently announced, haven't they, a big money sponsorship deal with Monster Energy of the Prix, and cashing in very, very quickly with a couple of cool cans on the back of his neck. Monster Energy sponsorship and Monster Energy cans cooling down the world champ leader at the back of the garage. Even the fans aren't enough here today.
No, not their intended use, but they're coming in very, very handy at the moment. Contrasting approaches with Martin using the ice towel and Marco Bezzecchi using a couple of freshly cooled cans of energy drink to cool him down before he gets back into the furnace of Assen.
We're hoping to stick a couple of cans of something stronger if he's back on top of the podium here on Sunday. Still, of course, seeking his first sprint success of 2026 is Marco Bezzecchi, as we knew this was coming as soon as he was going to throw in some soft rubber on the rear of that factory Ducati. Well, you better watch out, because Marc Marquez, this is impressive. I mean, that new soft rear tyre is going to be pushing that 15 lap on medium front. But be careful, that new soft rear didn't overload and overpower that well-worn front tyre from Marc Marquez. But of course, this is arguably one of the greatest, and right on cue with a brand new soft rear tyre. Straight away, once he put a soft rear in, he was immediately and straight away takes 131. Marc Marquez up to third, gate crashing the Aprilia party.
I noticed Martin was on a used medium front as well, and he did his what's currently now the 5th fastest lap time of the day, a 1:31.8. But noticing once again, you saw it there with Marc Marquez, you saw it with Fabio Di Gianantonio. The Aprilia is dominating through that 4th sector. That is where Aprilia are winning so much of their lap time. They run through turns 12, 13 and 14, the laps up to 15, which we're watching now with Brad Fiedler. The Gert Timmer chicane, Aprilia leaving the Ducatis in their dust in that final sector.
Remember last year we saw it, Marco Bezzecchi versus Marc Marquez. They went toe-to-toe throughout the whole of last year's Grand Prix of the Netherlands. And Marc Marquez said he knew all weekend he'd seen Bez had the upper hand in sector 4. But all he was doing was making sure that he got the slingshot, he got the drive, got the exit now out of turn 11 on every lap, and then he knew that he could make the cat as wide as possible. There was nothing that Bezzecchi could do to get on par. Was lightning down the strike twice here this weekend, as rather than steady there on the rear tyre was Bastianini.
Morbidelli in the 1-1.
Morbidelli, well, he was really livid with Diogo Moreira a couple laps ago, and unfortunately, I mean, he's properly buffed up Anea there, hasn't he? Anea was on a right old charge. Having to sit up there, I mean, you're 5th gear, aren't you, at that point?
Yeah, that's a pretty much of a slam-dunk penalty, I think, there for Frankie Morbidelli. Remember in that crazy 2018 race when Valentino Rossi ran into the back, didn't he? With Jorge Lorenzo around there, and if Enea Bastianini had clipped Frankie Morbidelli coming through that corner, he doesn't really bear thinking about what kind of accident he would have seen.
I love Frankie Morbidelli. He's a really, really cool guy, but this is his 223rd Grand Prix start, the 152nd of his MotoGP career. And this is not the first time. He's got a bit of history, hasn't he? He's a bit of a serial offender, is Frankie. And to be honest, it's hard to find any excuses for that one. I mean, there's a part in the middle of that corner, and then Bastianini did pretty well to avoid the contact there.
Yeah, and we've seen, previous seasons, we saw it at the very start of last season with Pecco Bagnaia in Buriram. We saw it, from memory, at Silverstone last year as well, when he got himself in from hot water. Unfortunately, whether it's just a lapse of concentration when he rolled out of a lap, he was on an in-lap, so he wasn't pushing on that lap, he just switched off mentally and wasn't really looking at what's behind him. Unfortunately, it's on you as a rider when you're on an out-lap, when you're on an in-lap, when you're not pushing. It is on you to stay off the racing line and not impede and endanger someone further back down the racetrack. There's no question that Morbidelli did there.
That 2-3 lap after he himself with the wrong party, so he knows how frustrating it is to have one of your hot laps taken away from you through another rider cruising in front of you. So anyway, let's crack on with this session. Fair play to Enea. Just on his very next lap, he's knuckled down, he's put behind that disappointment and that scare to find himself inside the top 10 with a 132.310. That's further Aldeguer. He manages to wedge himself back inside the top six. Another impressive session this time at Aldeguer. He's down to a 141.861. So having seen no 31s this morning, we didn't really see any fresh rubber on the rear slogan this morning. We're getting 31 to 20. The top 8 now are broken sub-32s.
Pedro Costa's about to do himself well into the mid-31s here. He's up at the halfway stage of his current lap. I'm sure we'll pick him up shortly. Bagnaia in 13th place, but a little bit of a false position really for Bagnaia. He's always the last, isn't he, to go for a soft rear tyre as he does the maximum homework possible on worn rubber. We do now pick up the future, I guess, of Ducati. Pedro Costa still looking to put that KTM in amongst the Ducatis and the Aprilia at the sharp end.
Yeah, every single manufacturer in the world would have loved to have got the Prix signature of Acosta on a contract for 2027 and beyond, but it's Ducati that won that race. As Acosta still seeking his first race win in MotoGP. He did say that is still one of the big challenges, one of the big goals that he has left to accomplish as the parts company. Of course, throughout his entire career, go back to rookies, he has been associated with Red Bull and with KTM. Yellow flags out the top end of the circuit, turns 11 and 12. Acosta up to 4. It is Aldeguer. Well, we were just waxing lyrical about Aldeguer, and this is a fast get-off for Aldeguer. More drama than for the Brazilian Ducati rider who fractured his femur, didn't he, back in January. He's going to lose the rear.
Unfortunately, he didn't pick him over the He's actually hit the lip of the grill there, wasn't it? But he's potentially done some damage.
Washing machine crash eventually for Aldeguer. Yeah, what started off as what looked like, if you can say, was a relatively harmless crash. He was, once he clipped into over the curve on the gravel, just flipped him up and he was along for the ride. And let's not forget, this is a young man who fractured his femur in a training accident in Valencia right at the start of January. Still hobbling around, quite a pronounced limp still as Aldeguer when you catch him going around the paddock. He says the most confident he feels is actually on a 200 horsepower MotoGP bike. Everyday life, just getting out of bed is harder than riding a MotoGP bike, which is somewhat hard to fathom.
Wake up sore in bed tomorrow morning. Really hope that Aldeguer is okay. The yellow flag back for out there at the side of the circuit as they come out of the Deutschland corner. So Pecco Bagnaia, who's just been sent out on his first brand new software tyre of the afternoon, might not necessarily be the opportune moment to send him out there to get a time attack on the board with the recovery work taking place, not just for the motorcycle, but for what we hope is a relatively okay Fermin Aldeguer. 13 minutes of this practice session remaining, and Aldeguer in 7th place. That Q2 place for him will surely now come into serious threat.
That's second on the charge, so too is Mir on the factory Honda. Mir has nailed the first sector. I think he looks to put himself inside the top 2. Just outside of it right now in 11th. David had to roll out of it, of course, for the yellow flags. Next second, first and foremost, we are hoping that Fermin Aldeguer is going to be A-OK after that nasty crash where he was sent somersaulting through the gravel trap. So head down once again for base. Yellow flags and finally have been cleared on the exit of turn 11. And there's Moreira now on the rear tyre of Martin.
Yeah, it's also ruined a practice strategy from the Yamaha riders of Rins and Miller too, because they were up behind Vansecki and have now missed the opportunity, or at least on that first lap, to improve themselves. They now get a second crack at it as Ryan toes 3 and 4, and into the left-hander of 5, just driven. Mir, the yellow flags might have proved just in time for the 2020 world champion, and this could put him well into the top 10, but it puts him right to the fringe of the top 10. He lost half a second to the Aprilias in that final sector.
Yeah, having shut off for the yellow flags, that might be a key thing to factor in. We'll find out shortly to see whether there was any intervention for me at the top end of the circuit, because it was right there last with the Grand Prix where he's in a tangle himself with Aldeguer. Moreira behind Martin is making sure that he's going to be a serious contender for another direct spot in Q2. The Aprilias are flying. The Aprilias are at the moment in another level, aren't they? Look at this 5 second with Martin. Moreira is doing an outstanding job just to go on the rear tyre right now of Martin.
But we've got 2 Aprilias flying and someone being dropped along that Aprilia who's also flying. Moreira could be about to take top spot away here from Mayagura because he's closing invisibly on Martin, and he's getting a bit of a helping hand through this troublesome final sector if you're not on board an Aprilia.
So is Alex Marquez. Look at Alex, just about 50 metres or so back at Martin and Moreira. Over over the line as we go then. Alex Marquez goes up in the P3. What about Marco Bezzecchi? Yeah, Marco Bezzecchi. That was a bit of a game changer. Some lap out by Benz, a 131.123. It's putting over 3/10 clear of Agura. That was brilliant track position there by Alex Marquez. Got himself tucked in nicely behind Martina Moreira, and he found a 131.701, which has lunged Alex up into third place. Further down the gate, as you can see, is currently being transferred to the medical centre.
He's not happy there, is he? And I don't blame him. Standing 15th place, and that wasn't getting stopped at all for Hardbop the first corner. Fernandez now goes to the second. It's the Prix 1-2-3 with Bezzecchi in the track-house pair, and Marc Marquez goes ahead of his younger brother Alex. He's got to within 3/10 of the leading Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi, and that's about as good as it's been looking for Ducati today.
Martina on the money once again. Leaderboard turn 9. The two right-handers to negotiate before you are just building speed and momentum. This is where Aldeguer suffered his crash right on the inside curve there, trying to grab every millimetre of tarmac, trying to grab every millisecond of time there, wasn't he, Jorge Martin? Second's 131.123, there was some lap time, isn't it? There's a big old Fabio Quartararo, complete opposite end of the timing screen. Well, that's a little bit better from Fabio, up 7 places from 20th to 13th. The lap time's gone for Martin in this final sector, but he does pick up a couple of places from 7th to 5th. And does that mean a 131.638? That's got him secure for Q2.
What on earth's going on with Maverick Vinales? Can say for certain that a 34.4 won't get him into qualifying 2. He's 3.3 seconds off the pace at the moment, down in 23rd place. I hope for his sake that we're yet to see a brand new software tyre for Maverick Vinales, because he is a country mile away at the back of the field.
Yep, the top one at the rock bottom at the moment. Some rather barbed comments as well about his future with KTM and with Tech 3 in 2027 and beyond. Val Fernandez has just set his best lap time of the day. Impressive once again to the 25, a 131.300. Looking to wrestle back that second place is going to be Agura.
Bit of staying in second place for Aprilia in general at the moment. First, second, third and fifth. And it's only the reigning world champion, Marc Marquez, who's able to get in amongst them at the moment. We are on board with Agura. Is he about to get himself back ahead of his teammate, Ralph Fernandez? The answer is no, but it is his best lap time of the day on the 131.3. He's a half a tenth behind his teammate.
It's Marc and Alex Marquez versus Aprilia right now, isn't it, really? The Marquez siblings 4th and 6th respectively. 4 Aprilias locked in the top 5. Frankie Morbidelli got himself up to 11th place, but we feel that he is going to have a very imminent appointment with Simon Crayfart and the F1 MotoGP Fields post-practice. Fabio Quartararo once again is to left foot off the peg as soon as Fabio Quartararo. We talked about this morning, we talked about it over the last few Grand Prix. The split second, but he feels like he's got a bit of grip. Feels like he's now the time to attack and push. The Yamaha underneath him says, hold your horses, pal, you're going nowhere.
The head movements of Fabio Quartararo. He didn't have much complimentary to say about the bike either after that particular moment. What about Enea Bastianini, who was in the top 10 around 5 minutes ago? He's now relegated down to 14th. He's going to need a 131 to get into the top 10. He hasn't found one. A 32.0 won't cut it.
Yeah, he's not even a second away from Bez's leading pace right now as a beast, but it's not good enough for Q2. On board with Fabio Pico Antonio. Awesome, that part of Aston, those fast right handers as you go through moving gear and then over high. They're building up through 3rd gear out of 11 up to 6th gear. Cranked over the left side there at about 300 kilometres an hour. Antonio 10th through 5th. So that's a big move by Fabio Pico Antonio. That means now Jorge Martin is back in 6th place. Pecco Bagnaia, well, to say he's an Assen specialist is an understatement of the century. This guy has done winning for fun in the Netherlands. Moto3 winner, Moto2 winner, a 3-time MotoGP winner here in Assen. But this is a big 6.5 minutes or so for the World Champion, because he's marooned down in 17th spot.
I don't think there's much doubt that he's got the speed to do this. I guess what he's doing now is putting himself at the mercy of some late yellow flags. If we get any in the remaining 6 minutes, then it's Bagnaia who might find himself stranded and going through Q1 tomorrow. That's the risk you put yourself at when you leave it down to the final 6 minutes. Outside the top 10 at the moment, we have Morbidelli, Bastianini, Mir, Quartararo, Marini, Miller, Bagnaia, Rins, Toprak, Binder, Augusto Fernandez, Crutchlow, and Maverick Vinales. And the names I just listed there underline what a great job Moreira done. Following or not, the fact that Moreira's up in 9th on a 1:31.856. The next best Honda is 4/10 behind him, Mir in 13th.
Surely a 1:31.362 from this young man Iagura is going to have already blocked his spots into our second qualifying session tomorrow. Once again, Iagura, the temperatures in the mid-30s, feels a lot warmer, barely breaking a sweat. So I think we'll do another hour after this hour-long session. We'll be on the track out of Puglia. That's Bezzecchi then peels out of pit lane. 5.5 minutes of the session remaining. We've got our expected big hitters already inside the top 10. At the moment, it's something of a surprise to still see Bagnaia languishing down in 17th. But we know anybody can unlock a lap time around Assen is going to be the Italian Joan Mir, as he so often does, all out of shape over on the factory Honda. Good lap was coming in by Mir, who looks to wrestle back a place inside the top 10. 13th up to 9th, it squeezes in, so that's put Moreira right in the danger zone now.
Yeah, we almost have to keep our expectations under control when we see a good first 3 sectors, because if you're not on the corner of Prix, you're just going to lose a heap of time through the Ramsham and the final chicane. Bagnaia makes his way out of this trouble. Here's that final soft rear tyre available to him in this section. Bagnaia, who is used to delivering special things here around that, so has to deliver now.
Oh my goodness, I thought I could hear in my headset a crash or a disturbance. It's Jorge Martinez out lap, the factory of Puglia ride. I mean, look at the yellow flags are coming. This could be really massive for Bagnaia. This could be huge. Look at the baby field there. But Martins destroyed the Puglia. Pecco Bagnaia then 17th when he left pit lane. This is going to be huge. Oh, he's hit the curve. He's on the curve. Grass, he spins round and gets to look at his factory of Puglia, probably destroying himself.
Well, this won't count for Pecco Bagnaia, I'm certain of it, because the yellow's still out. They're coming through 12. It's going to be a fast lap time, but not a valid one for Pecco Bagnaia, who goes up into big place, but he's going to have to keep pushing on that, because Jorge Martinez, Alex Marquez now also go down. I didn't know whether that noise in our headsets during the replay was the replay or whether someone else had crashed. Marquez, for the second time this afternoon, down at the struggle.
Bagnaia is in some serious trouble here, isn't he? I mean, the yellow flags a go-go on this colour lap. He's right in the section now. His heart's going to sink because he's coming through turn 5, which our information is where Alex Marquez has crashed out. You can see it on the graph, the yellow flags at 12, 13, 14 and 15. Was the yellow flags crucially clear by the time Pecco got to turn 5?
That might have just saved him, actually. The fact that they're going to clear the track up and we'll have a 3-minute restart might just have come to the rescue of It's further round. It's not turn 5. It's clearly a faster crash than that. That is Marquez. That was where his earlier crash was, and we're certainly hoping we haven't got 2 injured Cassini riders now.
Yeah, that's a rather concerning sight, isn't it? Alex Marquez last weekend in Brno on his return from injury. The neck and shoulder injuries were on board with us. Let's have a listen to this one. Good old get off. That was on the acceleration point, wasn't it? Between turns 10 and 11. The red flag then thrown with 3 minutes and 8 seconds of this practice session remaining. As Alex Marquez has crashed, Mazzini Ducati GP26 gets removed from the scene. And of course, first and foremost, our concerns and our well wishes go to Alex. A neck fracture and 4 fractures in the right collarbone. This will be a tough one for Mark coming through that part of the circuit. So Alex Marquez then has been a bruising Friday afternoon for Mazzini Ducati.
Bernal de Guerre, our latest information is that he went to the medical centre after he crashed the corner further round. He crashed through turn 12, the moving near corner, and Alex Marquez high-siding in between 10 and 11. The Mandavane and the breakers route, confirmation that he is at least conscious, but clearly in a fair chunk of pain. Hopefully that pain subsides. There he is, at least sat upright, but clearly he's been bashed around a bit, and that's a rider who has had his fair share of knocks lately.
I would not be surprised if this might be the end of Alex Marquez's Grand Prix of the Netherlands. He withdrew, didn't he, last weekend, but no. After qualifying, he's been really shaken up by this.
He wants to get up himself, doesn't he? But I think he may need to take the advice and just jump on a stretcher.
Yeah, he just he heard on the side of caution last weekend in Renault, got through Friday practice, got through qualifying, and then decided to withdraw to give himself the best chance of being stronger and more competitive here in Assen. Alex, battered, bruised, is able to at least walk away from the crash with the assistance of the medical team here, who are rapidly on the scene as always in Assen and as they are all around the world. Another high-profile Spaniard, Jorge Martin, had a pretty fast get-up himself at the end of this session. Look how quickly this is going to go for Jorge. Boy, unsettled on the edge of the curve there, going through turn 12. I mean, through there you are hauling, you are motoring fifth gear, about 250 kilometers an hour when that front washes out for the 2024 world champion. It's quite fortunate. Yeah, but he just was able to slide rather harmlessly through. It didn't look like that RSGP got picked up and flipped and started to break itself up. Pit lane then we were open in just under 2 minutes time. 16:02 local time, as you can see from the graphic in the top right corner of the screen. And this now, the Pecco Bagnaia, all eyes on the double world champion. 17th fastest he was when we had the red flag for the Alex Marquez crash. Let's go down to Jack for some information on the Italian.
Yeah, the big question is, have Ducati got another soft rear tyre to throw at Pecco Bagnaia to try and get him inside the top 10? Or is he going to have to do this on used rubbers? Only 3 minutes left in the session. Sensible thinking would lead you to think that everybody has used up their soft rear tyre allocation ahead of tomorrow. So he might have to do this on a used rear tyre, which is going to take something pretty special for Bagnaia. I'm stood at the back of the number 63 machine waiting to see what he's got at his disposal.
Well, thanks very much, Jackie. He has to find something better than a 1:31.856. That's the time at the moment, which has Moreira occupying that crucial last direct spot into Q2. Pit lane will be open in 40 seconds' time.
One-time lap, isn't it, from here? 3 minutes and 8 seconds. And that lap is going to take you probably about a minute 40, minute 45, something like that. So by the time you come back round again, you're going to get one shot at this. I said earlier on, didn't I, that Bagnaia is a bit of a specialist around this circuit. He is going to have to be in the... From here, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. And that lap is going to take you probably...
looking for late rallies here in practice.
Costa is almost defending his place in the top 10. Pecco Bagnaia, the rider immediately ahead of him on track, is trying to potentially take it off him, because Bastianini, as Matt mentioned, is going to go over the line before his care and potentially knock him down a place. Who else is also improving? We've got personal, that's all over our timing screens, because of course we've got a group of Yamahas that are also in this race. Miller, Toprak and Rins also trying to move themselves up the order.
Well, this is it. 10 seconds left. Here is Anea Bastianini on the Tech 3 KTM into the Timber chicane. Is he going to be pushing himself up inside the top 10? Checker flag is out and says now or never. Bagnaia has to nail this final chicane. Anea goes fifth. Acosta third. Over the line, Bagnaia. He got in. Pecco Bagnaia crucially for the triple Assen winner in MotoGP has done it. Yeah, Davide Tardozzi has seen the screens. They know that Pecco Bagnaia with some last lap, a 131.384. That was pressure. That was pressure big time on Pecco, and he delivered. So, Alex Marquez, despite his huge get-off in that session, pulled out the red flag. I think Alex, if he's able to continue in this Grand Prix of the Netherlands, well, he's got a place in Q2 in 10 spot. Great last lap by Bastianini, built into 8. Costa did get up into 3rd with a 131.310. Fabio Quartararo, is there anything going to happen later on for the factory Yamaha rider? No, well, it's not. Not anymore, because he's made a mistake at default. So your top 10 then are your Q2 occupants. Steady. Count to 10, Fabio. Count to 10. Easy for us to say here in the commentary box, but in falling conditions, the problems are going to boil over here, aren't they, for Fabio Quartararo? Once again, this is becoming an all too familiar sight. A frustrated Fabio Quartararo. No frustration, though, for this young man. World champion Marco Bezzecchi into Q2. So too, Ralph Fernandez, brilliant by the Spaniard in second. Pedro Acosta is third. Agura, Bagnaia with a brilliant late lap of 131.384. Second through, Marc Marquez through to Q2 as well. Gian Antonio, Enea Bastianini, Jorge Martin and Alex Marquez. Martin and Alex Marquez, despite their massive high-speed clashes towards the tail end of that session, have got spots in Q2. Well, it was hot, it was dramatic, it was clash-room, wasn't that practice session? But when all is said and done, Marco Bezzecchi leads the way, all for Aprillia's directly through the Q2. World champion with Marc Marquez 3 and 6, and Pecco Bagnaia crucially picking second himself up for a 4 Assen victory. He got through later on in front.
Well, all credit. The pressure was on Pecco Bagnaia there, and he certainly delivered. Not interested in Pedro Costa following him. He just knew he had to do that himself, and he was plenty fast enough. He was in the end. The 31.384 puts him comfortably through to Q2. And Costa actually needed that last lap. He was good job. Costa did improve to get third on the 31.310, because the improvements for Bagnaia, the improvement for Bastianini, we also got a late improvement from Gian Antonio, who got himself up to 7th. Had Acosta not improved on that final lap behind Bagnaia, he would have missed the top 10.
Saw that shot there in the practice start zone of Acosta, was how high the nose of that KTM was in the air. Now that the whole shot devices are banned, well, that crash count for Jorge Martin climbs to 16, which is far too many. 16 running back the halfway point of this year's World Championship. Look what that meant to Davide Tardozzi. He walks over to Pecco Bagnaia and slams his hands on the knees of Pecco and say, yeah, top job, because it was a top job. He had one lap to nail and he did it. That was a really good 131.384 from Pecco. He's done some exceptional laps of Assen down the years, and that one was one of the better ones. So both factory Ducatis go through, all 4 Ducatis do so as well. 2 KTMs go through as well. Top jobs by Acosta in 3rd and Bastianini in 8th place. Alex Marquez then. Of course, we hope that there's been no serious injury for Alex, and he was going to be able to continue this weekend because he is through P2. I feel like there's maybe a steal diploma coming for Frankie Morbidelli and Diogo Moreira. In the separate instance of those two were involved, although one of them did involve the pair of them at one stage in that practice session. Morbidelli was 11th, Moreira 13th. Wherever they qualify tomorrow, they may well be relegated further places down the field after they were clearly caught up in a couple of major talking points in that session.
Yeah, my heart of hearts, and I am a sympathetic soul. I'm struggling to summon up a defence for Patrick Morbidelli in particular, with the incident that we saw when he got in the way of Enea Bastianini. So 4 Ducatis, 4 Aprilias, and 2 KTMs through automatically to qualifying 2, which means that there is no representation at the moment, at least, for any Japanese motorcycles, with Moreira and Mia on their respective Hondas just outside the top 10. Mia 12, Moreira 13. And Quartararo, who's just nearly went through the screen on a couple of occasions in his factory Yamaha. He was at least their leading rider in 15th place.
Fabio Quartararo has still got 13 Grand Prix left as a factory Yamaha rider. 2026, and his story with the Iwata factory cannot reach its conclusion soon enough. Accounting for the 27-year-old Frenchman, who day by day seems to get more of a dejected and frustrated and perhaps more significantly a demotivated figure. This reminds an upcoming is the second of our factory start sessions. No whole shot devices to increase safety at the start. That message from MotoGP race director Graham Webber. What a performance, what a last lap that was by Pecco Bagnaia. World champion Marc Marquez also directly through Q2. Let's get things sports from Davide. Toll, what's to the chat?
Yeah, great to be joined by Davide. That was a big lap from Pecco under the biggest pressure in matching Bill as well. You could see when he came into the box, you liked it, giving him a good tap on the shoulder.
Yeah, it's a big fighting, good focus on is really informing the track like we do every time in Assen. But yeah, we have to collect the maximum points on Sunday. That's the way.
I think after a difficult period for Aprilia, so far today they've really fought back today. He is quite concerned by the level that all 4 of the Aprilias have shown.
Yeah, on this track they all perform very well, but it's a track because they've been unlucky, but they have to speak. So the unlucky is one thing, the speaking in another story, they had it, and I think that they deserve the leading championship because, yeah, sure, he's been lucky, but now he's got the right to do.
But we're seeing the first few starts without the front whole shot device here. How much of a difference, how much of an impact do you think it will make to start?
Our riders doesn't complain. They said we saw that we arrived a bit slower on the front corner. We broke a bit earlier, so I think that is much better. I think that the decision from the reservation was the proper one.
Thanks, Davide.
Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks to Ducati boss Davide Tardozzi again when he saw round that both of their riders are directly through the Q2. With the French and Middle East post-session plans at work, we're going to run through a visit to the steward's office, I'm sure. That's will be under investigation. For Mr. Morbidelli will be asked to explain himself, not for the first time as well, boarding on the racing line over the past couple of years or so. Really fascinating to figure these the effect of the ban on whole shot devices, just how high now the front fairing fit and how the ports are fully extended now as they launch away from the start line. And around Jorge Martin does safely negotiate a couple of those fast right-handers. Jorge was on the deck at 230 kilometres an hour just a few moments ago. Fit enough, thankfully ready to go for his second practice start in this session.
As Matt mentioned at the start of the broadcast this afternoon, a couple of riders did get themselves in trouble. Marco Bezzecchi, one of them, Ralph Fernandez, the other, for incorrect practice starts earlier on. Basically, what they were guilty of doing was making a practice start with a stationary bike still ahead of them on the racetrack. We are prohibited from doing that because of the danger potentially come from that. So those were hit in the wallet as a result of that. So I'm sure we'll be on their best behaviour this afternoon.
Yeah, basically thinking they'll need a bit of a win bonus to recover these €3,000 he's lost over the past couple of weekends. So Marc Marquez, of course, one of the riders that was free all the rider aids and gadgets. Not new territory in MotoGP for Marc, who was very much free ride height devices and whole shot devices, wasn't it? It's Fabio Quartararo. At the moment is going to be fighting his look inside that helmet on the factory Yamaha. Of course, there has been a couple of times in the hot conditions. They've got a very hot under the collar, and he is threatened to lamp that factory Yamaha. As Frankie Mulder against the VR46 Ducati pinched away off the line.
Very interesting tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. local time for the T2 Sprint, which is expected to be in very similarly sweltering conditions here in Assen, to see what difference, if at all, it makes on the start of the spring, not just in terms of course making it safer, which is the intention, is why this is being brought in, but also whether the bikes that were fastest off the line in the past, which generally were the Aprilias, whether they still will be the class-leading motorcycles. But there is so much that goes into getting a bike off the line quickly. It's not just down to the whole show device, but it's certainly a key part of the procedure.
So Marc Marquez still feels like, despite the fact that he's won the last 2 Grand Prix in Balaton and Brno, he feels like he's still not fully on the attack, he's not fully on the offensive. His idea, his master plan here in Assen is to get through this weekend, much like Mugello, in survival mode, and then he said in the last couple of weeks, his beloved the Sanctuary, where in past years he could turn up blindfolded with one arm and still win. Well, that's when Marc Marquez feels like that's when he'll be in, that's when he can really get back on the front foot and try and put some pressure on the Italy Dragon in the World Championship. Been a really strong day. On Honda straight the Q2 for the first time then since Jerez. Good indication sort of reached improvements that HRC had been making. First time with 4 Grand Prix, we don't see Diego Moreira advanced straight through into our second session. He was 13th, as 1 place behind Joan Mir. Further Aldegar, unfortunately, did pay dearly for his heavy crash in that 60-minute session. He was top 6 when he was on the floor on the exit of turn 11. And he got pushed back down to 14th place. Unfortunately, on a very tough Friday, in Assen for the Brazilian and Pepper Squad, both of their riders are undergoing assessment and treatment in the Circuit Medical Centre. Battle scars as well for the Martinator. But no problemo. After an instantly forgettable Brno Grand Prix in Czechia, after one of the toughest weekends of his Grand Prix career, Michael Betsekias has shown the good side which we know and love, because he's been fastest in both practice sessions here on Friday.
He looked every inch the World Championship leader today, didn't he? Marco Bezzecchi quickest in both sections. Ralph Fernandez second ahead of Pedro Costa, whose late lap lifted him up to third. Igo in fourth. Bagnaia delivered right at the death to take fifth ahead of Marc Marquez and Fabio Gianantonio. Bastianini, Martin and Alex Marquez also through the Q2, although we saw Alex Marquez being helped away from his late crash at turn 11. Morbidelli has a trip to the stewards coming 11th for him ahead of Mir at the top Honda. Moreira next up ahead of Aldegar. The top Yamaha was Quartararo, not that he was too celebratory about it. Vinales, Rins, Marini and Miller next up ahead of Toprak. Brad Binder down in 21st place ahead of Augusto Fernandez and Cal Crutchlow.
So Bez on top in FP1 and in practice. Fantastic Friday in the Netherlands for the Aprilia rider. A lot of early work on a used front tyre, a couple of long first 2 runs from Bez, and when he was on fresh for the medium front soft rear tyre, he found the time of the day at 1:31.123, the late yellow flags, constructing his 4th one.
Pretty strong run too for Ralph Fernandez today, who started off putting some laps on his medium rear tyre, which might well be the pick on Sunday. A soft rear tyre enabled him to get down to a 1:31.3 to finish second overall.
Top KTM, well, who else could he be? Of course he was, Pedro Acosta. Shining light for the Austrian brand once again. Acosta finding a 1:31.310 right at the end as he was hotly pursuing Pepe Bagnaia. Another top performance from the top talented Spaniard.
He'd also have to use a slightly worn rear tyre to do that. Iadura on a brand new soft, got down to a 1:31.362, backing up his single lap steps forward that we saw in Brno a week ago.
Bagnaia safely through as well, likewise Marc Marquez. What about the sector times in grueling hot conditions? It was Bagnaia who delivered in sector 1 fully ahead of Mir and Acosta.
Bagnaia with the run through sector 2 just ahead of Bezzecchi.
In the very sector where he had the monster crash, Alex Marquez fastest in sector 3 ahead of Fiji and Ralph Fernandez.
And as they did this morning, as they have all day, Aprilia owning the 4th sector, a lockout for the RSGPs.
Well, it has been an incredibly hot opening day of track action here in MotoGP in Assen, and it's been an incredibly hot pace set by world champs leader Marco Bezzecchi. He's fastest on practice Friday here in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. Can he complete another podium double here in Assen?